Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Fulbeck. It's round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC. Round 5 already. It was in 2 minutes that we were setting out for Three Sisters for round 1 at the beginning of the year. And you know what? It hasn't come as any surprise to me that the 2023 season has turned out to be a bit of a cracker. I thought it would be, and it has given what it has promised, with all of our class championships coming down to literally just ones and twos in between the top 5 of every single class. So with 2 rounds to go, it really is up for grabs. And if everybody who follows the NKC can remember the 162 class, for instance, last season, at the final round, the championship was actually won by Simon Keeble, who didn't even know he was in contention going into that final round. And that's pretty much what we've got going into these final 2 rounds. We're here at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. It's an old school kart track. I remember racing here in the early 90s, and it's changed only so slightly. Just a couple of aesthetics that has been improved. A nice new off-ramp coming off the track and into the paddock area, and a lovely parc fermé area and a collecting area. That's a little bit different than when I was here. But the track, fundamentally, the layout of the track is one of those old school airfield circuits with long straights, very, very tight chicane. So it's going to be all about getting out of the corners, and indeed lap time will begin using that left pedal, the brake pedal. That's where it's going to be all about. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is it's the usual squad this weekend. It's me and Nick Damon. Hello, Nick.
Hello, Joe. How are you?
I'm very hot.
We haven't melted yet, have we?
No.
But it will come, I'm sure. The meltage will come.
We are going to be talking about the weather because it's September here in the UK. I don't know where you're watching from anywhere in the world, but the UK in September is usually quite temperate. With it kind of gets balmy at 20 degrees. Well, yesterday we saw temperatures of 28 to 30 degrees.
32.
It was 32 in here. In our greenhouse.
Paul wants to say anything. We can't hear anything he's going to say.
What does Paul want to say?
Apparently, well, no.
What I mean is September weather in the UK.
Paul's tried to be clever and say it's September everywhere. No, because some countries use different calendars.
Well, yes, but we're not going to go into that, are we?
No.
We're here for some car racing.
Exactly.
And the weather is a very important factor.
And it's very hot.
In any form of motorsport. And none more so. So we had a full practice day yesterday in blistering heat. The forecast is to be similar temperatures. However, there is a bit of a storm brewing. It's a bit like being in the tropics, Nick, where the storm's coming at 4 o'clock and it will be gone by 4:15.
Do I get a Singapore sling to drink it with?
It's a bit like that. Unfortunately not. The cocktails will not be flowing until way past bedtime tonight.
What a blow.
Especially for us. We've got our usual classes up for grabs. The usual will be kicked off with the 177 class. We've got the 177 class. What am I talking about? It's Rotax Max 177. It's a senior Rotax Max, and the 177, if you're new to NKC karting, is the minimum weight. So 177 kilograms. It's the heavier driver class. We have a senior Rotax class which runs at 162 kilograms, and then we've got junior Rotax, which are basically ages 11 to 16. We've got a few 15 and 16-year-olds filtering into the senior classes because they're basically growing too large. And with special dispensation, you can move up into seniors a little bit earlier. We've got a little bit of that going on with the Wyatt family, all the Wyatt family now in seniors, and Dad Andy's over the moon with that because it means he only has to be in one collecting area at one time.
But in this place, he's got to push 2 carts, though.
Yeah, well, there is that, but he's got 2 big lads with him. Then we've got the Minimax Championship. What a championship that's turned out to be. It might be the smallest grid in the series, but I tell you what, it doesn't not deliver top quality competition. Seb Corking only leads Sonny Morgan by 2 points, and you can't take Vizarek, Eddie Stewart, Daniel Parsons, Leo Basterfield. They're in contention as well. So we haven't got much of a Minimax grid. Usually, I think we've got about 11, haven't we?
Yeah, I received a message from our camera guys. It was Frank and Jude on camera today. Frank sent me the weather report, and it's looking like it's going to rain at 4 o'clock.
Right, 4 o'clock
for the finals.
Till 4:15. We've actually got 10 Minimaxes, but we're not going to be talking about Minimaxes quite yet because we've got our first grid of the day out, and it's the 177 class. We've got so many 177s split into 2 groups, as both of our senior Rotax classes are. For now, we've got a grid of 29 carts being led out by Dan Fleckney. Tim Darlow's alongside put the pole on the other side there, Nick, just to confuse me.
That will confuse all of us.
So Dan Fleckney, Tim Darlow on the front row, Seb Pulpin and Brendan Smith on row 2. Then we've got Alex Jones and Tyler Kelsey, Charlie Jowers, Zach Bolton. Hello to Zach Bolton fan club if you're there. Steve Stewart and Keith Mason round off the top 10. Then we've got Harry Wainwright, Aidan Hammond, Billy Clark, Matt Zanetti, Tyler Fossey, Steve Gilly. Welcome back, Steve Gilly, with that broken ankle. Seems to be holding up quite well. Carl Bryan, Dan Millward are on row 9. Row 10, Stephen Horner and Nick Skelton. Then we've got Oliver Smith, Thomas Storer, Sean Smith, Jason Bear, Ben Hitch, Paul Moran, Scott Smith, Ian Branfield, and it's Scott Clay. Watch for Scott Clay on the number 116. Okay. He's in the Masters subclass, but Scott Clay always very, very quick in this class, and we'll see Scott no doubt moving through the order. Aidan Hammond not getting out of the pits quite as readily as he would have liked, and he's found himself at the back of third.
And he found himself on our Paddock Show.
He is on the Paddock Show, yeah, it's great to talk to him.
The lunchtime Paddock Show.
So you'll get an idea of the track as we go forward with today's broadcast. Here they come out onto the start-finish straight. The starter there just waiting, and it looks in good order. And he get things underway, Nick. We are running, missing the first chicane.
Sorry, Jude, didn't tell you that.
Yeah, missing the first
chicane.
And into the Danny Weldon hairpin. And then off. It's a back straight, but it's got a bit of a kink in it, Nick, just like you.
Exactly. How long have you waited to say that? How long have you had that one in your little pocket?
Since Fulbeck last
year. Yeah. Clean start. We've had everyone's had a warm-up this morning. We had one nasty accident during warm-up from a cart failure, unfortunately, but I think everything has been sorted out. And the cart, wow, we have a massive break. Well, that's because the red cart is having a problem. The red cart's got whoever's in the red machine, he's got a mechanical issue, so he couldn't get the thing to pull out the corners.
Yeah.
So there's an issue with the red one. I'll tell you who it was in a second. He's given a massive lead to Tim Darlow.
Tim Darlow, yeah. It was Dan Fleckney, I think.
No, it was a third. Oh, they've gone off wide again.
There's a bit of consternation in the first chicane. Now, the chicanes at Fulbeck are renowned for a bit of congestion, and we've got issues in the first chicane. Meanwhile, Tim Darlow extends that lead. We've got a couple of carts that have been delayed. They're already through Button Bend, the left-hander, towards the right-hand hairpin at Overload. That's the Overload hairpin now. And now back towards the Paddock complex. This is a great little, the short shoot there, where Frank's camera is just overlooking, and then into this Paddock complex here. What lovely, lovely piece of karting in anywhere in the UK, this section of Fulbeck. And then you fire out of that through a left-hander and onto the start-finish straight. Tim Darlow leads by 3 seconds, which is an absolute week and a half in terms of karting. There's a battle going on for fourth. Let's stay with that for now. It looks like it's Zach Bolton for fourth place there, right all over the rear bumper of the number 31 Charlie Jowers. So Zach having a great first heat, maximising, starting near the front. Mixed grids here for the Junction 6 NKC, so that means each driver will get the starter heat, of which there are 3 for each driver, 3 heats. And you start 1 heat at the front, 1 in the middle, and 1 near the back. Now this is that number 69, the red and white cart. He's now being joined by Max Zanetti and Harry Wainwright. And they are no slouch. I think that's actually Harry Wainwright that's just come up behind Zach Bolton. It is indeed. So as they came through there, Darlow leads. Brendan Smith extended the lead as Tim Darlow to 4 seconds down the inside of the chicane. At the hairpin. And that's a move for the 92 Harry Wainwright, who we know how quick Harry can be. He's had a couple of off rounds, hasn't he? But here he is back on top form and getting past Zach Bolton, and he's off after Charlie Jowers.
He's shuffling about in the lower reaches of the top 5 and top 10. But certainly Tim Darlow needs to have a very big on the Christmas card list of Dan Fleckney. He's the man who gave him that break when Dan couldn't pull out of the hairpin fog left head, I suppose, as we sit here. And gave Tim a chance to break. He's used that break, and it's now a 4-second lead in front of the pack, which is currently Smith, Jowers and Bolton. They're all forming a line again. They were separated, but they're forming a line. Actually, it's Bolton under attack. I think he's just lost the play. Up in the inside has gone Max Zanetti. So Zanetti takes Bolton at the Weldon hairpin. They come into the second chicane again.
That's the battle for third and fourth there, and Harry Wainwright has gotten by Brendan Smith. Sorry, battle for second. Is that Harry Wainwright?
That's third.
No, that's... Hang on, let me get...
You've got one's gone.
Where's Brendan
There's
Smith?
second. He's in second still. Then you've got third place. What happened is Bolton got overtaken by Zanetti going into the hairpin.
Yes, let's see where they're going to sort themselves out there. Tim Dollar's just gone through. Incredible lapping by Tim Dollar to maximise that. He's out to 5.5 seconds. It's Brendan Smith, Matt Zanetti, Nick Skelton, Zach Bolton. According to my timing screen, Harry Wainwright is in second there. So it was Harry Wainwright getting by Brendan Smith.
Yeah, I think Smith made a little error because he also fell right back into Zanetti's hands, as Skelton's also got past Zach Bolton now in a very battle-ready, battle-hardened 3rd to 6th place attack here. Wainwright's got away now, as has Darlow, and this is about 3, 4, 5, 6, and up the inside. There's a little bit of a, I'm coming, and 2 places made up by the yellow cart. That should be Skelton, I think, in that yellow and orange cart, as Smith and Zanetti battled each other so hard, they pushed each other out, and then a little opening line, and there was Scuzzy. Thank you very much. I like that one.
So let's see how that's panned out then as they cross the line. It was indeed Nick Skelton through, and along went with him Matt Zanetti ahead of Brendan Smith, who's now in 5th. Tyler Kelsey 6th, Zach Bolton down to 7th. Then we've got Charlie Gower, Seb Pultman and Keith Mason it is, who's running off that top 10. Just outside the top 10 is Carl Bryant from Jibtech. He's 11th.
So, yellow flag being shown from the main gantry. I think that's for more action at the first chicane. We've had a couple of carts off and a couple of carts getting pulled and rescued. It does mean when they come round to complete this next lap, the most popular place for overtaking will not be available to them. Skelton, who made that move, trying to put a brake now on Zanetti, who's also come to the pack nicely. Don't forget, this is mixed grids in the NKC, so you don't qualify first. You're starting in all different, one at the front, one in the middle, one at the back.
So these are our heats, remember, and with just coming up to 2 minutes remaining, it's 8 minutes and 1 lap, our heats.
Nice bit of sliding already. These tyres, the track temperature, I don't think it's going to be, but it's already, 28 degrees out there, 28 degrees plus. Track temperature, we're in bright sunshine, track temperature probably at 40, 45, so these are tyres, of course, that have done some work already, and many meetings of work, probably at least 1, possibly 2.
Well, the Junction 6 NKC is renowned for the tyre rule. The tyre regulations only allow 2 sets of tyres per season. So that means your 2 sets of tyres have to last 6 rounds of the championship. And we've had very little or no wet weather as well. And just to compare that with other series, and I don't think any other series has a tyre regulation like that. Every other series is 1 brand new set of tyres each weekend, if not 2 brand new sets of tyres each weekend. So the idea behind it, the ideology behind it is, of course, to keep costs down for these runners. So only 2 sets of race tyres per season. So by now, Nick, round 5 of 6, you can basically use those two sets of tyres how you want. You can wear the first set out completely and then go into your second set, or you can mix and match as you go through the season. So by my reckoning, and there's a massive difference of opinion out there in the paddock, but by my reckoning, by round 5, you're going to be on warm rubber. And the Maxxis tyre is obviously a robust tyre to give us that. And it does work very, very well. But by the time we get to the end of this weekend, and then the very, very tyre limiting Clay Pigeon, which will absolutely ruin your tyres going into the last round of the season, which is exactly what we need, I suppose.
Yep. They've only had 1 brief respite, which was round 4 at Wilton Mill, where the second half of that was damp, so they got to use other tyres for a while.
The only person who's tyre managing at the moment is perhaps Tim Darlow and Harry Wainwright. Tim Darlow's got a 5.1 second lead. It came down from 5.5. So Tim's just easing off the pace, probably couldn't believe it. 5 seconds he's got to Harry Wainwright, who's got 3 seconds to Nick Skelton. However, Nick Skelton's very busy with Matt Zanetti right with him, but whether these lads are using their heads and just making their way around, not really pushing that hard. Gaining points, of course. Gaining points for the championship through these heats and into the ever-important finals this afternoon.
So apparently that's the newly named Caravan Corner, that far hairport, which we were calling Overlord. According to Will, it's now called Caravan Corner.
Well, they called it something. Didn't they call it anything last
year?
No,
they've actually finally found a name for something. That's Caravan Corner. Barney.
Caravan Corner.
That's been apparently where you park your caravans.
Is it really?
Yeah, let's not.
No. Caravan Corner it is. Yeah. Frank will be disappointed.
He will be, yeah.
Frank, because this is where the aircraft took off for Operation Overload.
Yes, the gliders.
He did his research. Yeah, the glider thing.
So this is caravan corner now, and going.
There's a caravan.
That's why it's called. Well, apparently that's why it's called caravan. But apparently sometimes there's more caravans.
Right.
I don't know if you're a big fan of caravans.
There's only 2 caravans. I went to see some caravan racing the other week.
Really?
I'll tell you in a minute. Because
so who are we looking at the moment?
We're getting the watch checkered flag for Tim Darlow, and what a great win that was. I bet he can't believe that. Here comes Harry Wainwright, who's an equally lonely second place. The gap at the line was 4.6 seconds, so Tim Darlow definitely managing the tyres. Nick Skelton hung on to that third place. Max Zanetti had dropped back slightly in fourth. Tyler Kelsey fifth. There goes Zach Bolton. He's got to be happy with coming back to sixth there, ahead of Ben Hitch. Sean Smith 8th. Charlie Jowers 9th. Brendan Smith is 10th. Oliver Smith 11th. Seb Bolton 12th. Keith Mason 13th. Jason Bear 14th. Then we've got Scott Smith. Steve Gilly back with a bang there, and a great result for Steve, coming from the back of the grid to 16th. Be happy with that. Ian Brandfield 17th. Scott Cleave from the very back of the grid up to 18th. He's got to be happy with that. And Alex Jones, Thomas Storer 20th, Tyler Fossey, and then we had Steve Stewart 22nd, Dan Milward 23rd, Aidan Hammond 24th, Paul Moran finishes 25th. Carl Bryant went out on lap 8. I didn't notice Carl going out there. We lost Stephen Horner and Dan Fleckney. Stephen Horner on lap 2. Not quite sure what happened to Stephen, but he's had an absolutely torrid season of bad luck here. It's got to change. Hopefully Stephen will stay with us and come back next year and certainly see the season out at Clay. It's got to change. Got to change, Steve. That look of yours. So that's the first heat in the bag, as they say. Nicholas.
Hurrah.
Next out is
Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax. Right, okay. So we've got 31 carts.
Is that the complete entry? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. No need for groupage in the juniors. We've got enough track space for them all in one group.
Sun now shining directly into the space age looking comms box, and it's getting very, very hot.
Well, it's going to be getting hotter as the day goes by, and we've got a weather forecast, as Frank has confirmed. Just sent me the little screenshot of that from up there on our tower, just above just on the short chute between Caravan Corner, Caravan Hairpin, and the Paddock Complex. And it's scheduled between 3 and 4 o'clock, more towards 4 o'clock. 52% chance. So that's a 48% chance of not raining, of course. Let's keep our fingers crossed. So next out is Junior Rotax. Got 31 carts. Let's have a look at the grid while we just have a look at that beautiful panoramic view of the track here at Fulbeck. That view from the Dan Weldon hairpin. Just a few carts to retrieve. The number 79 there is Dan Fleckney, who is just pushing his cart back from the first chicane. Let's have a look at Junior Rotax though. Pole positions Levi Earl with Daniel Haynes alongside. Then on the second row, Jasmine Taylor and Jaden Hewitt. Got Ryla Thatcher and Mitchell Mulvey on row 3 with Maxim Smith and Billy Edgecombe on row 4. Ollie Morris and Alfie Bushell are on row 5. Row 10 is Melissa Adrian and Taylor Dixon. Then we've got Jamie Salter and Freddie Worlock on row 7. Row 8 is George Kane, Jay Leverton. Alex Fraser and Presley Walker on row 9. Row 10 is Rafi Salentano and Mason Perrin. Row 11, Tom Holden and James Rigby. Then we've got Luke Sawyers, Louis Rees, Levi Goodyear, Will Swales, Freddie Theobald, Billy Vogt, Callum Scrivens, Joshua Delacarte, and it's Alfie McBain on the number 77. That rounds off the 31 cart field. The championship for juniors is, as ever,
it's
quite tight.
Not,
but yeah, thanks. not the tightest of our classes, but still very tight. There's only 30 or so points between Mason Perrin and Levi Earl, and both of those youngsters coming
and
out.
Drop rounds, don't forget.
Well, that's taken into account. Drop rounds.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah. That's the actual. Total count is there. That's the overall. So taking into account, it's Mason Perrin on 708, Levi Earl on 689, Billy Edgecombe on 682, and then Mitchell Mulvey on 663, Billy Underwood 653 in 5th. That's the top 5 of the championship so far. So looking at the grid, you've got Levi Earl, who is starting on the pole position, and we've got, where is Mason Perrin starting? I just mentioned it there, didn't I? There he is, 20th. So this is where Levi Earl has to maximise this points haul and draw Mason Perrin in with regards to the championship. I'm pretty sure in the heat of battle, the last thing on these youngsters' minds is where I am in the championship, and that's probably the best way of going about this. You know, just focus on the moment, focus on the race, hit your braking points, hit your apexes, and bring this field round as Levi Earl is doing. With the grid in good order as they come through the paddock complex, through the final left-hander timekeepers, and then head towards us. The starter likes the look of that and gets him underway, missing the first chicane at the start here, remember. Surprised about that. And it does look chaotic, doesn't it? It's less chaotic down there in the Mongstadt, though, isn't it?
And it's Jaden Hewitt's managed to get to second. It's quite hard to tell from the they're going to street. Oh, it's gone out very wide there for the kart currently in second place, which is the 25 of Jason Hewitt, yeah. And then you got the 105.5 Mitchell Mulvey. So some of the top 4 had a rotten start. I'm not sure if it's Haynes or Earl.
I think it's Earl.
It's the last thing Earl wanted. Yeah, he needs to make the point.
That looks like Daniel Haynes just being overtaken down the inside by Levi Earl into the paddock complex. We'll confirm all this when they come back around. Hard to see out of these windows with the sun shining on them.
Yeah, it's the 10 in the lead. It's Earl actually who's made the start, and it was Haynes who had the problem, dropped it to 4. So as we said, it's Earl, Hewitt, Mulvey and Haynes. Billy Edgecombe 5th, Alfred Bushell 6th.
Yeah, now they begin to settle into the Weldon hairpin for the second time. And then down the back straight with the kink in it and into the second chicane.
6 places made up by Mason Perrin that first lap. He's up 14th.
That's incredible. Yeah, 14th. Move at 6 places if he continues that. As he gets close to the front, that progress is slowed usually. So plenty of time though. And Levi Earl knows what the job in hand is, and that's to pull a lead and hang on to this first place. Yeah, behind him, but he's slotting through that paddock complex quite nicely and chasing after the leader. Here they come again then. Second lap by. Levi Earl leads. Still Jaden Hewitt, Mitchell Mulvey, Billy Edgecombe, Alfie Bushell, Daniel Haynes, Maxim Smith, Wiley Thatcher, Melissa Adrian is in 9th, and Jasmine Taylor rounds off the top 10. Mason Perrin up to 14th. As you said, Nick, and he stays there. So he made progress of 6 kart places on that first lap, not so on the second lap. Yeah, it's going to be picking individuals off. There's 2 or 3 good overtaking places. One coming into this next right-hander, the caravan corner. You can get up the inside here. As we see actually happen there. That was a change in position for third, or it's kind of an on-running third position change. Mulvey and Edgecombe are fighting. Edgecombe in the blue, fighting through the paddock corner, collecting area corner. The complex. Paddock complex are going through, are we? Through chicane 1, and as you can see, quite a lot of movement in the middle of the pack. Yeah, there's a little bit of a 3-card battle developing just behind these 3. There it is, they're just settling themselves in. This means some we can backtrack action at some point. To that, Nick. That'll be good. As the top 5 circulate together, Earl, Hewitt, Edgecombe, Bushell and Mulvey. These 5 kind of equidistant, about a cart's length or so in between as they ebb and flow into Concertina into the corners. They're into the paddock complex now. Looks like 6th place Daniel Haynes, who made a very poor start for the second. He's trying to actually bridge the gap back to that group again. There's certainly some action behind. There they all go. Yeah, so these 3 look close, don't they? 4, yeah. That's Haynes, Taylor and Perrin. 21, yeah. Haynes obviously is 64, 84 Jasmine Taylor. So Jasmine Taylor's leading in the white and the pink. Right, that's Mason Perrin on the number 30. He's the chap who's leading the championship. And up to 9th. And knows that Levi Earl is in the lead of this race, no doubt. And that's 8th. Yep. He's at the inside. That all red kart with the driver with the red and white overalls and the red hat. Should we put a hat? He's got a lovely red hat. But Perrin absolutely streaking away. He's made it through that group, and he's going to pick up another couple of places this time round. Well, 1 place to 8th. Next target will be Jasmine Taylor. The thing what mixed grids really does is teach drivers how to overtake without risk. I mean, there's Mason Perrin who has moved through the order, and he knows at the blink of an eye, it can all go away from him if he makes that wrong move. And he's had a very smooth drive through the field. Levi Earl, meanwhile, at the front of the field, he's got a second, just on the second gap. Jaden Hewitt in second, Billy Edgecombe still third, and then Alfie Bushell and Mitchell Mulvey continue. Melissa Adrian up to 6th place. She's about 1.7 seconds behind Mulvey, and Melissa has got Jasmine Taylor behind her, and the two girls have got championship leader Mason Perrin breathing down their necks now.
To the battle for second. Edgecombe in the 20. Trying to get a bit through. There we go. There's our leader, Earl. 1.17 up in this second and third battle. Hewitt and Edgecombe. Edgecombe in that blue set of overalls, and he's going to get up the inside, but it looks like it's going to be a double pass and double bad news, Jaden Hewitt, because I think Bushell also pushed his way through at the same time.
I think he did. He was waiting for that, wasn't he, Bushell? And he follows Billy Edgecombe through. Hewitt lost a lot of momentum there. He clipped one of the curbs on the second chicane, and that slowed him down towards Button Bend through the left-hander. That's what we saw that move develop at the second chicane, and cracking drive from Billy Edgecombe to get through. Bushell came through behind Jaden Hewitt, so I'm not sure what happened there, Nick. They've maybe sorted themselves back out through the paddock complex.
But he's right in his tail now. And Bushell,
got a
broken cart in there. That's quite risky. Oh, and he was going for the move that's that's going to be an interesting question mark. I didn't see yellow flags though at that point. There wasn't a yellow as the cart is yanked off the track by the young man. So now there will be yellows somewhere. This is a green flag, but I'm not quite sure. Bushell was pretty close, and he was right up the inside of Hewitt going through that complex.
Fastest lap of the race so far, Jasmine Taylor. Jasmine there in 6th place, a 45.7. So she is doing a cracking job there. She's gotten ahead of Melissa Adrian for that 6th place. She's chasing down Mitchell Mulvey now. But what she's done is she's safeguarded against Mason Perrin coming and having a go at overtaking those two.
Absolute dogfight for third place.
Ding-dong, isn't it? Ding-dong, out of the paddock complex. And towards us now, it's Jaden Hewitt and Alfie Bushell now in 3rd, Jaden Hewitt 4th, Mitchell Mulvey 5th. So it's Bushell, Hewitt and Mulvey there. Bushell in the yellow cart, down the inside has gone Hewitt, side by side through the Weldon hairpin. And Bushell doing very well not to have Mulvey coming through as well.
Well, he's kind of actually lost enough momentum there that he was right under the right under threat from Mulvey, but that seems to have eased back off again now. Mason Perrin seems to be being held at bay in that next set of 3 carts. At 8th is behind our 2 lady drivers, Jasmine Taylor and Melissa Adrian. So the girls doing a very good performance in this junior Rotax.
Yeah, and Mason Perrin, as I thought, would that progress kind of slows down as you get towards the front of the field, as everybody at the front are there by dint of being on the pace.
Yeah, I think there's an element, obviously, that people know where they are, and at this point in the season they know who's fast. At some point you're not going to fight it, are you? Because it costs you more time. Eventually the guys in the championship will get past you. Well, let's let them through with a minimum loss and then concentrate on our own race, which may be for 6th, it may be for 9th, maybe for 15th.
This battle for 3rd rages on. These 3 carts, it's anybody's race so far. We've got another cart off on.
That's another cart,
driver's right, yeah. That's it's the heat that does affect how these engines run, of course, and the extreme heat of today. So last lap board out for our leader Levi Earl, who guns underneath us now. There's Billy Edgecombe in 2nd. That's the last lap board there. And then this battle for 3rd rages on through the first chicane. Time beginning to ebb away now. If you're going to make your move, Alfie Bushell. Oh, and all over the curb there for Jaden Hewitt. He's going to lose time, or has he? Can he hang on to it through the kink on the back straight and into the second chicane? They're on the limit, aren't they? Sliding the carts on the brakes into that chicane. Looks over his shoulder. No, you're safe.
It's a kind of interesting because you've got a section where if you've made a mistake, if you can just save yourself to the next heavy braking stage, it's back to, you kind of set
reset,
zero again.
A reset, yeah. Into the paddock complex for the last time, I should say. Levi Earl takes the checkered flag. He's done what he had to do. He's took the win from pole position. Billy Edgecombe second, and there's that battle for third place. Jaden Hewitt, Alfie Bushell, Mitchell Mulvey not that far behind, and getting onto the back of Mulvey was Jasmine Taylor. Mason Perrin finally got ahead of Melissa Adrian and comes in 7th. We've then got Melissa Adrian 8th, Tom Holden, Taylor Dixon round off the top 10, and then we had James Rigby, Presley Walker, Louis Rees, Billy Vogt, Callum Scrivens, Alex Fraser 16th, Daniel Haynes, Jill Leverton, George Kay, Rafi Salentano rounds off the top 20, Levi Goodyear, Will Swales, Luke Sawyers, Joshua Delacarter, Jamie Salter, Freddie Theobald, Maxim Smith, Riley Thatcher. It was Alfie McBain that we saw pull off just at the on the penultimate lap there. We lost Ollie Morris on lap 6 and Freddie Whirlock went out on lap 2. So good racing there, good clean racing there, I've got to say, from the juniors. We had a little bit of good, solid overtaking that went on, but nothing to show any concern, really. Good driving standards there from the youngsters. We've got the first of our senior Rotax 162s out next, Dick.
Excellent. Wayne Redding says, go Tom Holden. Rosie B said, James has got this. And obviously we had Jobo 75 ADHD Rocks Hills and Zach Bolton. Come on, Zach and LRG. And yes, she's very pleased with his result. And he's got all his USA, UK and Australian fans now. So apparently.
I'll say that in my headset. Eh?
Go then. What was
that? He's got an international fan club.
Well, yeah. This could be a very clear up because so many cars have pulled off, isn't there?
Yes, we could have a few. We could have a few minutes. 10 points splits the top of the championship table in senior Rotax, filling up to 165. This is after drop scores.
Yeah.
So this is sort of how it's looking now. If this is a nightmare of a weekend for anybody, then this is the round that they will drop. You drop your lowest point score across the 6 rounds. Kieran Gifford, he's on 655 points, 10 points behind Finlay Watson, and then literally 1 point behind Gifford is Ollie Varney. 3 points behind him is Kyle Dunford. And then 1 point behind him is Matthew Lambert. That's the top 5.
Is that the definition of anybody's game then?
Say again?
That's the definition of anybody's game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was like last year, Nick. You know, when Simon Keeble pulled into the Parc Fermé and they went, hey, you're the champion. He went, what? He didn't even realise he was in contention coming into it.
That's bad. That's bad management, that is.
You want to look at the grid?
Yeah, I'll do it, shall I? So, in pole for this one, it's Jake Davis. Next to him on the front row is Ollie Goodyear. We've got Rob Statham on 3, Grace Lee Davis on 4. That's Ben Fichetti and Lee Dublin on the third row. Row 4 is Max Martin and George Sanders. Row 5, Charlie Walsh and John Hobbs. Row 6, Sam Elliott and Chris Harris. Row 7, Samuel Wyatt and Finlay Watson. Row 8, Ryan Mills and Scott Lowther. Row 9, Adam Rogers and Jodie Fox. Row 10, Marcus King and Bobby Rosier. Row 11, Alex Jackson and Matt Lambert. It's row 12, it's that master himself, Paul Ozan and Tommy Lee Davis. Row 13, Louis Ball and James Becker. Row 14, Ethan White and Pedro Oliveira. Row 15, Kieran Gifford, the RO plate winner, and Luke Evans. And then we have Reece Pope and Olivari in row 16. And bringing up the rear, just because that's how it was drawn out the box and nothing to do with any pace, is Adam Cerner. But don't forget, if your favourite wasn't in that, that's because not everyone is in every heat. It's multiple heats split across for the senior.
My favourite,
Rotax. If your favourite, so your favourite driver, you haven't heard his name.
Oh, yes. If you're not particularly mine, just yours. Right, here we go. Here we go. We get them underway. And
how did we get stuck on that?
I don't know. We are racing, though, and down towards the Weldon hairpin. A little bit of nudging under braking there. That's not no foul, no gain on the first lap into the Weldon hairpin. And out of the Weldon hairpin, down the back straight. And there's a challenge into the second chicane there. It's the 2 red livery carts that sort themselves out. You've got to sort themselves out. Somebody taking the escape road. He's going to have to give about 20 places up there. That number 74. I think it's 74.
That's Jake Davis, it is.
Into the caravan hairpin and then down towards the complex, the paddock complex
gone
here.
off the caravan.
Through a left then a right, and then it's a sweeping right-hander that brings you back on to a very short straight into
leading.
Then a left-hander, and then across the line. Let's see who
So
it is.
Good year. Good year for Sanders. Good start for Sanders. From fourth to say the big loser there is Grace Lee Davis, who started fourth and hasn't come round yet. So did she not start?
Now Jake Davis in third place. Jake Davis in third place. He took the escape road at the chicane. So I'm not sure what the officials will see about that. So Jake Davis showing in third place. Got a cart off there, have we?
Yeah, we had Grace. I think it must have been Grace who went off at the caravan corner last time, because she dropped from fourth to last.
No, we've got somebody off at...
No, I know.
Right.
I'm just filling the story from the previous thing I said.
I'll come in again. Do
go
that
on,
again.
off we go.
Do that. I don't
So
know
Gracie Davis must have been the cart that crashed on lap one at the caravan corner, because she went from fourth to last, Joe.
Ah, right, yes, and we've got just up at Dan Weldon hairpin as well, Nick.
Excellent.
So it means we might have a cart off up there, or hopefully just a wheel off. Right, back to the first chicane then, lap 2. You wouldn't think we did this every month, would you?
No. 74 in third place, but we don't know where he's going to keep that third place after running through the escape road, the bright white cart. And then we're looking at the battle for fourth and fifth. That was the 126 and 121. Max Martin, which is a great name for those who love endurance racing, and John Hobbs. It's great, I think, for people who like cricket from the 50s. So,
yeah, I'll try not to say Martin. Max Martin.
It's hardly an insult, though, is
Max
it?
Martin. No, not an insult at all. He's a cracking race driver. Is Max Martin. Works Aston Martin driver. Yeah, he has. He's BMW driver as well. Anyway, back to the race. Here we go. It's 3 laps completed. Goodyear, Sanders, Jake Davis still on there in third. Max Martin fourth. John Hobbs, Christopher Harris, Sam Wyatt, Jodie Fox, Charlie Walsh. Rounding off the top 10 is Bobby Rosier.
There he goes.
There's nothing in it, Nick.
That was Wyatt getting past Harris. That was a 6-7 swap, those two.
So Sam Wyatt moving up the order. His younger brother Ethan moving into the senior class this weekend, because he's basically getting too big.
Just can't make the weight, can they?
Yeah, can't make the weight, that's the thing. Sam, remember, is our current junior champion from 2022 in the NKC. This year's Junction 6 NKC.
Ben Fouquet just went past. He's was running slow with his hand up, so he'll be pulling out at the end of this lap. Lots of scrubbling in the middle there.
Still no change in the top 5 though, and the fastest lap of the race so far from John Hobbs, who's the first of the Masters as well in that 5th place overall. John Hobbs on the number 121.
With Martin and Hobbs behind him. Yeah, the 121 is that green stripe on the mostly white bodywork. Just chasing behind Max. They come through the paddock camera.
Just realised, Nick, I can't really see the screen for the sun from that angle.
We're sitting closer now.
Yes, we are. It's a little bit warm.
That can cause problems.
Into the Weldon hairpin for the number 73. Ollie Goodyear leading this race, just having a quick look over his shoulder there, just to monitor the progress of George Sanders behind him. It's third place Jake Davis still sitting there.
Yeah, and fourth and fifth really are the ones who are fighting it out at the moment.
It's Max Martin and John Hobbs, that lot. Max Martin in the green and white cart there. John Hobbs, first of the Masters, in 5th, and the fastest cart on the track at the moment. What do we mean by Masters? I think it's over 35.
Sounds very young for me.
Masters over 35? Our Masters class over 35.
So Hobbs got Martin that time round, and now he's going to start this the white
I've had
cart
that
with the green. I think it's not white cart with the green nose. It's actually just Tony Kart colours, isn't it?
Yes.
He's in the Tony Kart livery from a distance. And come close on the tubes. Oh, yeah, the stripes as well. It's Tony Kart livery.
It's predominantly green and white, though, isn't it?
He'll have no problem with spares this weekend, will he?
No, they're pretty much the whole of the Tony Kart empire.
There's 400 of them about half a mile away at PFI.
Yeah. There's a European Championship meeting going on across the field, literally, at the PFI track. Lincolnshire really are spoiled, aren't they, with 2 fabulous kart tracks in the same sort of vicinity. And with 2.5 minutes remaining in the first heat for senior Rotax, we've got Ollie Goodyear, who hasn't really pulled out a lead. It's been around 3 to 4 tenths of a second. It's just gone out at just under 5 from George Sanders. Jake Davis in that third place is now become the fastest kart on the track, and he's pulling that gap back to George
second
Sanders.
And third, you're right. It's interesting because Ollie Goodyear's been exceptionally comfortable with that 4 kart length gap. He's had to vote the whole time, but suddenly the man on the move, as you say, Davis, who's, we think, potentially looking at a penalty, but he's ignored it and just gone for it.
Yeah, I think you just got to get your head down and see what the officials will make of you missing your first chicane, or the second chicane, wasn't it?
Yeah, second chicane, yeah.
Yeah, so now he's found his pace, hasn't he, with coming towards the end of the heat. It's the 74 kart we're talking about there. He's pulled that gap to that second place, number 56 of George Sanders. And if Sanders isn't careful, he might catch him napping, because I'm pretty sure Sanders will be aware, because you can actually hear the engine of the karts around you. So you kind of get it changes the tone in your head, and you hear karts right with you. Now he knows he's there. See the little flick looking behind him across his right shoulder? He's heard the kart right on his bumper, and behind them, John Hobbs and Max Martin, they're catching them as well. John Hobbs and Jake Davis are trading fastest laps of this race. They've just gone through, nobody that time there, because they're now beginning to slow one another up.
Sanders is going to be under threat at this corner, and but no, a little bit of a touch on the front, not enough for a bumper penalty, but it was like, no, you're not doing that.
No, I think he said, hang on, mate, let's just catch him in front.
Really, I think that was more don't do it, because there's no indication at all.
A waved finger.
There was no indication that Sanders has got the ability to catch Goodyear.
Well, the thing is,
that far behind the entire time.
The Dan Weldon hairpin here at Fulbeck, it's a textbook hairpin. So you take a late apex, you want to apex towards the coming out of the corner. So you kind of leave the door open, which is a little bit too inviting for Jake Davis, wasn't it? And he thought, there's a bit of space there, carrying momentum into the corner. Here we go, first chicane.
So this will be the place again. But he's got a problem himself, because he's now got John Hobbs right behind him.
And Hobbs is quick.
That, to me, was more of a defensive move than an attempt to get past. He was basically saying, no, John, I'm staying here. And now we have to think about perhaps getting up the inside at Caravan Coil. Oh, that's a move and a half.
Oh, that
up
was
the inside.
I'm going to give him a round of applause there, because that was textbook. On the brakes, into the chicane, that was class. Class move there from Jake Davis. An absolutely textbook move there. Momentum out of the Dan Weldon hair, out of the second chicane. Dan Weldon hairpin into the second chicane. Through the king, bit tricky. And now we've got George Sanders going into the last lap, final lap there, shown on the start gantry. Sanders has now got John Hobbs all over that rear bumper. So it's not quite over yet, everybody. Woo. The leader, Ollie Goodyear, is reaping the harvest while the sun is shining, so to speak. And look at John Hobbs now in the 126 of Max Martin, now looking like he might gain a couple of points as well.
Yeah, Sanders has been hung out to dry, hasn't he, now? And all he can do is look behind him. Last lap, as you can see by our new
there's the dive.
One-lap graphic.
There's the dive. And there's gone through. Max Martin's gone through with John Hobbs.
Oh, dear.
He took the dive at the Caravan hairpin, and poor George Sanders was pretty much mugged there for 2 places. As the checkered flag flies for Ollie Goodyear. Jake Davis will finish second on the road. John Hobbs third. Max Martin fourth. George Sanders fifth. Sam Wyatt, great drive by Sam Wyatt. And Charlie Walsh, the SD Racing number 11 of Charlie Walsh, finishes in seventh. And Jodie Fox eighth. Ninth is Bobby Rosie. Finley Watson 10th. And then we've got Adam Rogers, winner of the Mechanics and Dads race at Wilton Mill last at the All-Plate meeting. How he qualified as a mechanic or a dad, I don't know yet, but he is a master, so he's over 35. Matthew Lambert was 12th. Then we've got Christopher Harris. I'm not bitter though.
No,
fifth place in the first heat.
Yeah.
Adam Rogers, Matthew Lambert, Christopher Harris, Reece Pope 14th, Cleveland Gifford, the All-Plate, carrying the All-Plate. Look at that. What have I done?
No, you've broken it.
And I've broken it.
Just read it from there then.
Yeah. So Ollie Varney Kieran Gifford is 15th, Tommy Lee Davis 16th. Then we've got Ollie Varney, Ethan Wyatt in his first senior race there. So Ethan got to be happy with that 18th place. Luke Evans is 19th, Sam Elliott, Scott Lowther, Pedro Oliveira, Paul Azan 23rd, Lewis Paul, Alex Jackson, Marcus King on the 26th, quite happily. Then we've got James Becker, Ryan Mills, Grace Lee Davis, Adam Cerner, Rob Statham, and we only lost one kart there, Ben Ficchetti. And
Yeah.
he went out on lap 3.
And he did pull into the pit, so there won't be a long delay in clearing these people.
I'll try not to press the wrong thing on my screen.
It's all right. There's lots of pressing of wrong things. Don't worry. Don't forget, you can literally let yourself off many things. We're all too hot. Everyone's too hot.
What we got next? Minimax. Don't forget the NKC 2024 calendar is already out there. It's already been done and dusted. The contracts have been signed, and we've got a 6-round championship with an all plate waiting for the contract to be signed. So look out for that news being announced, hopefully quite soon. Got a Clay Pigeon for round 1, Fulbeck back here at Fulbeck for round 2. And then we've got Wilton Mill, Rowra, Three Sisters, and then a new circuit for NKC, Forest Edge, down in the south of England. Season kicks off in April, 21st of April. We've got a gap in May. We then reconvene very early in June, 1st and 2nd of June at Fulbeck. End of June for Wilton Mill, 29th, 30th of June. 20th, 21st of July. 21st, 22nd of September. We have Three Sisters, and then we finalise the championship for 2024 on the 19th and 20th of October at Forest Edge. So, you know what? Get your registrations in early, because the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, to give it its full title this season, is very, very popular and has become a very popular, albeit intense, championship. When anything becomes an important thing to win, then the intensity rises, doesn't it, Nick? It goes through the roof. We've got the Minimaxes out. We've got 10 of them, and they may be the smallest grid in the NKC. However, it's not necessarily the class that gives us the least amount of racing. These youngsters absolutely go at it, hammering tons. Sonny Morgan is on the pole position. He's currently second in the championship, 2 points behind Sebastian Corking. Daniel Hartley is alongside Ben Adrian, who was out at Wilton Mill for the first time and took a heat win at the previous round, round 4. So Ben Adrian, we expect to be up near the front. Seb Corking, championship leader. Seb leading the championship, as I said, by 2 points from Sonny Morgan. He's in 4th. 5th place is Lucy Lovell with Eddie Stewart, who joined us in the comms box, didn't he, at the All Plate?
Yeah.
Did far too good a job for my liking.
It's gone.
For you should be worried, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Max Carlton and Zauri Viserek are on row 4, and then row 5 is rounded off by Leo Basterfield and Jensen Cox. That's our 10-kart field for Minimax. And they are coming together now towards us at the line. And it'll be poor man Sonny Morgan who gets things underway. But it was not Sonny Morgan who got the jump. It was Daniel Hartley who slots in front of Sonny Morgan and takes the ideal line. But Sonny Morgan coming back down. That's Seb Corking around the outside. That red and white kart of Seb Corking, championship leader. Importantly for Seb, he's gone ahead of Sonny Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan made a very poor start there. He managed to get himself into completely the wrong place on 3 different occasions, and now he's in 4th place in the 27 kart. So easy to see Sonny in the in the very colourful blue machine with the yellow nose cone and more blue. But yeah, it's Sonny in 4th there, but 2nd and 3rd, they're the ones who are nose to tail. And that, I assume, is Hartley and Corking.
Ben Adrian. I think
Ben
it's Ben
Adrian.
Adrian.
And
Here they come. Let's confirm things, Nick, as they cross the line. And there's Adrian challenging Corking down the inside at the first chicane and making it stick. Yeah, so Ben Adrian, who took the first heat win at Wilton Mill, got the card going straight on at the first chicane, but 2nd place now is in the possession of Ben Adrian. Championship protagonist Seb Corking in 3rd, Sonny Morgan 4th, and then behind them Basterfield, Eddie Stewart, Lucy Lovell, Zauri Viserek, Max Carlton and Jensen Cox. Yeah, very calm sort of end to the first lap. Everyone kind of pretty much keeping positions at the moment. But it looks again like the man on the move is Ben Adrian. Yeah, he's proved to be very quick. He joined us at the Wilton Mill 4th round, and he proved to be very quick out the box. Did Ben? He had He actually had 2 heat wins. He won the 1st and the 2nd heat. He had a 4th and an 8th in the final. So must have had a problem in the final then. Oh, it rained, didn't it? That's right, because it rained at that point. So he won the 2 dry heats and had problems in the wet. It was wet for the final heat, wet for the final. Well, he's just took the lead in heat 1 here. It's dry. It's dry. Yeah, he's very quick in the dry. Yeah, looking over his shoulder. It's textbook, just on the brakes there.
Look at that.
Oh, in fact, no, Daniel Hartley, he slid wide on the brakes there. He kind of went a bit too wide just initially, and Ben Adrian saw the door pretty much open for him, and he went through it. Absolutely went through it. So thanks for that second look at that. We really saw what happened here. Now then, Daniel Hartley is dropping off the back of Ben Adrian, and that is going to put him towards Seb Corking and Sonny Morgan.
It looked like Sonny Morgan was getting a little bit more interested in the back of Seb Corking
as
well.
And they're both taking an interest in the back of Daniel Hartley, aren't they?
Yeah. Now, of course, one of the reasons that there's two reasons Ben's very quick, and one of the obvious reasons is he's good, but obviously he's probably going to have fresher tyres having joined on Heat at round 4.
Well, he's joining at the half season.
Yeah, but
so
it was a wet race, so he's only put a couple of races on, hasn't he? He's had a couple of runs. Nobody, Eddie Stewart told us
not allowed 2 sets.
No, but basically, everyone here, it's round 5. If you're doing it sensibly, you've done 2 rounds on each set.
Yes.
So they're starting their 3rd full round, effectively. Yes. He's done half a round.
Yes.
Because it was wet.
Yeah.
And as Eddie Stewart said, they're worth 0.3 of a second for the entirety of the first meeting. So
yeah, it's a good point there.
I'm not trying to belittle what he's doing.
No, he's driving a good race. I mean, he's invariably quick, and if the lads behind him don't sort of get wrapped up in that and just focus on their job in hand, there's
this is Eddie Stewart.
Eddie Stewart. Talking of Eddie Stewart, he's there. He's just dropped behind Leo Basterfield there in the purple and white cart, the 119. Getting ahead of Eddie Stewart and a bit of a gap.
Eddie's an interesting driver because you don't know what you're going to get, do you? You're going to get there's 2 Eddies. There's at the front. My gosh, he's quick Eddie, and Eddie just kind of drifts backward, Eddie.
Yeah, the comeback kid, I call it.
You don't know which. You never know which one you're going to get from lap to lap in many ways.
Well, he's under pressure now from Viserek, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's Basterfield got past him. Viserek now is lining up Eddie Stewart behind Viserek, Max Carlton, Lucy Lovell and Jensen Cox. Yeah, just crossing the line there. He's dropped back because of a problem, I think, earlier on.
Yeah, Viserek in the 33. That's the cart with the third of these 3 carts with the yellow flashes.
We'll keep a wary eye on what's happening.
Things are going to 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The 1st and 2nd carts, Ben Adrian and Daniel Hartley, have pulled out. But Daniel Hartley has found the pace because he's just put in the fastest lap. Sonny Morgan has woken up as well, or his tyres have woken up at least, and now he's looking like he's challenging Seb Corking. Yeah. These 2 in 3rd and 4th there, the red and white cart and the blue and yellow cart, dropping back from those 2 carts in the foreground.
Yeah, Kevin went defensive there, going to down the main straight into hairpin off of chicane 1. So he's now just aware that his major rival for the championship is right behind him, and these are obviously our real points that really will count if they end up using this as one of their scoring rounds. So what you don't want to have is an immediate 2-point loss or 2-point change loss between being overtaken by your major rival.
We'll be thinking 2.5 minutes remaining. The battle for the win in this heat is beginning to get a little bit warm as we've got Ben Adrian being chased down by the fastest driver on the track at the moment, Daniel Hartley, 47.2, and what was a comfortable gap for Ben Adrian is now not, because there's only about a cart's length in that, and as we go around this track here at Fulbeck, that gap is coming down.
Yeah.
It's coming down to mere centimetres, if not none at all, as they come out of the second chicane, head towards the left-hander at Button Bend, and then on towards Caravan Corner, the hairpin right, down the short chute, underneath Frank, our cameraman, and then into the Paddock complex, and then sweeping right-hander. That's a double apex corner, but it's all one sweep on the steering wheel.
Yeah, they're doing the 2 pairs now, the top 4, aren't they? It's 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th. Looks like Morgan really is getting interested in corking at the moment, but at the same time, he's moved away from Ben Adrian. There's a little bit bigger gap, but yeah, the 2 pairs are nailed together, but now the separation between the 2 pairs is a second. So this is really the battle with 1 minute 19 seconds to go for those various podium places. There's a podium for Heat, which there isn't.
Well, no, not for the Heat. The thing is, the drivers are fully aware of how much time there's left, because every time they come under the starting gallery, there's a big clock And they can clearly see that, so they know how much time is left in this race. And the clock has just ticked underneath the minute mark, and they will see, now they're lapping in 47 seconds, so they've got 2 more laps after this.
They might have 3.
No, they'll not have 3, they'll have 2.
No, because they've got this lap, they'll come under with 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, this lap, sorry, 2 laps after this one is what I said.
Doesn't matter.
That's right, yeah. Well, write it down.
Yeah. There's 17 laps to go. Divided by 3 sheep and a barrel of corn. Who gets to London first? Yeah.
Right then. Daniel Hartley looking very racy indeed. Ben Adrian clearly a quick driver, and Ben Adrian fully aware in this lead that he's got Daniel Hartley breathing down his neck. Seb Corking looks like he's pulled out a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of a breather from the advance of Sonny Morgan. Sonny chasing after Seb Corking, knowing he's got to do it. He's got to finish ahead of Seb, but he's not on par. He's not on mission statement, certainly in this first heat. I'm just looking at Sonny Morgan's body language in that kart, and he's just not. He's lacking power, in my view. He feels like he's lacking power. His head's just gone down behind the steering wheel to,
everything's got too hot, isn't it?
Reduce the airflow, and he just hasn't got the pace. And I'm seeing that. Yeah, he still hasn't not on the bumper of Seb Corking.
Yeah, I mean, he's faded back a little bit away from Seb during the last few laps, but certainly not fading away is Dan Hartley, who's up the inside of our leader. There's a change for the lead there at the caravan corner. Beautiful move there by Hartley. I think he basically decided to go for the surprise move. He surprised me because look, he did it much later.
That's more to do with Ben Adrian sliding wide. Ben Adrian went in too hot and basically just slid out to the outside, and Hartley, who was on the optimum line, just continued on that optimum line and just filled the gap. So battle for first and second, battle for third and fourth.
They've given them the last lap as well, so they've taken a lap out of it.
Yeah, time running out. Oh, and now we've got Sonny Morgan on the back of Seb Corking as well. The 2 karts there. Sonny Morgan looking down the inside of Button Bend. Not quite. Dan Hartley, young Daniel, hanging on to the lead down the short chute towards the paddock complex for the final time. Side by side, does it look like it was side by side? It's not for third and fourth.
We're side by side now as they come round the.
Here comes the leaders.
They came right round.
Across the line.
And Morgan got him. Morgan got him on the last lap coming out of the exit of paddock. He's taken him.
Hopefully we might be able to see that again and see how Sonny Morgan made that stick. So the final result for the first heat for Minimax, and what a race that was, right to the flag there. It wasn't over until it was indeed over. Daniel Hartley takes a fine win by 0.3 of a second from Ben Adrian. Sonny Morgan snatches that third place for Seb Corking. He's back on mission statement, clawing points back to Seb Corking in the championship. Leo Basterfield 5th. Zauri Visarek in 6th. Eddie Stewart finishes 7th ahead of Max Cartlin 8th. It was Lucy Lovell and Jensen Cox rounding off the 10 kart field.
So I don't think anyone had a problem with that one, so we should have a very quick turnaround into race number 5, which is the second heat of Rotax 177, which means that some people will be getting their second race underway by 11:15, because obviously some people will be have been in both heat 1 and heat 2, and some people probably may not even started yet, because there's 5 heats in total, isn't there? I'm right in saying, or was there 4? No, there's 5. So yeah, so you could actually end up having all 3 heats. So some people could be 2/3 the way through their day, and other people might not even start at the end of this race. That's the vagaries of heat racing.
We love the vagaries of racing.
The vagaries of racing what makes me happy. Just so you know, there is a lot of heat gain already now. I think 11 o'clock. We're in the very, very nice. You can see it actually on the screen just by the just to the right. We're in the space age sort of timing and scoring and commentary hub, which is normally lovely and gives you a fantastic view. Unfortunately, it's also right in the line of the sun.
It is. Let's have a quick look at this grid for our second heat for 177. Some of these drivers are out for their second time. Stephen Horner on pole position from Carl Bryant alongside. We've got Billy Clark and Matt Zanetti on row 2. Alex Thomas, Michael Mallet, Rhys Llewellyn, Cole Edwards, Thomas Storer, Joshua Pickford round off the top 10. Keith Mason, Ian Branfield, Will Milner, Seb Bulpin, Paul Moran, Dave Nolan, Ben Hitch, Lawrence Hilton, Tyler Kelsey, James Frost round off the top 20. And then we've got Steve Stewart, Aidan Hammond, Steve Gilly, Matt Ogden, Harry Wainwright, Ryan Taylor Truman, Oliver Mawson. It's Mike Edwards rounding off the 28 field. So full grid, if you like. They are through the Paddock complex and about to come into our view. So it's Stephen Horner, the LRG Motorsport driver, on the front row of the grid in the bright orange helmet with the red and white livery. Alongside him on the Tony Kart is Carl Bryant. Carl working for Williams F1 team on their wind tunnel development programme, he was telling me yesterday. And we've got the 177s side by side through the Dan Weldon hairpin, and it's the 277 of Max Zanetti who comes out on the tail of Stephen Horner, who leads this first heat. We've got an incident.
Certainly, yeah, I know what it is.
At the hairpin, a couple of carts off into the barriers.
Number 3
and the number 146.
And Ian Branfield. Hitch and Branfield have gone off.
Right, Zanetti is challenging Horner. Carl Bryant having to defend for third, and looks like he's dropped behind Alex Thomas on the number 7. Or does he? We'll clarify that as they come through now. No, it was Michael Mallet on the 71 that I saw. Stephen Horner leads, Max Zanetti second, Thomas Storer third. Then we've got Michael Mallet, Cole Edwards, Billy Clark, Alex Thomas, Keith Mason up to 8th, Will Milner, and Rhys Llewellyn is the driver who rounds up the top 10. Where did Carl Bryant go? I'm not sure.
Is he off, is he? One of those two that crashed, wasn't he?
I'm not sure, Nick. No. What I can tell you, though, I'm pretty sure Stephen Horner is leading this race. And he's got Max Zanetti, who's looking very, very quick indeed, and looks like he's going to be challenging very soon. Thomas Storer and Michael Mallet in third and fourth, not that far behind, and Stephen doing a cracking job here. Out onto the start-finish straight to complete 2 laps. Horner, great use of the brakes there, gets the kart turning in, rotating into the first chicane, and then into the Dan Weldon hairpin, and holding off in fine style Max Zanetti. Great line of karts behind him. Stephen using those brakes very effectively there on both of the braking areas into the chicane. That's where you can gain time. It's all about, as much about the brake pedal as it is about the throttle. And
really,
first couple of laps. Yes, it is. Actually,
I've not seen you do that. I just see you mostly off the track.
Who, me?
Well, I did see off the track twice in our little thing.
That was in the wet.
That was the wet.
Okay. Just playing. You see the way Stephen Horner there is getting the car to rotate on the brakes into the braking areas for the chicanes. It's working really well all the way down there at the Dan Weldon hairpin. Come out of the hairpin. Here they go. Through the kink on the back stretch, and then again flicks it, gets the kart pointed at that apex of the second chicane into Button Bend, turns it in, Caravan hairpin, and these two circulating together now. They've been doing this for 3 minutes, Nick. They've got another 5 minutes to continue this, and Zanetti, who looked like he was wanting to get past Stephen Horner very, very much from the outset, has kind of settled back into that second place. Behind them, Thomas Storer in third, Michael Mallet through in fourth. Then we've got Billy Clark, Cole Edwards, Will Milner, Rhys Llewellyn, Joshua Pickford, Harry Wainwright up the order from way down on the grid. Harry coming through to 10th. Keith Mason just outside the top 10 in that 11th spot. So we're getting towards half distance. And Stephen Horner, I mentioned in the first heat after he went out, that early retirement, his look really has to change. And it looks like so far so good halfway through this second heat of his. Matt Zanetti can't seem to get onto the rear bumper of that LRG Motorsport car. And Stephen, again, great use of the brakes there to get the car to rotate into the turn. Very, very tricky, the chicanes here at Fulbeck. And turning and braking into both of these chicanes, and as you can see there, Stephen has to fire the kart out. You've got to maximise the exit speed as much as the carrying speed into the corner. And Zanetti, he likes that inside line into the caravan hairpin. Out of there, down the short chute, into the paddock complex. Turning right, steer turning right. And then it's the left-hand sweep through timekeepers, the left-hander. And then across the line to complete 6 laps. The gap is 0.3 of a second at the line. It ebbs and flows around the track for sure. Getting some lovely panoramic shots of Fulbeck this morning. Coming back towards us now. And Horner on great form here. Can he hang on to this? Now the drivers will know the timings and how much time is exactly how much time is left in this heat, and it's now inside of 3 minutes. As Mazzanetti just playing. Is Mazzanetti, Nick, playing a waiting game? Because he's circulating about 0.3 behind Stephen Horner, and I'm not sure if it is a waiting game or he's trying his damnedest to catch him.
My guess is that, as you say, one of the advantages, you know how long. Oh, black flag for 76, by the way. Black flag 76. That's Adrian Hammond. Oh dear, Aidan Hammond, our interviewee.
I'm not sure what that's for, Nick.
Could be all sorts of things. But yeah, the top two, as you know, well, I was going to say perhaps he's playing a waiting game. It's quite obvious in those last 3 sentences I said that Steve Horner's made a major break on Zanetti.
Yeah.
And now has pulled out that comfortable half, 3/4 second gap.
Yeah, and you know, just as much as Mazzanetti knows there's only 2 minutes to go, so does Stephen Horner. So has Stephen Horner been playing a waiting game? That's the battle for third, or sixth, I should say, with Harry Wainwright.
That's a 39 car, which is in fifth, which is the second of these two cars. That is amazing in real life. The sun, it's fluorescent. It's a metallic pink and yellow, and it just pings off the sun as it goes beneath us.
In comparison to it being animated on the screen.
I mean, not when it's been through cameras and processing and everything else. It's got that kind of metallic zing. Anyway, that's the colour of this car, racing-wise.
So that's Cole Edwards.
Yeah,
that we're looking at there in fifth place. Billy Clark behind him. Will Milner behind them.
No, the second of those. The second of those was Edwards. So it was Wainwright, Edwards, and Clark.
We've got. We had about 1 minute 4 seconds there as Stephen Horner came underneath us. So it might mean that we're going to get another 2 laps after this one. As Horner extends his lead to 4/10, fastest personal best lap time from Zanetti in second, a 45.9. So that's the first of the leaders to dip into the 45 seconds between these two. And all sorts of challenges going on down the field, Nick.
Yeah, it's
there's a place gate. Is that Keith Mason? Can't quite see the number there because of the sun.
Number 11, a bit further back. So under line with 14 seconds to go. It's got our third place man, Thomas Storer. So we've got a couple more laps left. First and second are comfortably apart by half a second. Thomas Storer back 4 more and 3 more to Harry Wainwright. Big lose out Billy Clark in that last lap. But this is one of those races where they can't all be classics. This one's very stretched out.
Yeah, 2 laps remaining, so it'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time by for Stephen Horner.
And there's a huge kerfuffle. Oh, and someone's missed it entirely. Who was that? Missed it entirely. The red cart there missed entirely the start finish. There he is. He's on camera now. Oh, he's lost his nose. He's had a massive act. He's lost his nose as well.
Yeah.
What happened there?
He's had a bit of an off. Pulls into the pits. The leader's gone underneath us, Nick. So we'll try and pick up the leaders now. They're heading down towards the Dan Weldon hairpin. And Stephen Horner really has had a very, very good drive indeed. I mentioned earlier about he needed his luck to change. If he can hang on to it for just another couple of hundred metres or so, few hundred metres or so, then his luck really has changed, and he'll be delighted with a heat win.
It was Will Milner whose kart was missing vital parts of his equipment, and he's pulled in. He knows his nose had come off it in somewhere. Goodness knows where.
Mazzanetti follows him in second and has not been able to challenge as we get towards the final turn then, and Stephen Hornet takes a fantastic heat win there in the second heat for Stephen of the day, and he'll be delighted with that. Hopefully we'll re-motivate him after such rotten luck this season. We'll re-motivate him to certainly see out. It's a long drive from the northeast of England down to Clay Pigeon for the final round, and he was becoming a bit dejected, I think. Hopefully that will rejuvenate his spirit and he'll be coming out fighting for his third heat. Mazzanetti followed him home in second. Thomas Storer was third. Harry Wainwright, great drive from Harry Wainwright. That's a massive points haul for him from down on the grid in fourth. Joshua Pickford fifth. Cole Edwards sixth. Reece Llewellyn seventh. Then we had Michael Mallett, Keith Mason ninth. Ryan Taylor Truman rounded off the top 10. And then we had Lawrence Hilton, Oliver Moss, James Frost, Alex Thomas, Tyler Kelsey, Mike Edwards, Matt Ogden, Zeb Pulpin, Ben Hitch, Steve Gilly, and Paul Moran finished 20th and 21st. Then we had Will Milner, who went out on lap 10. That was with that missing nose. Not quite sure what happened there. Billy Clark, we lost on lap 9. We lost Steve Stewart and Aidan Hammond on lap 6. And Ian Branfield went out on the first lap. Junior Rotax next, Nick?
It's Junior Rotax Heat 2, yeah, absolutely. Junior Rotax and a sauna is what's happening at the moment.
Yes, it is a bit. Yes, it is a bit.
So, obviously, you haven't got the up-to-date points after one of the heats.
No, sorry, no. Well, we can only go back off the championship table coming into this round. It's a battle between Mason Perrin and Levi Earl, and Levi Earl trying everything he can. He's gone on to a different engine for this weekend. He's running the Venator racing engines from Hunter Motorsport for the first time this weekend, and it proved effective in the first heat because he took the win. And he'll be wanting that to continue and maximise. Mason Perrin had a great drive, remember, Nick. Shall we have a look at the grid and see where these boys are coming out for this one?
I don't think Levi's in this heat, but Mason Perrin
will be. They're all.
No, there's a split.
Or is it?
Yeah, there's 4 heats of junior Rotax,
right.
so there's a slight split. Most of them coming out most of the time. But Levi are not in this one. Mason Perrin actually is starting down in 28th. So you have
another drive through the field to look forward to.
Freddie Moore in pole. Is he anywhere near the front? No. Freddie Moore in pole. Alex Timmins is on the front row with him. Row 2 is Curtis Latimer and Presley Walker. Row 3 is Melissa Adrian and Alex Fraser. It's Rafi Celentano and Levi Goodyear on row 4. Freddie Theobald and Freddie Verloc. So it's the Freddies on row 5. You can tell that the name Freddie was popular about 14 years ago, can't you? There's 3 of them in the top 10 cars. James Rigby and Alfie Bushell on 6th. Finley Underwood and Will Swells on 7. Joshua Delicata and Ewan Hughes in 8. Jasmine Taylor and Adam Catling in 9. Jaden Hewitt and Riley Thatcher in 10. Holden and Edgecombe are in row 11. Alex Dole and Reece Green row 12. Ollie Morris and Amy Peacock start in row 13. Mitchell Mulvey and Mason Perrin on 14. RG Hardeman, Jay Leverton 15. And Jamie Salter is row 16 on his own.
So I think we've got, Sarah Darlow just waves them off on the collecting area, and we've got the carts out on track. This is race number 6. We've got 19 races, I think, Nick. Let's just confirm that.
And all the finals.
And all the finals, of course. Yeah. So we've got a lot of racing to get through.
Hang on. A bit of important paperwork shuffling going on there. And then they come, get ready to get underway. Moore and Timmins on the front row. Told to slow right down, ignored it entirely, fired it up. Did The guy was waving slow as they were
flat out.
Throttle. It's brilliant.
Yes.
And right in the middle, 110 Presley Walker made a fantastic start and gone right through to the lead. So Presley leads.
At one point,
and it's a full start. It's basically a fantastic start. It's a full start.
Yeah, that's because the accelerator when they were told to slow down. It looked like to me going into the
hang on, is it a full start? I don't know.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's a full start certainly at the start-finish line, but the drivers don't appear to do so. And we are waiting for some full start flags to go out there.
Everyone's worked it out now, but it's good.
Take a little bit of...
they're going to have another warm-up lap. They won't be able to get this one sorted out.
Little bit, yeah. So now we gather them all up. Now they're on the same script.
Yeah, but now they've got to work out where they are again.
No, I think they are where they are, Nick. They are where they are. They're going to go around and sort themselves out. Have you noticed how it's always the juniors that we have issues with?
They're very keen. You know what youngsters are like? Everything happens too quickly.
Yes. Too slowly.
I'm not quite sure. But yeah, the idea of joining up together hasn't really kind of been handy to some of them. There's field spreads ridiculous. So someone needs to really put the brakes on now. Otherwise, they're going to shoot past where they should be.
And they have a tendency. It's Freddie Moore who's controlling this pace. And see, the more experienced drivers, they do know how to hold things up and gather things up at just the right time.
Now, are they going to ignore this poor Marshall around this corner?
Well, here we
go.
Now he's pointing at Freddie Moore.
Slow down.
Yeah,
and they have slowed down, and that's okay.
Again, we look like we're 10 wide going into the Dan Weldon hairpin. It's not quite that. That's just the way the picture squishes
11 wide.
Yeah, we have got the number 10 of.
Yeah, it's pretty more in
the 110.
More from Walker's making a second great start. Not quite as good as the last time when he got himself into the... Oh! Who's that off on the side? Who is that?
And that's
the 68. That's our leader, Freddie Moore. Moore's been tipped off, which I assume was...
Let's see if we can have another look at that.
We were coming off another shot, unfortunately.
Yeah. So there's the 68. We just got back to it, and the deed had been done. That was a big hit, Nick. He's moved those plastic barriers
quite a long way, but they've carried on going. He's just at the side and under local yellows at the moment. That's a big one. I see. He must have been tipped to get out there, but we don't know whether it was actually Presley Walker did it. Walker's got a nice break now. He's looking particularly unimpressed by that, is Freddie, but fair enough. Hat full of points out the window for him, unfortunately.
Right, that's settled things down at the front, hasn't it? Because we've now got quite a gaggle of carts equidistant from one another. We've got a cart pulling off to the driver's right.
And often stop.
Looked like he was stopping there. They're into the
yellow cart. We'll find out over the line it was. Someone in the middle of the field's pulled off.
Into the paddock complex now, and here they come to complete what will be 2 laps. And it's Presley Walker who is indeed leading this race. Alex Timmins, Alex Fraser third.
It was Alfie Bushell who pulled off to the side.
Oh, and that's not good for Alfie's championship. Certainly one of the front runners here. Alex Timmins in second has now got Alex Fraser. Alex, our current Minimax champion, the 2022 Minimax champion for NKC.
And he's gone through.
He's gone through, and that was more to do with the number. Who's that? He's just gone by.
Timmins.
It was Timmins, was it? I thought I saw. Yes, it was the number 18.
Timmins got nudged out.
He went slightly wide, didn't he? Yeah. And Alex Fraser said, "Thank you very much, Fraser." On the Lando Norris cart there, just went round the outside, going towards Caravan.
And here is the chaos. But one thing I would notice already, and I think it must be to do with the ambient conditions, is we've had a lot more carts just pull off than I can remember seeing in the other rounds.
Yeah. There's a lot of attrition, isn't there? Yeah, just pulling off with engine problems.
Goodyear under real and has lost 4th place to Curtis Latimer. So Goodyear, a 3-corner pass by Latimer. I think Goodyear in the end, the all-white cart with the all-black carter, decided discretion is a better part than valor and didn't fight it through. And in fact, there's another. I think Timmins has got a problem, I think Timmins has got an actual problem. He's just been very easily overtaken by Latimer. But yeah, I mean, he just doesn't seem to have the pace.
Is that fun okay for you?
And you?
Not me at all. Or anyone else, Nick.
I had it angled for you.
No, it isn't.
I think I'm blocking you.
Yes, you are.
But to answer your question,
Paul
yes,
and I
the
are
fan's
dying
lovely.
here. Paul and I are dying here. You're lovely and cool.
I'm not actually, but there you go. A bit more for you? How's that?
That's better, yeah.
Well, we're talking about the only method of moving air, which is a 1974 fan we found somewhere.
Yeah, we've managed to get the temperature down to 39 degrees in here, which is lovely. I'm not complaining.
We had 7 Finns come and knock on us. Is it here for the free sauna?
Yes. Look at this battle there. We've got a line of carts, and this is what mixed grids do, isn't it? You've basically got not so fast drivers at the front of the field, and people have to just find their way by them, and it brings great racing. And from a driver's point of view, it teaches you well, teaches you how to be patient, teaches you where to look for the weakness and where to make that overtake. It's not about do or die moves. It's about working it out and being technical. You know, where are you stronger? Where can you outbrake? Where can you out accelerate? That's what it's all about, and that's what we're seeing here. Some very, very good standards of driving here from the junior Rotax field.
2 white carts back in there, the leader with the black helmet. That's good, yeah. It's Rafi Solentano, who I assume it's not laziness, the fact they've got white carts, because they're on that weight limit and they can save themselves half a kilo without having stickers on the carts.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
That is
kids,
it. Yeah.
Those kids growing, pesky kids growing.
I'd stop feeding them.
Ruins the balance.
Do you want to go to McDonald's or do you want to be 200 to the lap faster? Yes, exactly.
Ruins the balance of the cart. We've got these chocking up behind that number 18, Alex Timmins, haven't we? They're just stacking up behind, and nobody really looking like they're not tripping over Alex Timmins. They're not in any way. Timmins has got good pace here, and they're very, very close on performance, this lot. And as I say that, right at the tail of the field there's a move. I think that was Finley Underwood on Melissa Adrian. I confirm that.
Mason Perrin's 14th now from the 28th start, so surely he has to start in pole for the third one.
Yeah, because he's had one near the middle.
14th and the 28th,
yeah. Yeah, it was Finley Underwood ahead of Billy Edgecombe, actually. That's what the move I saw. Melissa Adrian down to 10th now.
Oh, Timmins backs out of that, and he lost 2 places. So what happened there was he looked, stalled, waited, and then they both went through with the same open door.
Levi Goodyear, Rafi Salentano.
That makes a huge mistake breaking into the chicane, and he's going to lose 14 places. So it comes in here and just gets it over brakes, gets the rear wheel onto the tyre. And it's a good job there is an escape route, and well done also for waiting, not just flooring it and getting into the traffic. So actually a little bit of an error backed up by some very considerate driver by Salentano, but it's going to cost him so many places. So just so you know, going into the accident he was 6th. Let's see what he scored when he comes down the straight in a minute. But
Salentano it was, who's dropping down the order, and he's managed to regain his composure in 18th place.
More action there. That's Edgecombe, I think, in the blue. Number 20.
Number 20, Billy Edgecombe. We know how quick Billy is. He's 3rd in the championship. Only a few points in it. Only 7 points behind Levi Earl. In 2nd, Mason Perrin currently leads this junior championship. And Mason Perrin,
I think he's the last cart in this train as well.
Yeah, the red cart. Yeah. But
lots of, as you say, behind Prezi Walker, who's only got half a second lead, and then there's a second back to Latimer, then there's a big gap to Levi Goodyear in the white cart in 4th. And then there's a kind of just a train of carts.
We've got an absolute train. Billy Edgecombe's fastest lap of the race so far. Not far behind him, Freddie Worlock. He's ahead of Freddie Worlock's actually ahead of Billy Edgecombe on the track, but
we've got 2nd and 3rd actually. 2nd and 3rd are coming together as well. Latimer now right closer to Fraser, only 2/10 behind him. That's the top 3 on your screen at the moment. You see Walker's got a nice little lead. The 2nd and 3rd coming together, and this is going to be. They may get 2 more actually. I think they get round within 27 seconds. They get 2 more, but it is very much now a battle on for 2nd and 3rd in this, the Junior Rotax Heat 2, round 5, NKC 2023 at Fulbeck. And so late race pace paying off for Latimer if he can make the move, and then too wide. And
then Alex Fraser slid very wide coming out the first chicane there, and that put Latimer in position. However, Fraser coming back at him out of the hairpin. and getting ahead before the second chicane, or has he? No, he's
No,
not. In
no,
fact,
he's gonna
Fraser,
go,
having
he's gonna
outbreak
go.
himself, he slots back
Kept
in.
third.
Yeah, he'd be fine with that. The officials should be fine with that. He didn't gain a position, didn't gain an advantage.
There was a gap for him to get back in, was a lucky thing. There wasn't a gap for Salentano to get back in safely.
And Fraser now has a chance to come back at Latimer, who made that move out of the first chicane there, and they kind of went all the way through the Dan Whittle hairpin and down round to the second chicane. But Latimer, if anything, Nick, he looks like he's got a bit of a cushion. Oh, and that's an
someone's
exhaust.
lost an exhaust.
Yeah. Just come underneath us. That'll be the mechanical flag for him. Latimer having to defend from Fraser. He might do the switchback. No. Optimised line for Alex Fraser through the kink on the back stretch. Into the second chicane now. Latimer having to do his best. And if anything, just edging out a little bit of a cushion, but not a big cushion, is it? Fraser could come back at him at any time. We should have that exhaust disappearing into the pits, I would think. He's going to realise that it really does mess your engine up. You can damage your engine if you run your engine without an exhaust. No back pressure on a two-stroke is bad news.
And that's it, all over and done.
Great win from Presley Walker, who maximised that situation at the front of this field very much from the start. Curtis Latimer, it was, who hung on to that second place, having took that second place from Alex Fraser, who finishes in third. Billy Edgecombe finishes in fourth. Freddie Whirlock fifth. It's Finlay Underwood who finishes in that sixth spot.
Who is it? Oh, it's the number 9 car who is sounding like a farting hippopotamus.
Yeah.
James Rigby.
James Rigby is... I was just coming to James Rigby because he dropped down the order. He's down in 21st. Mason Perrin finishes behind Finlay Underwood and gets a good points haul. Levi Goodyear finishes 8th, Tom Holden 9th, and rounding off the top 10 was Alex Timmins.
Yeah, it's a strange fact, isn't it, that when people try and make their cars louder and louder to make them faster, but in two strokes you actually need to have an element of silencing, an element of back pressure.
You've got that
to
back
actually
pressure,
make the thing scavenge
to
properly.
Make the thing work, yeah.
And
you can really, it goes lean, it runs really lean because you've got no back pressure keeping that lubricating lubricating fuel mix in the cylinder. It just all blows out, doesn't it? That's a really simplified explanation. I'm not happy with the simplified explanation, Nick.
No, I'm sorry. What I'll do is I'll give you an entirely... Alyssa RVN says, Billy driving like he wants this championship absolutely on fire today. Was there no Levi Earl? No, because they're not all... There's 4 heats of junior Rotax, and they're each in 3 of them.
Yes.
So everyone has a bye heat, effectively.
So I can tell you that Levi Earl did win the first heat. And he's on a new engine this weekend. He's on the Venator Racing engine. He'll be happy with that first heat win from pole position. He's got a bit of a job coming next because he starts in the middle and then at the back.
Yes.
So we'll just see how Levi will keep an eye on
how he progresses. It would have been a huge loss in the championship if he had just got a no score.
It would have been, yes, absolutely. We want to maximise the competitive element of this championship. We are all for that. We don't want anybody dropping out.
6 people in the final who can win on.
We want everybody to go to Clay
October
Pigeon
the 20
in contention.
Second.
We want everyone in contention going into Clay.
Yes.
And everyone still is very much in contention because a lot can happen. There's a massive points haul.
And currently they're dropping their worst score, but they may have a worse score to come, and they may have to pick it back up again.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's senior TKM out for the first time this weekend in the Junction 6 NKC. Talking about two-strokes, these are... I'm not going to say proper two-strokes because Rotax Maxes are proper two-strokes, but air-cooled two-strokes. The difference. The Rotax Max is water-cooled. It's got a radiator on the side. It's got a slightly different note to it. However, the TKMs are the air-cooled TKM 110cc engines, and they are very smoky. And we like that, Nick.
Smoky Joe.
Yes, we like that. Ollie Milner will start on pole position with Matt Slate alongside. Got Joseph Booth and Ben Watson alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is Matthew Horton and James Workman with Molly Nicholas-Biles and Louis Bevan on row 4. And then we've got row 5, Mitchell Ball. Oh, Bevan and Ball, they're the 2 championship protagonists, aren't they?
Sorry, but they a nightclub act in the 70s.
Yeah, but Bevan and Ball.
Bevan and Ball, their magic act.
Mitchell Ball and Steve King are on row 5. Will Cregeen and Joseph Jakes are on row 6. Matt Cardwell and Charlie King, championship leader, on row 7. James Hull and Ryan Layton are on row 8. Jason Lovett and Leo Crabtree, row 9. James King and Matthew Temple Purcell, row 10. Row 11 is Chris Whiteside and Callan Lamont. And then row 12, Tom Johnson and Gordon Smith and Alexander Lehman rounds off the 25-card field. Now then, the championship looks like this. Charlie King leads on 687. On 685 in second is Louis Bevan. On 683 is Mitchell Ball. And then not far behind is Ben Watson and Joseph Booth, 666 and 659. Callan Lamont's also on 659. Ollie Milner's on 651. And that's down to 7th. 7 drivers massively in contention.
The other interesting thing about the TKM is we've had a kind of a very steady entry the whole season. And it was noticeable at the O-Plate, there were about 11, wasn't there? And now they've all come back into the championship. So you've got 25 races, all getting very well. And the smoke, as you can see, that's not the haze it was this morning, that's just the smoke hanging in the air. Joe does some contortions around me, I'm not quite sure what they are.
Yeah, lovely 2-stroke oil smoke in the air from these TKMs. A bit spread out there. Our pole man, Ollie Milner, will want to try and gather them up before he gets any further round. He's already bringing the field into order as they come into the paddock complex, which is a left-hand chicane, left-hand into a right-hander, left-right chicane, and then it's sweeping right-hander. That's a continuous turn. It's like 2 apexes. But it's a continuous turn there through the right-hander there and then into the left-hand sweep with timekeepers to bring you out onto the start-finish straight. They're all looking great order there. And they get the go-ahead. The race is on.
Matt Slight was well off where he should have been, and he's not going to be picked up at all. The man in pole is going to go around the first corner in 4th.
Yeah.
One of the several yellow and blue carts you can see. But so I think it's Milner, I would expect, has taken the lead. Certainly Joseph Booth in second.
So Ollie Milner started on pole.
No, he didn't. Luke Evans started him. I got the wrong one, sorry.
Yes, this is it, mate.
What's happened here is I've now had the problem you've had. Is I've had pole on the wrong side of my head.
Yes. Well, it's Matt Slate who's
I thought that
he had a very easy run from the start into the Dan Weldon hairpin, and he was fully in control down the right hand side of the track. However, there's 2 carts attached to one another. We'll just take a check, and they absolutely are nose to tail. And it's Ollie Milner and Joseph Booth, absolutely nose to tail. And they're about to be joined by Ben Watson, Louis Bevan, Will Cregeen, Matt Slate, Matthew Horton, Mitchell Ball, Joseph Jakes and Matt Cardwell. That's just rounded off the top 10. We're all the way down to 20 into the second chicane already. Slides wide, that's not a problem. And I don't know what that hand gesticulation was, but just look at that number 1 car
up the inside.
Down the inside. Yeah, and Louis Bevan's gone with him.
Well.
Louis Bevan has gone with him, so it's Joseph Booth and Louis Bevan now first and second. Ollie Milner down to 3rd. Some great racing all the way down this TKM field. Here they come to complete 2 laps across the line. Look how many carts we've got in that train.
Booth and Bevan going for it, and my guess is that Bevan's going to try something on, but they interestingly not quite sure really why Milner.
Bevan down the inside.
Thought he was going to do that.
Yeah, Bevan down the inside in quite textbook fashion.
So Bevan, whereabouts is Bevan in the championship at the moment?
Second,
yeah. I mean, he's reigning champion, obviously with the number 1 in his car.
He's consecutive reigning champion.
So looking to go for 3 in a row.
Yeah, and you know what? Can you remember last year, Nick? Didn't Louis Bevan come good towards the end?
Yeah, he did. He came from back again. Charlie King is championship rival, currently in 11th after starting 20th.
Yeah, 14th. So he's not. He started 14th.
That's what.
You're not having a very good day with these grid sheets, are you?
Literally, the last 10 minutes have gone horribly wrong. I read one out perfectly earlier for the first time ever, so obviously the grid sheet wanted to strike back at me.
So as Louis Bevan continues to circulate just ahead of Joseph Booth. Behind them, Ben Watson now getting ahead of Ollie Milner. These 3 breaking away from Milner now in 4th. Behind Milner, Cregeen, Horton, Ball, Jakes, Cardwell and James Hull. Charlie King up into 11th, just outside that top 10 as the leaders come through the caravan hairpin. Down towards the paddock now, back towards the people in the paddock overlooking the track there. and then firing out the timekeepers to complete lap number 4. This field of TKMs complete 4 laps, and it's Bevan, Booth, Watson, Milner, Cregeen through the first chicane. It stays the same. Oh, and down the inside.
Lovely move by 95 there. Watson takes second. Super little move. Because as you say, it's a very interesting point on this corner that the racing line is not a line where you can defend very well.
You know, if you take the optimum line, you're taking a late apex, so you leave the door open, and that pesky Ben Watson snuck through it, didn't he?
I'll just say that Joseph Booth showed no reaction to that movement whatsoever. Did you see he just did that, carried on his line, and didn't even.
What do you do? You can't do anything about it. The guy's in front of you. All you can do is settle in. And remember, with mixed grids, you know your place.
I know my place.
You know your place. And if he knows Ben Watson is one of the quick drivers, he's not really going to, risk anything to try and get him back. Here we go, Ben Watson.
Watson's just got some cracking pace at the moment.
He has, and it's pace out of that first chicane, Nick. Out of that first chicane, got momentum, which he continues. When he goes to that brake pedal, he's carrying that momentum down the inside, and beautiful out-braking moves. Textbook. There's a faulty exhaust at the back of the field.
Another one's gone again.
Back towards the paddock then. It's now Ben Watson leading Louis Bevan. The black liveried cart leads the red and white cart as they come through timekeepers then for the 6th time. And it'll be 6 laps completed underneath us and towards the first chicane. It's a tight right, left, right chicane. Very old school style of kart track, this, isn't it? Old airfield. Keep smiling at me. What did I say?
No. So the leader, Watson, really not gaining particularly from Bevan. So once he got into the lead, the gap between second and third is certainly there. So Booth dropping back off Bevan, sort of into the clutches of 4th place Mitchell Ball, who is of course Junction 6, who is the series sponsor. So Mitchell, who tends to focus in these down at the front but not always winning. That's the yellow cart and the man with the apparently Sunderland helmet.
Yes, I'm happy with that. He's from nowhere near Sunderland, actually. He's from the West Midlands, isn't
Hull.
It? It's not from Hull Island. It is very much Mitchell Ball down the inside in that Sunderland tribute helmet of his. Sunderland FC tribute helmet. Down inside the number 45 of Joseph Booth. And Mitchell, who is indeed one of our championship protagonists. Where is he in the championship? He's 3rd, isn't he? Yeah.
So at the moment, the only person not getting a hatful of points is Charlie.
Well, no, he's up to 7th.
Yeah. Not bad from where he was.
Yeah, he's gaining and doing a very, very competent job. We're inside the final 2 minutes of this heat as well. First heat for TKMs this weekend here at Fulbeck.
And the difference, of course, the TKMs rather than the Rotax. So it's the same for the TKMs and the Minimax. Everyone goes out in every heat.
Louis Bevan lost a lot of time by going very wide indeed in the first chicane. That's allowed Mitchell Ball. He's dropped right back off Ben Watson now. Massive mistake in the first chicane from Louis Bevan. And I don't know what it was. He just slid very wide through the left-hand section. You saw him going sideways. He probably did hit too much curb on the inside. But now he's got Ball and Booth right with him. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th there. Bevan just regaining his composure as they come through the timekeeper's left-hander. It's Ben Watson who will soon realise that he has got a massive gap. I don't know what...
Oh, what's happening? No, there's a problem. There's a problem at the hairpin. They're going straight through. What's the problem
at the chicane.
Who's it? Oh, no. It's been an accident. I think he's moved one of the barriers.
Moved the barriers, I think.
That wouldn't have been Bevan, would it?
I bet those engines were screaming by the time they got to the Dan Weldon hairpin. But the drivers managed that very, very well indeed to not turn right. You know, you get into that sort of muscle memory of coming out the timekeepers and heading down the chicane and then being told by the marshals to go straight on you. Your foot staying buried, hopefully. We've got 9 seconds.
2 laps then.
So we probably have the 2-lap board appearing on the timing screen.
They're going back through the chicane again.
Here they come into the second chicane. And Bevan has indeed regained his composure through Button Bend. And down towards Caravan, there's a move from that fourth place of Joseph Booth on Mitchell Ball. Charlie King is the fifth car in that gaggle now. And as Charlie King come to join in the party, I think he has, Nick. That's the green helmet there of Charlie King, championship leader, who's now right on the bumper of Mitchell Ball. He'll be one to maximise his points haul in this heat. Bevan already having to defend. They're into the final lap. There's Mitchell Ball coming back at Booth. And Mitchell Ball has made that stick. Mitchell Ball moving through into third place now. Heading down towards the second chicane. So Louis Bevan, after that mistake at the first chicane. Oh, and there's the leader.
No, the leader's
That's
the problem.
leader.
Oh, no. What's happened? Ben Watson.
Oh, my goodness. Looks like an engine problem or a chain, maybe. You know what these curbs do to chains?
Yeah, I mean, it was just complete lack of drive, so he couldn't have run out of fuel, I wouldn't think. So it must be most likely his chain. He's pulled off at the side.
Here comes Louis Bevan to take a very, he doesn't believe it. He's shaking his head. He can't believe he's took the win. Louis Bevan wins. Mitchell Ball, first and second. Charlie King, third. Look at that for the championship. Absolutely nothing in it with these three. So it's Bevan, Ball and King, our top three in Heat 1 for TKMs. Joseph Booth was fourth, Matthew Horton fifth, Ollie Milner sixth, Joseph Jakes seventh, eighth was Will Cregeen, Leo Crabtree ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Matt Slate. And what can we say about Ben Watson? He absolutely drove a formidable race, and that was just heartbreaking for him. The number 95 there, but he's shaking his head. He can't believe that. He cannot believe that. He cannot believe that. His shoulders are down. That is the epitome of dejection there. I'm not sure what the problem is. If he gets on this kart and restarts it, Nick, I'm not sure what the problem has been. He wants to get out of those overalls, though. It's a very, very hot day here in Lincolnshire. And we'll be getting towards retrieving Ben Watson's kart. The fact that he's pushing it quite easily,
and it hasn't got, unless he's one of the ones with a clutch,
sort of tells me that his chain's gone. Yeah. It's his chin. It's his chin. Well, you know what? Here at Fulbeck last year, the 177 Championship came down to a chain, didn't it?
Yep.
It happened to Louis Large. Louis Large came out the first chicane, his chain went, and that was where the championship just slipped away, didn't it?
Yeah.
So what were you laughing at earlier?
He got a trophy.
What did I say?
I can't say on air.
Okay.
I'll tell you at lunchtime.
We'll forget by then.
Oh, no, I'll remind you.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you know what? The curbs here at Fulbeck are renowned. You know, you've got to stay off them. It's easy to flip a chain on them. If you're just a centimetre.
Yeah, if it lands.
Yeah.
And it doesn't land on the edge of the tyre, it lands on the chain.
Yeah.
And all these chains are as thin as possible to still work, and optimise for power transfer.
They've got the protectors on them, but even then they can, they can snap because of the beating that they get, or they can just,
There is physics. Here we go.
We've got the next lot out. It's our senior Rotax out for their second heat. Luke Evans on the pole position from Reese Pope in second. Ollie Varney and James Wood are on row 2. We've then got Ben Harper and Jody Fox. Row 4 is Kieran Gibbons and Finley Watson. Scott Lowther and Braden Hill are on row 5. Pedro Oliveira and James Becker are on row 6. And then we've got Kyle Dunford, George Sanders, Alexander Mirzoyan and Charlie Walsh, Harry Barker and Liam Deedman running off the top 20. Matt Lewin and Matthew Lambert. And we've got Tommy Lee Davies, Bobby Rosier, Josh Morris and Alex Jackson, Alex Wannabe, Christopher Harris, Aidan Pomeroy and Sam Elliott are on row 14. Then we've got Max Martin, Jake Davis on row 15. Ollie Goodyear and Rob Statham are on row 16. And rounding off a 33 kart field is Adam Cerner. So 33 karts. There's one thing the Junction 6 NKC gives us, Nick, and that's solid, massive grids of karts. And I know our live stream, we can only really watch one thing at a time, and we know that there is some classic battles and racing going on all the way down our fields. So I urge you to come out, and even if you just come out and spectate at one of our races, do that.
No way. They're
Racing
getting green on this one, are they?
No, full start. Full start flag is out. Some of our competitors are unaware of that, as ever, until they come back towards us. And the hand on the leading cart has come out to acknowledge the false start. I'm not sure if everybody has got the message. Not sure if everyone has seen the memo. The false start flag should be out around the track. So as the field is gathered up there towards the paddock complex, we get the field beginning to gather up back into grid order. Luke Evans on pole, Reece Pope is second, Ollie Varney, James Wood just behind, and then we've got Ben Harper and Kieran Gifford. What's the championship looking like, Nick, for this lot? We've spoke about it. Finlay Watson, Kieran Gifford and Ollie Varney are our championship leaders. So Ollie Varney wanting to maximise his points haul from that second row. Here we go again, second try.
Quite a bit of shuffling on that first couple of corners as well.
We get things underway though. Luke Evans down the inside. A little bit of nudging going on in the braking there. Sometimes it's quite unavoidable. It's not deliberate. The number 3 of Luke Evans gets his head down.
At the back?
Yeah, gets his head down. Somebody off at the Weldon hairpin, but the number 3 of Luke Evans, he's carrying the number 3 because he finished third in the championship last year, so he was on the championship podium, if you like, in 2022. Luke Evans wanting to go off and maximise this.
The 85 had the problem of Statham. The 85 and the 44, Sam Elliott, recovering from that problem at the hairpin.
So across the line for the first time, Luke Evans leads, Ollie Varney second, James Wood third, Reece Pope fourth, Braden Hill fifth, Jody Fox sixth, seventh is Pedro Oliveira, Kieran Gifford on the O-plate is eighth, Ben Harper and Cal Dunford are the drivers that round off the top 10. Developing into a battle at the front though, Nick.
Yeah, first two, but the first 3 now, just trying to make a tiny gap over Reece Pope. And it is, and that's the change to the lead.
Varney down the inside.
It'll be a stick, it does. So they come into the paddock turn.
Ollie Varney down the inside of Luke Evans there, and look at James Wood. James right on the bumper now of Luke Evans as well.
Somebody else off on the right-hand side.
So through the first chicane for the third time. And look at James Wood, he's having to look down. And Luke Evans, the number 3, sliding wide.
Right
and through as well as gone Reece Pope. So Luke Evans not quite able
fifth
to.
Now, I think.
Is he into 5th or 4th?
Look like 5th, let's have a look.
Let's have a look, see what happens here. And he just slid wide, it looked like.
Yep, everyone went past, thank you very much. We'll take that place, please.
3 places.
Can have an ice cream as well.
Yeah, Braden Hill went through as well, didn't he? Here he come then, we'll get a reference on this as they come through, just being picked up through the paddock complex. And look at this lead battle coming into view at the timekeepers. Varney, Wood, Hill, Pope, Evans, Gifford, Oliveira, Jody Fox, Cal Dunford and Finlay Watson round off the top 10. And down the inside of James Wood has gone Braden Hill. James Wood tried to come back at him, looks towards him, and if James is not careful, he's going to come under pressure from Reece Pope as well. So a change for second place. James, I've noticed, got his radiator flap down still, not up to temperature in this very hot day. Into the paddock complex then for the fourth time. It'll be 4 laps completed this time by. What a sight that is coming out of timekeepers. Massive pace from these front runners. It's the second heat for senior Rotax, and it's still all to play for. Ollie Varney is challenged by Braden Hill into the Weldon hairpin, and Braden Hill takes the move and will lead. Second chicane there, left, right, and then left again, and then back towards us into the button bend left-hander, and then that short blast up to the Caravan hairpin. The short shoot, this little stretch here, the short shoot towards the Paddock complex, and James Wood now coming back at Braden Hill. Sorry, Ollie Varney now coming under pressure from James Wood, of course, as Braden Hill pulls out that lead. He's pulled out the lead of almost half a second. And behind him, second place on James Wood, looking down the inside. And then, James Wood getting a little bit of a knock there. Hopefully not enough to dislodge his front bumper. He needs to be careful there again. That was a clear example of the door being left wide for the late apex at the Weldon hairpin, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's the internet. Braden Hill was sliding happily through on his own, and these lot all having a big scrap. And look at the fifth and fourth, they're having a bit of an argument. Kieran Giffen on the open, I think, was thinking about getting up Reese Pope, but was rebuffed going round Caravan corner. Through they go, and onto another lap, over halfway now, 3 minutes 27 as they come under. That's Braden Hill's lead as he sweeps right into the first chicane. Second and third now, really interested in swapping over. Wood now looking to get right up the backside of Varney, but not this time. They continue out for another lap.
Yeah, this is a great battle for second. James Wood not only having to attack Ollie Varney ahead of him, but having to be very, very aware of the carts behind him. James there, right on his bumper, isn't he? And looking down the inside, just had a bit of a glimpse there. Not quite enough momentum to make the move. Down the short chute towards the Paddock complex. James definitely better on the brakes than Ollie Varney. He closes right up on the brakes. Now there's 4 carts here. Varney, Wood, Pope and Gifford. As they come through there, Gifford on the yellow plate there. He earned that at Wilton Mill last month. Into the first chicane. Great battle this with 2.5 minutes remaining. And Wood, was that a defence or was that an attack? I'm not sure.
He was thinking there because the third, Reese Pope was thinking about Wood, and Wood based at the intermediate line. No, please don't pass, but I'd also like to keep some speed up because this is the issue when you're in a sandwich of cars. You want to go forward and you don't want to go back, and they each can happen equally. In fact, you can see the tiny gap between Varney and Wood now. About the inside,
that's Gifford.
Gifford, is he going to get it? I think he backed out of it. I think he thought he was going to get if he'd taken it, he'd been penalised. I think.
I'm not sure if he was just lost momentum, Nick. He had to take such a tight line. He lost all of his momentum out the corner. What that has done, though, what that battle with Pope and Gifford has done. As Braden Hill, they bypassed the first chicane again.
More
issues. And there, Kieran Gifford, he's wanting to get past Reese Pope, isn't he? He's becoming a little bit desperate there. This is allowing Ollie Varney in that bright yellow and blue livery cart and the orange and blue of James Wood to break away. Varney in second. Braden Hill has gone, by the way. There's Braden Hill in the sort of looks pinkish from there.
Move there. I think that was Gifford getting past Pope to the Caravan corner. There's Braden Hill.
Yeah, it is. The all plate's through. The all plate of Kieran Gifford up into 4th place now with only a minute on the clock. Whether Kieran Gifford has enough time to get back on terms with James Wood there. That sort of orangey yellow helmet of Wood driving a great race here on the tail of Ollie Varney. Looked like he might be pushing to get by. This is the 2nd and 3rd place battle we're talking about. And Gifford has definitely pulled away from Reese Pope. So that's the 3rd cart there in the picture. That's Gifford. He's catching James Wood. They're going to get back underneath us with plenty of time. That back marker acknowledging the leaders behind him as they come underneath us. Braden Hill leads, Ollie Varney, James Wood. Great panoramic view of that stretch towards the first chicane. And you can see in the background, everybody, the massive amount of racing that's going on all the way down this field. But there's some great racing here for 2nd and 3rd here. They're on the penultimate lap, and the drivers know that. And look at that. Look at the O-plate coming. Kieran Gifford is coming at James Wood.
I think Wood's got enough for this one. Perhaps Wood needs to get a bit of a hurry up and get past Varney, give himself a bit of protection.
He's been trying for the last 5 laps, so I'm not sure James has anything in the toolkit. He's called on everything from those Max's tyres. He's called on everything from that chassis and that Venator engine that he's running. He's asking for the last bit of waft from that one as they come down towards the Weldon hairpin. He's got a loose front fairing, I notice. I'm not quite sure whether he's got a bumper issue. I'm not quite sure we can see that. And it's second, third, fourth and fifth now coming back together into Button Bend for the final time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Gifford needs an extra lap unless he makes
Gifford's
something happen.
coming back.
There's not really an overtaking place there unless
No.
he makes a mistake. Now you can force an exit round the outside of Paddock if you try.
No, you cannot.
Well, someone's done it already.
Really?
Yeah, we have
What, round there?
Yeah.
Braden Hill takes a very, very fine second heat for Senior Rotax. Ollie Varney hangs on for second place. James Wood equally so in third. Great race from these two. Kieran Gifford, great race from him on the O plate in fourth. And then we've got Reece Pope, Pedro Oliveira, Luke Evans in seventh. Charlie Walsh for ST Racing in eighth. Kyle Dunford ninth. George Sanders rounds off the top 10.
Ralph Rage, Charlie King for the win. That was the last race and he was third. RS72, I just tuned in. Ben Watson, any kart driver feels that pain.
Oh man, we really did, didn't we? Everybody knows exactly what that feels like.
And also good luck Braden, that worked quite well because Braden won.
Yeah. That was a good effort from Braden Hill. Any more?
No, that's it.
Is that anything from the Zach Bolton fan club?
No, they're waiting for Zach to come back.
Of course, he's back. He is. He's back. He's doing 24. He starts the next one in 24. So he's Zach Bolton's international fan club.
Well, that's it. America, Australia, Iceland.
So it's the 177s that you can see in the collecting area there. They're about to start their third heat. Not necessarily every driver's third heat, but it's the third time we've seen the 177s out there. Lawrence Hilton's on the pole position. We've got Scott Clee in second. And then we've got Ian Branfield, Mike Edwards starting on the second row. Steve Gilly with his comeback. We'll hear from Steve in the paddock walk. We delighted to see Steve Gilly back. He broke his ankle at work and has missed about, I think he says 3 rounds, 2 or 3 rounds at least.
Oh,
so
did he break his ankle for karting then?
No. It was worse than that. It was at work.
It's not work.
If you do it at karting, then you know.
If you do it at karting,
it's worth it. You know.
No, if you do work, you get paid.
Well, that's true. Yes.
Unless he's self-employed, in which case obviously it's a disaster.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So Steve starts on row 3 alongside Oliver Smith. Then we've got Harrison Crook and Will Milner on row 4. Sean Smith and Scott Smith start on row 5. Ryan Taylor Truman and Reece Llewellyn on row 6. Oliver Moss and Richard Evans are on row 7. Then we've got Adrian Smith, Charlie Jowers, Nick Skelton, Matt Ogden, Neil Hemming, Michael Mallet, Dave Nolan and Cole Edwards start on row 11. Keith Mason and Zach Bolton, 2 LRG drivers starting alongside one another on row 12. Danny Andrew and Carl Bright on row 13. Then we've got Tim Darlow, who took a very fine win in the first of the 177 heats from the front row. He starts at the back row this time, 27th, and 28th, running off 28th car third, Alex Thomas.
You can see the, effectively it's the heat haze. We are expecting weather later. Hoping there won't be any weather. Tell Frank. It's a wire situation.
So we are awaiting the field to come into view through timekeepers. There they are. And they're looking in good order, Nick.
Yeah.
We're about to get this underway.
And here we go. Very slow start. Lawrence Hilton from pole on the left-hand side. They come streaking down the right-hand side. It is Scott Clee, but little interloper on the far inside the red cart. Nope. That was very similar to a MotoGP start where you see 4 people fanning out. Can't work out who's the life who's going to come out of the first corner first. And it is Ali. Oh, more dust and debris and a couple of damage. Well, off. Oh, the cart completely in the middle of the track at the back there. And some have spun off at the share. 2 have gone off at the hairpin. So 3 carts aren't where they started. And we'll tell you exactly who they are in about 30 seconds. But it is definitely Hilton leading. Second place, I think, maybe Bramfield, but don't quote me on that.
We'll see as they come through. They're already into the Paddock complex, about to fire out of the left-hander at timekeepers. And here they come across the line. It's Lawrence Hilton lead, Branfield second, Scott Clee third, Harrison Crook fourth, Steve Gilly fifth, Mike Edwards, Oliver Smith, Scott Smith seventh and eighth, ninth, Oliver Moss in the top 10, rounded up by Michael Mallet.
Milner, Llewellyn and Jowers who've had problems.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there.
Well, one went off in the first hairpin, at the bottom hairpin, the Weldon hairpin, and two of them fired off at the second chicane. They have got running again, apart from... Oh no, Wilmer and Down haven't got running again.
Change for the leader there as Branfield goes through, but then switch back from Lawrence Hilton doesn't quite come off.
There's the field. Close at the moment. Okay,
yeah,
so
Branfield
leads. Looks like there's a big battle now for fourth. Looks like Harrison Crook having a bit of a think about getting into the back of Scott Clee.
Steve Gilly just dropping slightly off the back of this lot, off this pack. It's the number 12 there of Keith Mason I saw. And Keith down the order. Keith just in 15th.
Yeah, so Bramfield and Hilton. Bramfield getting a little bit of a break now, which is going to give him a bit of a chance to relax. Well, you can relax on a 30-degree temperature day at Fulbeck, running a racing Rotax car, but that's what it can be. Second place is Hilton. And now the gap between third and fourth is Clee and Crook. And third and fourth is where it's at.
Into the first chicane then, and that battle for third beginning to get a little bit naughty, isn't it? Scott Clee and Harrison Crook coming together. And there's the move down the inside as Harrison Crook down the inside of Scott Clee and making it stick. Even for the number 70, who just looks as a look over his shoulder there, just to make sure where Scott Clee stays behind him. That's the... Now we've got Harrison Crook on that red, white and blue cart, quickly closing the gap to Lawrence Hilton. Look how quickly he's closed that gap, Nick.
Yeah, he's been released from the cork that was holding him. The bottle now is fizzing over, and the bottle is Harrison Crook. He's going to have a real go in a second at Hilton. Hilton's got a... I don't think... I mean, there's a good chance that he'll be able to get him coming into the hairpin.
Here he comes now. This is where he did it before. He's got massive pace into the hairpin there, hasn't he? And Lawrence Hilton tries to come back. And now having got by, Harrison Crook says, right, okay, mate, let's help me catch Ian Branfield in the lead. Now that I've got by. But already we see Harrison Crook pulling a gap to Lawrence Hilton.
Yeah, I mean, Branfield had a lead of 1 second almost exactly over Branfield last time round. My guess it would be similar because they lost time passing. But you've got to say that you think that Hilton will be able to close that gap on Branfield.
Yeah, we'll see. The gap was a second last time by. Let's see where it is now. See if he's closed it any. 1.4. So that's the starting point there, Nick. 1.4 seconds between Ian Branfield leading and Harrison Crook in second. And you can see that. That's quite a gap here.
Fourth and fifth. Just beginning to close a bit between Hilton, Clee and Smith. Steve Gillies dropped from 5th to 6th over the last lap.
Leader already in the caravan, and they're chasing Harrison Crook. I'm not even going to attempt to gauge whether or not he's visually caught him. I'm going to leave that.
Mistake right in front of us from the 21 car of Mike Edwards. He lost it coming out of the. I'm not sure you heard that on the mic, the squeal of tyres. It was 21 losing it coming out the second hairpin.
So Branfield has extended the lead ever so slightly to 1.6. Yeah, it's just under 1.6. So Harrison Crook is not catching Branfield. Branfield very much at the control of this race at the front of the field.
But he's pulling away from Hilton. So he's got himself into life at no man's. 1, 2 and no man's land. 3, 4, 5, but he's kind of settled down. Oh no, 4 and 5 are going to give us a bit of entertainment. That's Clee and Smith. Smith in the all-white cart. Clee in the Lando Norris coloured cart, which is yellow and green, greeny yellow and blue, isn't it?
We'll see. Not far away, Steve Gillies. He's dropped from 5th now down to 7th. behind Danny Andrew, who's gone up to 6th. Danny, 3rd of the Masters. And we've got a Masters subclass leader, Ian Branfield. He's leading the race overall. He's over 35. That's what the Masters monitor is.
Pretty young.
He's the fastest driver on the track at the moment.
They used to have a senior category in RC racing at 35, but they've since put it up to 40 as people all these things are aging out slightly.
I see 35-year-olds as mere children. There's a move though, Nick. And I think
it's a nudgy move, wasn't it? It's a nudgy move.
Yeah, we'll see where that one pans out when they come through. They're already through. Leaders across the line to complete 8 laps. Branfield leads, Crook 2nd, Hilton, Clee, Danny Andrew it was.
Andrew's moving forward.
Danny Andrew it was who moved up ahead of Scott Smith there at Caravan.
Gillian is recovering ankle, unfortunately dropping down the field a little bit now to 9th.
Look at Tim Dollo. Tim Dollo now into the top 10 on the number 18. Tim starting at the very back. He's having a cracking fullback. I think this is his home track, in fairness. That's not taking anything away from the drive though, Tim. Cracking race so far for Tim Dollo. He won his first heat, and here he is from 27th and now in the top 10, and he's still got a minute left.
Oh, swap there quite a long way back in the pack with a change for a minor position. There goes our second place man underneath us, and the rest of the field sweeps by. There is over a minute to go, so they're going to get 3 laps. There's at least 2 more.
There's a great midfield battle of about 12 carts, Nick.
Yeah, it's Nick Skelton, the 127 there, the yellow and red cart.
We're inside the final minute though, as Branfield continues round, and it will be just trying to get a handle on where Branfield is track position wise. I think he's into the paddock complex now, so he should come. Here he is, just coming into our view out the window. So we'll try and pick him up coming out of, he's going into the first chicane, is the leader. Just coming out of the first chicane there, that red cart. If we go into the hairpin now, into the second chicane for the leader Branfield, and then he'll be coming out of there into Button Bend for the final time. That's we picked up now, Ian Branfield. Very, very controlled win for Branfield. Harrison
I think
Crook
he's got another
still
lap.
second. He might well have, yes.
We can see the gantry. I think there's a little bit of confusion actually about whether this is the last lap or not. No, they've got a final lap
now. Yeah. So Branfield, we'll follow Branfield around the final lap. There's the first chicane. Out of the first chicane now, and then down towards the Dan Weldon hairpin. It's a long sweeping hairpin. That's not exactly a point and squirt type of hairpin.
There's quite a lot of momentum to it, isn't there?
Yeah,
You've got quite a lot of speed going in, coming out of it. You've got two hard stops with the 2 chicanes. The caravan corner doesn't look that sharp, but I assume it is.
It is. This is the one here now. So it's a massive stop and turn, very tight. Come out of there, down the short chute, and into a very interesting complex here. Through the left, right, and then keep the lock on through the 2 right hair beckons, and then the very fast timekeepers to end the lap and take the checkered flag for Ian Branfield. And there is Harrison Crook in second place, lonely second place for him. And then behind them, cracking racing. I'm pretty sure everyone in that pack would have enjoyed that. Danny Andrew takes 3rd, Loris Hilton 4th, Scott Clee 5th, Scott Smith 6th, 7th was Richard Evans, Nick Skelton 8th, Tim Darlow up to 9th, Oliver Moss 10th, sneakily just bullied out of the top 10 and 11th, Cole Edwards 12th, and then we've got Sean Smith, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Zach Bolton will finish 15th, Michael Ballett 16th, Matt Ogden, Alex Thomas, Keith Mason finishes 19th, and we had Neil Hemming rounding off the top 20.
As the haze gathers over the fields behind us, the fog or the mist, whatever it is.
Oh, we've got a bit of that's where the weather's going to come from, then, Nick, because we've got
I don't want any weather.
I mean the precipitation is going to build.
No weather. RS72 said, "Good luck, Reese Llewellyn in 177." They went, that didn't work as well as it did for Braden. Sorry, Reese.
No, didn't have a great one there, did he? Not at all. So we are just clearing the track of Rotax 177s. Down there in
we lost a couple in that one, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Down there in the Junction 6 NKC collecting area. Sarah Darlow was our grid marshal who gets all the cats herded up and gets them ready for releasing. And we've got Minimax out for their second heat. Leo Basterfield will start on the fourth row of the grid. Championship leader Seb Corking alongside him. And then we've got Jensen Cox and Kaziri Viserek starting alongside them on row 2. Row 3 is Ben Adrian and Sonny Morgan, with row 4 looking like Max Carlton and Eddie Stewart. And then rounding off the 10-cart field, Daniel Hartley and Lucy Lovell. It was Lucy's dad that I had that cracking battle with in the Dads and Mechanics race at Wilton.
Right.
In the first heat in the dry.
What happened in that race?
He came fourth, I came fifth.
And what happened after that?
It went wet, got wet.
And how many times did I pass you?
Whilst I was struggling beached on the grass, you mean?
Still went past you?
I don't care.
Did I win?
No.
Because my cart went sick.
I was very impressed with your qualifying.
Yes. Well,
but then your lack of racecraft.
Well, didn't have any racecraft. The cart broke down. It's not a lack of racecraft when it breaks down. I agree. I probably do have a lack of racecraft. However, you can't race something that's not moving. Even I can't race something that's not moving. When it should move.
Anyway, back to reality, eh?
That was reality. That actually happened. Sorry, it wasn't a dream. That wasn't a dream.
Back to down then. Back to in the moment. Here we are. Round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC 2023 season. At its penultimate round already here in beautiful, warm...
Beautiful, downtown...
Smuggy
Lincolnshire.
On this fabulous old-school kart track. That is Fulbeck. I remember racing here in the late 80s, early 90s and having a great...
Where none of these drivers were even a glint in the eye.
No, absolutely not one. Not.
But these guys, what, 2010, 2009?
I don't even want to think about it, mate. They were about 12, 13 years old, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know? But we're even younger, actually, 10, 11. So, we've got Leo Basterfield and Seth Corking at the front row. Remember what happened to these guys at Mansell. We don't want to really think about that again. I'm pretty sure they've got their acts in order, and we're going to see them get this race underway because that grid is very, very nicely formed.
There we go.
They're even staying in the tram lines, which is very, very commendable. Into the Dan Weldon hairpin. We missed the first chicane for the first lap, and it's raw. Seb Corking round the outside. Last of the late breakers turns in and makes it happen. It's the 33 of Kaziri Viserek who slots into third just ahead of Sonny Morgan. And Leo Basterfield hanging on to Seb Corking's bumper in second there. Out of the second chicane already towards Button Bend for the first time. Corking into Caravan. All this field, Concertina's up. And they're side by side out of the corner. Basterfield alongside Corking. Can he slot back in? Sonny Morgan over the curbs on the outside trying to get past Viserek. And they all sort themselves out as they come back into our view in the tower. And it's Corking, Basterfield, who's right on his bumper, and they all fan out as they go into the first chicane for the first time, and then here they come down.
Red flag.
We've got a red flag, right? Very well spotted by the drivers as well. Everybody gets the slowdown, and I'm not sure that must have been, certainly didn't involve the runners at the front of the field.
Off at the bottom hairpin. There's somebody off the bottom hairpin. Let's get off that shot, please.
And we've got a cart off at the Dan Weldon hairpin whilst they receive attention. We'll gather our thoughts, Nick, and look towards the carts being formed up just at Button Bend, and the youngsters doing a cracking job there of bringing this race to a halt.
Yeah.
So we see Sonny Morgan asking why. Well,
the young man's been removed.
Yeah, we'll get the answers in a moment.
The cart's been removed as well.
I'm not sure who that is. Jensen Cox and Daniel Hartley have gone missing on that first lap. So
one or t'other of those,
yeah,
I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Which number is who? 60? Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there are only 8 in that parked line.
Gives us a chance, Nick, to catch our breath a bit. Maybe talk about what's next for Karting Live TV.
Yes.
So we've got the final round of the NKC coming on the 21st, 22nd of October. That's down in Dorset at Clay Pigeon. Cracking place to finish the season. It's a very, very quick track. It's a very, very short track with about, I think, about 45-second lap times.
Yeah.
It does get by very, very quickly. And then from there, we head to the other end of the country
near Hull
for the Warden Car Club Autumn Cup meeting.
The Autumn Cup, 2 days,
live streaming,
Saturday and Sunday, live for 2 days from the fantastic Warden Law track, independently assessed by Joe Bradley as the best track in the country.
Yeah, got to see that.
But more importantly, that is it's going to bring in a few classes you don't see here, like pro karts, but also we are hoping to get a bit of a turnout of 177 Rotax, the big boys.
Yeah, well, we've announced recently that we're going to be running the 177 class on the Maxxis tyre, which is how they run in NKC. And I think I'm okay in announcing this. We look out for our social media posts, but the NKC have kindly donated a sponsorship prize of the winner of that 177 class round.
Oh, wow.
At the Autumn Cup. The winner of the 177 Autumn Cup, in fact, will get free entry to the 2024 NKC Championship. And that's worth a couple £100. So at least a couple £100. Yeah, cracking prize. The fact that they're on Maxxis tyres is, that the home of 177s is on the Maxxis tyre, it seems, in karting at the moment. We're just forming the grid up of our Minimax field, so plenty more karting live streaming coming.
Yeah, I think
for you karting enthusiasts.
Oh, we're going to be karting enthusiasts, and we can't quite announce it yet, but we think we may have the first championship event of 2024 as well.
Yes, we really do.
We think it'll be the first one, mainly because it's early in the year.
Yes, that's purely because it's early in the year. Yeah.
But that will be, I think, announced over the next couple of weeks that we'll be doing that as well, and that will be fun as well, and it will be quite chilly, I expect. I think, how we're moaning at the moment how hot it is.
Yes, I know. Complete contrast.
What you have to realise is that if you put a selection of commentators together, they will moan about the conditions they have to work in. Yeah. This sitting down and talking is a nightmare.
Which is not exactly digging a hole, building a road, is it?
No.
Right, so Bruce has got the grid formed up, and he's happy with that. Sarah Dollar's done a cracking job to get the Minimax field up and running.
Jensen Cox has rejoined. So I can't remember who the other...
It's Daniel Hartley.
Daniel Hartley, who must have had the
back,
accident, yeah.
So we've got 9 karts restarting this race.
Assuming they get 6 minutes, what normally happens. They lose a couple of minutes.
Yeah, they are. They're going to get 6 minutes. That's exactly what's happening. Leo Basterfield, our pole man, will lead the field round. Seb Corking, who got away into the lead. Seb Corking will have to do that all again.
Must be irritating, but he made a marvellous start.
He did a cracking start. Basterfield was coming back at him. So these guys and girls have to do it again. Lucy Lovell starts at the back, all lonely, and just ahead of her, Eddie Stewart and Max Carlton. Just ahead of them, Sonny Morgan, Ben Adrian. We know how quick those two are. And we know how quick Zauri Viserek is as well. Jensen Cox is in amongst that as well. So Leo
Basterfield. Most of them have the ability to be pretty quick. It's the consistency that I think they have problems with.
Yeah, because the karts are very, very physical. They're on the wider tyre in Minimax. Here we go then. Basterfield towards the line. They're in the tram lines as well, so that's a great start. And we get this race back underway. Basterfield puts his head down and heads towards Corking, looks to the inside and pulls alongside Basterfield. By the time they get to the braking area, there's Sonny Morgan trying to get on the inside of Viserek. Doesn't quite happen. We've got another couple of karts off on the outside of the Dan Weldon hairpin.
There's only 6 coming. The 7 are coming towards us, aren't they? 1, 2, 3. No, 6. We've lost 3.
So we've lost
red flag again. Red flag again.
Karts, another red flag.
We lost 3 at the hairpin.
So another 3 karts off at the Dan Weldon hairpin. Sonny Morgan has failed to see the red flag. I think that's Sonny Morgan, isn't it? No, it's not. Sorry, Sonny. It wasn't you at all. So drivers not seeing the red flags flying.
Yes, there's 3 karts that kind of gone off into the. All 3 drivers are up and fine, so no problem there. There's a bit of damage to wallets, but all 3 drivers who went off into that kind of quite narrow exit on the Weldon hairpin ended up back. They're back. The drivers are back running again. The karts
Is that what you mean?
Who knows? Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, and there is God, it's a busy day for Jensen, but he was involved in that one as well. Jensen Cox.
Yeah, Jensen Cox just making his way back. I think he might be pulling
Here
off
comes
into the
the
pits.
45 of Eddie. Eddie's cart's got a problem. I think he's got a nose knocked down.
He has.
Eddie's nose has gone, so he's going to need to get it sorted out. And then the 16 cart was the third one involved in that.
Lucy Lovell.
Lucy Lovell. So it was the 3 or 4 of the back 5 who got involved. Everyone's out of that situation, so they'll be able to get going again soon. Not sure what happens now. Has it go to 4 minutes? I don't know. I mean, we've never had a 2 red flag situation before.
We're just waiting to hear from the timekeepers exactly how they're going to reformat this race.
Eddie's going to need to get his cart fixed because
as we go, as we continue, we are dropping carts at every restart. So we're going to be down to about 6 or 7 carts now, I think, Nick. That's where we are. That's our greenhouse.
Hello,
everybody.
I'm waving. Can you see me?
The tinted glass keeps the heat in as well as keeps the heat out.
It's not keeping much heat out.
Nick's got a lovely fan on him, so he's all right.
Stop it. The fan is actually way more on you. I can't. This is the victim mentality of Joe Bradley, Esquire. It's unbelievable.
Just below our tower, just below us there.
You wait till I do the rota for next weekend.
In the red and white shirts.
It's Louis Large.
That's Darren Large and Louis Large from LRG Motorsport.
And a man with a flat cap.
They're out there watching Seb Corking, who's
5 minutes.
Running out
now
of their
5 minutes they got for this race.
Yeah, running out of their awning and currently leading the Minimax Championship. So we've got them reformed. I'm not sure about people restarting, especially Eddie Stewart with that bumper that's gone down. Obviously, Eddie had stuffed it into the barriers, is what we could see.
I think they've said that a couple of them. Was that Lucy? I think the 3 who were off in that instant, they may go back to park firmly.
Yeah, because they don't know if there's anything damaged on the carts. There could be steering mechanisms and stuff that have taken a bash. And the last thing you want is for your steering to snap because of a cracked
are they
rod or something.
out, or are they going for a safety inspection and back out again?
I'm not sure that they'll be out. They'll be out now.
Out.
Yeah. So we've got 6 carts that are going to take this second restart, and we're down to 5 minutes of running.
When we get down to 1 cart in 3 minutes, what do we do then?
Or 3 carts in 1 minute.
Yeah, even better. That'd be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got to do it all again. Second rehearsal. Leo Basterfield, Seb Corking has done him twice now on these 2 first
at this
starts.
point you think you'd work out what to do.
Well, it's all about the braking into the Dan Weldon hairpin, isn't it? And it seems to be that Seb Corking has got a stronger setup on the brakes.
When I was waving Jojo 75, Jojo Bo 75 was waving back.
Ah, hello, Jojo. That's our palatial tower. We're alongside the timekeepers and the race control.
Yeah, this goes well. We'll get every now and again you hear a bit of swearing behind us and someone comes to complain. And a couple of times you said, "Why have you stopped talking?" It's because I got completely distracted by the swearing behind me.
I don't see what's going on.
Have you seen what he did to me?
Yes.
How did he give me a penalty?
Here we go then. Leo Basterfield on the pole. Seb Corking behind him. Ben Adrian, Zauri Visarek, Sonny Morgan, Max Carlton. There are 6 drivers that are left. And here we go. We get things underway again. Leo Basterfield gets the drop on Seb Corking. Oh, does he not? He does not indeed. Seb Corking got the drop on him and gets ahead before the braking area. And comes through and out of the Dan Weldon hairpin. Ben Adrian is the cart that's slotted into 3rd behind Basterfield as they come through, already through the second chicane and out towards Button Bend. Through the left-hander, 1st, 2nd, 3rd there is Corking, Basterfield.
Nice
Adrian down the inside of Basterfield for 2nd. He came out for his first appearance in the Junction 6 NKC at the previous round at Wilton Mill and took 2 heat wins. He took the first 2 heat wins. He then had a 4th and an 8th to finish the weekend off. And he looks on fine form. Now, can he overtake championship leader Seb Corking? That's the question that Ben Adrian is asking himself at this point. And the answer is yes, it looks like Corking sits back, does the switch back, but not quite got the momentum to come back at him through the kink towards the second chicane. So Ben Adrian, our new leader.
Who we believe is unbeaten in the dry.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So this race will be over in a flash for these lads. No lasses, just lads. So just 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Time taken away for the previous issues.
So we'll complete 2 laps this time by.
Breaking into 2 sets of 3, or trying to bridge that gap now.
Basterfield coming back and corking towards the chicane, but slotting back in, not having anything in the toolbox to have a go down the inside. Can he get on terms here? Out of the chicane, down towards the Weldon hairpin. Seb taking an early apex there. He wasn't really challenging. It was more of a defence on Basterfield.
Yeah, that was totally. I'll save my second rather than worry about going for first.
Down towards Button Bend, Sonny Morgan doing all he can to catch Basterfield as well. And if Basterfield starts challenging, corking, this will allow Sonny Morgan into the party.
Well, there's a major situation here. Our leader is being called for a technical defect. So he's been meatballed. The 48, I think it's the rear bumper is askew on the 48, our leader. So he actually needs to pull into the pit. Because he has the rear bumper's gone. He's got a rear bumper issue.
Yeah, he's done it. He's acknowledged that. And very, very clever driving from Ben. Well done, Ben. You didn't just stamp on the brakes when you saw the mechanical flag. You waited until you come out of the first chicane and then just pulled off to the side and waved the drivers through. Very, very clever driving, young man.
My guess is that problem is a result of one of the previous incidents called red flags. Yeah. Because it's a mounting on the rear right of his bumper mounting's gone, and that's dragging. And that's his first defeat in the drag.
Yeah, it's a shame for Ben Adrian. He really has got massive pace. The leader, though, is now Seb corking with Leo Basterfield glued to his rear bumper, and equally so, these two fanning out, corking, feeling the need to defend into the first chicane at this early stage. I say this early stage, time's running out, and again defending into the Weldon hairpin. With only just coming up to 90 seconds remaining, it's the latter stages of this race already, and feels like because of the delays, we've just got this started, but we're just about to get this finished.
Yeah, Basterfield much more aggressive in the second part of the race than was earlier. We kind of just gave up the positions really. Oh, up the inside, that's not going good because Sonny Morgan's going to put Bungin into second there. Round caravan corner, saw his chance. Morgan, blue and yellow cart. Into second place and now goes after Leo Basterfield, but you kind of feel go after Seb corking. This has been the story of Minimax over the last couple of NKC seasons, the corking against Morgan. But it is corking who's leading in the red and white cart as Morgan now comes down to the Weldon hairpin, but you see the semi-defensive line that corking's taking, the halfway house between the optimal racing line and the overtaking line, and Basterfield has not given up reclaiming his second place. They come at the second chicane.
No, he's got a lot of pace as a young Leo. And the two championship protagonists off now in first and second, Corking and Morgan. Morgan needs to finish ahead of Corking. As if Corking finishes in front of him, he's just eking out more of a championship lead, isn't he? I'm not sure Morgan has got the pace here around Fulbeck. The Corking cart.
He's better this time than last time.
Yes, he is, yeah. Yeah, because he kept ducking his head down, didn't he, as if he wanted more speed, which sort of indicates to me that he's not happy with the amount of power he's got.
He might have had a mixture problem in the temperatures.
It's anything to play for, this penultimate lap, though, Nick.
You can't count out Leo either in third in the 119 car at the back of this because he's there to pounce any mistake, and I think also he's very, very close. I think perhaps any mistake, he went for the inside line. I think he'd be better off saving his powder for the caravan corner and try and get as close as he can to Sonny in this left hand, and then the right hand hairpin coming up now, do the late dive, but no, Morgan's very good on this bit of part of the track.
Yeah. Two carts in front of him have got good pace as
well.
There is
one more lap because the time is out, but of course it's time is out and then one lap.
That's right, so we just wait for them coming out of the complex there, through timekeepers, across the line now. Basterfield right on the bumper and Corking, semi-defensive line down the middle there, making it very, very difficult indeed. You've got to have a massive amount of braking to get by. Defends into the Weldon hairpin as well. And there's nothing in this. Morgan coming back at him through the kink into the second chicane, and once again down the middle of the track goes Corking. It's all fair. Oh, he hits the curb. He's lost momentum.
And he's going to lose second. Side by side, second and third.
Oh, it all settles down before Caravan. But Basterfield comes back side by side towards the complex, but it's going to be Sonny Morgan who slots in before they get into the chicane there, into the complex at Paddock, and then out of there through timekeepers for the final time. It'll be the welcome sight of the checkered flag for Minimax, and it's Seb Corking who takes a very fine win indeed from Sonny Morgan, who did fight very well, tried all he could. Leo Basterfield in third, great race from him as well. Zauri Viserek in fourth, Max Carlton fifth, and we lost Ben Adrian, didn't we, unfortunately, with that mechanical flag fault.
Well, luckily for him, though, because we'd lost 4 carts primarily, it wasn't a complete disaster. He still got a 6th.
Still got a 6th, yes. That's a good point, Nick. Yeah. So we've got Junior Rotax out for their 3rd heat next, Nick. So that mist and fog seems to have dissipated once again.
Yeah,
Nick. It keeps
it's
ebbing
kind
and
of
flowing,
it's
doesn't
kind of
it?
a dullness to some of the. Like, it isn't. It's hot, but it's actually overcastly hot now. So we haven't got sunlight on the track anywhere. It's all under high-level clouds.
So what is our weather forecast? Has it changed any?
Too hot and sweaty.
Yes, that's the actual
Met Office
current.
weather. Here we
Yes.
go. Oh, I do like those black clouds.
Hang on, I haven't shown you yet.
All right.
Just waiting for it to update.
It's exciting. Men look at updating phone. Here we go.
Here we go.
That's not
right.
easy.
So this one, right? That's where
That
we are,
isn't
right?
hit. Where are we?
That's where we are.
All right,
In
moment then.
Lincolnshire.
We're okay
Right.
at the moment.
Right, we're okay at the moment. Look out for any sort of build-up. Here comes
Oh,
the. Here comes
my
the rain.
God! Oh my God! Oh my! Very heavy rain at 4:45. Oh my God!
4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's that was like Jaws, isn't it?
It's gonna pass over us by the time we're packing up.
Oh, that's right then.
So we have got a very, very heavy rain forecast for 4 o'clock.
Well, that's good because I'm glad because both of my cameramen have emergency rain protectors for the cameras, but not for themselves.
Right, for now though, got a very, very dry and hot track, not just warm but hot track now for the junior Rotax runners. Mason Perrin on the pole position. Billy Vogt is alongside. Alfie McBain and Louis Rees are on row 2. Tom Holden and Adam Catling row 3. Callum Scrivens and Lewin Hughes with Will Swills and George Kay behind them. Freddie Theobald and Amy Peacock are on row 6. Archie Hardeman, James Rigby row 7. Curtis Latham and Levi Goodyear row 8. Daniel Haynes, Luke Sawyers are on row 9. Alex Dole, Reese Green. Levi Earl down in 21st on the number 10 is alongside Riley Thatcher. Freddie Worlock and Jaden Hewitt are on row 12. Taylor Dixon and Alfie Bushell are on row 13. Finlay Underwood and Freddie Moore are on row 14. Then Max and Alex Timmins with Melissa Adrian rounding off this 31 car field. Nick, and they're already through the Paddock complex in fine style. Mason Perrin, who should on paper disappear here, starting from the pole position.
We'll guess
He's
that.
one of the fastest junior drivers.
Here we go.
Down towards the Daniel Weldon hairpin, then the right-hander, the sweeping hairpin. It's not exactly a heavy brake, but it's enough brake to make a difference for sure.
And that was easy, wasn't
And
it?
we fingers
Easy.
crossed that everybody's.
I think it's Tom Holden in second, you know.
Is that who it is?
I may have got the numbers wrong. I think that's the 87 second. It is. It's Holden in second. 133 is third, and 77 is fourth. So there isn't a 133, so that makes it interesting. I was doing so well.
So Mason Perrin leads out of Caravan for the first time into the Paddock complex. It is indeed Tom Holden, right on his bumper though.
There is one. It's Callum Scrivens.
Yeah, here they come.
Moves up into third place.
Here they come then. We'll get a check now. Perrin, Holden, Scrivens into third. Alfie McBain, Billy Vogt, Will Swills, Freddie Theobald, Amy Peacock, George Kay, and rounding off the top 10, Adam Catling. As they go through the Weldon hairpin for the second time, these three at the front, Perrin, Holden and Scrivens, breaking away. And Mason Perrin not that far ahead, and Holden looking very, very racy. Likewise, Scrivens in third, not letting them disappear, is he?
No, 1, 2, 3. Now, interesting, but Perrin hasn't done what we thought we'd do and checked out. We've got a cart being pulled off the side. That's Ewan Hughes.
So that would have been a yellow flag at Caravan that time.
Yep, all around that complex at the moment.
Yeah. As they come out of timekeepers and head across the line again. No change certainly in the top 5. Amy Peacock has moved up to 6th. Will Swills now 7th. Back towards us they come. Through the kink and towards the second chicane then. Mason Perrin, Tom Holden. It's looking like they're playing, first time today, Nick, a high-speed game of chess.
Excellent, yes. And there's a change for second. Scrivens moving to second. On the Lando Norris cart. Just literally blocking the way through for Holden. Lead through Perrin now has made the break.
Yeah, because those two guys behind him, Scrivens and Holden, have been squabbling, haven't they? They've swapped places. So that's played nicely into the hands of Mason Perrin, who extends that lead slightly, half a second there. It's the biggest we've seen so far. Billy Vogt joining in fourth. Having a look down the inside of Holden.
A right old scrap there, aren't they?
Having a look down the inside of Holden, he was. That's the yellow helmet there in the shot. Just behind the... Oh, and down the inside of Caravan. Billy Vogt makes that work.
Wasn't that Holden going back on Vogt?
No.
Vogt and Holden yet. They have swapped twice in this lap.
So can he make it stick this time? He will show in third place this time by. Billy Vogt now up to third. Alfie McBain, Amy Peacock still in sixth, Will Swales, George Kay, Adam Catling, Curtis Latimer is the driver, and Levi Earl.
Holden pings out again and swaps back those two again, so there's a third time now Vogt and Holden have swapped positions.
Levi Earl is up to 11th, just outside the top 10 from 21st, and Levi needing a fresh points haul to assist him in that championship.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on his progress.
He's got one win from pole, and this one moves on. I got points from the back. Now second and third still haven't really finished their scrabble. You can see what's happening with Perrin. He's over a second ahead now.
Yes, and with Perrin leading this heat, he's leading the championship. He's extending that championship lead, and Levi Earl will be on a damage limitation in that 10th place.
Holden's done Scrivens again, but Billy Vogt now is up and about. So Scrivens dropped down to third. Holden's moving to second again, and you've got Vogt now right on the tail. So the mainly blue car.
So what happened to Holden then? Because he dropped back to the clutches of Billy Vogt, and he's now gotten past, repassed Vogt, and then he repassed Scrivens, and now he's pulled a gap. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, his tyres came in at half distance.
Oh, and absolutely on the limit of adhesion there from Billy Vogt. He was having almost saying a very close up close personal chat with I think has Billy got a drop down? Is just a dirty mark on the front of it? Looks low, doesn't it?
That looks low, doesn't it? Yeah.
And there's a big kind of mark on the front of it as well, which obviously maybe from a previous race. But
I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. It does look very low,
doesn't it? Yeah, I think he's got a drop down the nose there.
Yeah.
We're 5 seconds further back from where he should be.
What we're talking about there is a rule that if the bumper is held on the front of the cart by a mechanism, that if you hit it too hard, if you hit someone too hard, or if you hit anything too hard, the mechanism releases the bumper and it drops down. So we talk about drop bumpers. Now when they go after this race, they will go into scrutineering, and the scrutineer will see whose bumpers have dropped down, and they will issue them a 5-second penalty on their race time. Levi Earl has dropped right out of contention, 25th. So a problem for Earl. He was up inside the top 10 at one point, so that's really damaged his championship. With Mason Perrin maximising the haul of points here in what will be his second heat of the day. And here we go. Still battling on, aren't they, Nick?
I think this will be what's called a race-long battle. I think actually bridging the gap, actually, Tom. Tom's taken that lead that Mason Perrin in the all-red cart had from the second down to point 7, effectively. And oh, look, the three of them having another battle, and it's now Amy Peacock now who's joined up in the 4th place. She's scrapping around with Scrivens, and she's scrapping around with Voigt as well.
Yeah, Amy Peacock getting involved in the party as well. She showed her invite, and they've let her in.
I think she's got Scrivens. She's now in third.
She has,
she's in third.
She really has.
Where did she start?
Amy started
11th or 12th?
12th, yeah. So cracking race. I saw her just outside the top 6, and then all of a sudden her tyres have come on, and she's found some massive pace. We're inside the final minute very shortly. So these drivers have already gone underneath us. And there's
another move for the
challenge
lead.
For the lead.
Double switchback.
The 87 of Tom Holden there down the inside of Mason Perrin. And then Mason Perrin just casually let him go. Didn't panic. If anything, Nick, Mason Perrin was late on the brakes. Took a very late apex, but had the momentum to come back at him. That's kind of indicated to him that, maybe Tom Holden's the one to watch. And who's that on Tom Holden? Amy Peacock. Amy Peacock coming back at him as well. So this, what was a 2-car battle for the lead there, has now become a 3-car battle for the lead. As Mason Perrin heads towards the Weldon hairpin, it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. And if anything, Peacock looks very racy indeed, and she looks like she's about to overtake Tom Holden.
This is great pace from Peacock. She's really showing some form. I can't remember seeing her this high up previously, so obviously she's really gelled with this combination of track and tyres. And there she goes, a second. Up easily made through the caravan corner. So Peacock now on Perrin's tail. I think that Mason is going to be okay because there's only a lap to go.
I'm not sure we've seen Amy Peacock out in the NKC before.
This is the last round you can join as a guest.
And just a quick check there. And Amy Peacock.
And she's going to lose it. It swaps back again. And the over and under.
Side by side.
Holden, who's going to break latest? And it's Peacock. So Peacock, no, she's on the outside, on the inside. The two.
They've got to sort themselves out before that kink on that back stretch towards the second chicane, haven't they? He's a last chance.
No,
Holden defends.
Defend well now.
No, she's squeezed by.
But no one's managed to do this yet. No one's managed to take the outside line into the complex. No. And neither can she. So, but then now she's got the push wide.
Side by side into the final turn. Side by side out of the final turn.
She's got him.
Who's going to take that second place?
Wow,
that was absolute.
I reckon if this is her first race, that to me smacks of local knowledge.
Yeah, you could be right. Have a look at this again. I mean, side by side through this paddock. We've not seen this all day, and I'm very surprised to see it. But she just sits there. She knows the track, and she knows the momentum she's got coming through timekeepers there. She doesn't even have to use all the curb. Cracking driving there from young Amy.
But
Mason Perrin takes the win. Amy Peacock second. Tom Holden third. Callum Scrivens fourth. Alfie McBain fifth. Billy Vogt sixth. Freddie Whirlock 7th, Jaden Hewitt 8th, 9th is Will Swills, and Levi Goodyear is in 10th. It's another Levi I want to talk about, down in 22nd. Not sure what happened to Levi Earl, who came into this round second in the championship and has dropped a lot of points there to Mason Perrin.
Because he was running, 10th at one point?
He was inside the top 10, yeah. Inside, he just got inside the top 10, and then I'm not sure what happened, but that was when he dropped down. So what we like in the timetable, Nick? How far are we away from the lunch break?
Still a couple from lunch. That was Junior Red, wasn't it?
Yes.
Got 3 more to lunch.
Okay, and it's Senior Rotax out next.
We've got Senior Rotax, Senior TKM, and a Rotax 177. We've only got there's not many heats after lunch.
Yeah, we've got another.
I think we're running about 20 minutes behind schedule, I'd say.
So we've got some heats coming this afternoon after lunch before we get into the all-important finals. So Senior Rotax out next.
It's about an hour, that is. I reckon that they might get the finals underway at 3. So some of them are going to be very wet.
Yes. You know what? It's like whether the rain comes mid-race. That's the thing, Nick.
That's always fun. It panics us.
It's fun for us. Yeah, it's fun for us because we're in the entertainment business. Right, here they go then. Marcus King is our pole position driver. He's a young man who is in his first season of karting. We talked to him in the Paddock Show. He's an LRG Motorsport driver, and he's here with his dad. And they've always got a smile on their face, and he's he showed some great pace and he showed some great ability for a lad who's in his first season. We talked to him in the Paddock Show coming up in the lunch break. So he's on the pole position. Adam Rogers, the winner of the Dad and Lads Mechanic, or the Dad and Mechanics race at Wilton Mill. He's on the front row, Adam Rogers. He's over 35, so whether he's a dad or not might have qualified him. Anyways, Ryan Mills, Tommy Lee Davis on row 2. Aidan Pomeroy and Alex Warnaby. We've got Sam Wyatt and Matthew Lambert on row 4. Pedro Oliveira and James Becker are on row 5. Josh Morris and Braden Hill, winner of the previous senior Rotax Heat. They're on row 6. Row 7 is Max Martin and Paul Ozan. Rob Statham and Ethan Wyatt are on row 8. Ollie Goodyear and Lewis Ball are on row 9. Jake Davis and James Rowe are on row 10. Then we've got Ben Harper, Ben Fickett, Scott Lowder, Grace Lee Davis, Jodie Fox, John Halbers, Finley Watson, Matt Lewin, Cal Dunford, Ari Barker, Alexander Mazoyan and Adam Cerner are on the back. Pretty sure Adam Cerner, he's running as a novice, so
here we go.
He's going off the back.
They're taking that one.
Marcus King will lead into turn 1, will he? It's the number 7 of Adam Rogers who slots in behind the number 7, 7th in the 2022 championship, remember.
Ryan Mills, there or thereabouts on the 667. I think he's in third, but he may have got squeezed out. No, he remains in third. Then it's the 100 car of Pomeroy in fourth. And a big loser.
Now, Marcus King watched earlier as his teammate in the LRG camp, Stephen Horner, take a very, very commanding Heat win. So Marcus King will want to emulate that, and he's got 7.5 minutes to continue doing what he's doing. Adam Rogers chasing after him on the number 7. Ryan Mills in third. Aidan Pomeroy 4th. Matthew Lambert, Sam Wyatt in 6th. Tommy Lee Davis, Braden Hill up to 8th. 9th is Pedro Oliveira, and Alex Warnaby is rounding off the top 10.
Big drop for Scott Lowther down to 26th. Rob Statham's had a problem as well. And I did see the 74 kart of Jake Davis run through the chicane number 2, run off there and then let a lot of people past him. So a little bit of a moving and shaking in lap 1, but what you can't deny is it's quite a clean break for Marcus King. He's got a small lead over Rogers. And then comes Ryan Mills and Pomeroy. I haven't seen many swap there. It doesn't be quite surprisingly consistent lap this one. Not too many changes.
Now then, Adam Rogers looks like his tyres have come on because he's closed onto the rear bumper there of Marcus King.
Lambert picked up 4th place there from Pomeroy. That is Lambert, I think, in that black cart. And we've got the 21 of Wyatt. And then we've got the 100 who, so they're running through the first and second now right together. Going, a bit too flamboyant on the exit from Marcus King there. And now 1, 2 and 3 are all in position to dive up the inside. That's exactly what Rogers did, and he's forcing wide, but I think it's going to be a double undertake, and the leader maybe Ryan Mills, and the 667 comes in. Well, he just at that point Rogers decided that one place and then losing a place was a better point of valor, and they squeezed them right through, and a double overtake for Ryan Mills. Thank you very much. Watch it again, they're shaping up for each other. Adam Rogers in the yellow and blue thought, I've got a chance now to get the lead, I'm going to take Marcus King. But he got halfway and then had too much momentum, forced them both out, and taking that sharper line. There goes Mills. Thank you very much. At this point, it's discretion, and just at that point, Roy said, I'll give him Paddock.
Took them both wide, didn't he? And now they've pulled away. And Ryan Mills there, very opportunistic driving from him. Now Marcus King is going to be the cork in the bottle, because behind him, Matthew Lambert and Sam Wyatt are lining up to challenge.
Yeah, Braden Hill made a place as well that time around.
Yeah, he's up into 7th as well, so he's not far behind.
I think he's 6th now.
So Marcus King's going to have a...
Braden Hill's 5th.
He's going to have a school day. He's going to have to be very, very clean and clinical. We saw that challenge. That challenge began at the second chicane, didn't it?
Yeah. Braden Hill went out to 4th, so he's really motoring through the pack, Braden, because he won his last heat. And now he's behind our pole man. Yeah,
he's quickly gotten to the back of Marcus King, hasn't he? Right.
Really finding some pace, Braden.
Into Caravan. Ryan Mills, Adam Rogers, Marcus King. Braden Hill now behind him.
Braden's the car that looks pink, it's not. It's striping.
Yeah, striping.
It looks pink in this distance. So Hill now. It's actually grey with some fluorescent orange stripes, but it just comes out looking a bit pink, which is fine.
Marcus King is doing a cracking job holding off Braden Hill. We know how quick Braden is, just up from the juniors, and there that late apex into the Weldon hairpin proves to be the place to pass if you are cheeky enough to sneak in through that open door. And now into the second chicane, into Button Bend, and Marcus King being forced wide and losing a lot of time there.
Braden Hill not showing any overalls at all for the senior Rotax. I'm a bit surprised. I'm not sure he missed a round
he's
or two.
He's had a bit of an up and down season.
But he's not in the top 10 coming to this event.
Right, this is where the battle's at as Ryan Mills and Adam Rogers continue to circulate. Adam Rogers now getting onto the rear bumper. And who's this joining in? It's Braden Hill and Ollie Goodyear. Not far behind Goodyear is now Sam Wyatt.
Goodyear's made some places, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Where did he start?
He started in 17th.
Well, that's pretty impressive to get 4th now.
Yeah. So it's going to be a 4-card battle, if not a 5-card battle very soon, as our current junior Rotax NKC champion, Sam Wyatt, there in 5th place, just out of shot, just coming in there in the purple card. Just bringing it the shot there. He's about to join in with this 4-card battle. Marcus King still fendering off Pedro Oliveira, 6th and 7th there. Tommy Lee Davis, Alex Wannabe, Paul Azan, the master, indeed. He's not just in the Masters class, he really is the master. Paul Azan, former Super 1 champion, he's just inside the top 10.
Oh, and Hill loses a place to Goodyear, so Goodyear's got Hill doing a pointy thing that Hill couldn't possibly
see. I'm not
see.
sure Hill would have saw that. Yeah, I'm not sure Goodyear.
Yeah,
Ollie
he couldn't
Goodyear would have
possibly
seen
see
that.
a man behind him with no mirrors and not looking behind him. So that was a relatively pointless bit of pointing. And now into second place. Wow, Goodyear absolutely on a tear. And I think is Brady going to make it 2 past? No, that's not happening this time. Adam Rogers.
So Ryan Mills and Ollie Goodyear running out of the same camp, it looks like. I'm not quite sure of the livery there. Trying to see what the name is on the side of the car.
It's a standard CRG livery.
There's the move, and there's Braden Hill taking an opportunist move on Adam Rogers that I'm not sure came off.
And now it's Ollie Goodyear's just got a CRG livery. That's all his is. It's just a kart-based livery. I'm not sure whether it actually is. It does look similar.
Both very orange and black, aren't they?
Look at those. Oh, and there's the lead.
Yeah.
Not even trying to disguise it.
Caravan corner again. Bit of local
Thank you very
knowledge.
much, he says. To Mills.
We are getting very, very quickly towards the final minute of this heat. And now we have a change of lead. Ollie Goodyear takes that position from Ryan Mills, and these two really need to get their heads down and pull away. Adam Rogers not that far behind on the number 7. And Braden Hill down the inside of Rogers makes that stick at Weldon. So Braden Hill finally ahead of the number 7. And can Braden Hill now get back on terms with the 2 carts ahead of him?
Well, I think he had the pace of Ryan Mills, but just not the pace of Ollie Goodyear. And in Goodyear going past, he lost the place also to Rogers. And so he's kind of now come back from being slightly spooked by the speed of Goodyear, who was breaking the toe of the man in second place. Just watching they come round now, and it's a very impressive performance indeed by Goodyear, starting 17th in the lead in 6 or 7 minutes.
Into the Weldon hairpin then for the 11th time. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for these runners. And it's Ollie Goodyear who has shown absolutely outstanding drive here. From 17th he started on this grid and made his way through, progressed steadily through the field, and a very, very clean move for the lead it was on Ryan Mills. Braden Hill in 3rd, Adam Rogers 4th. Sam Wyatt just hasn't quite been able to get on terms there, just off the back of now Adam Rogers. And it's the
last lap now. Goodyear, 73. Now 2nd and 3rd. Well, they were looking close, they were. Hill made a bit of a minor mistake actually in chicane number 1. And dropped back off, where he was very close to Mills. And you see he dropped off because he's got a bit close to right. The gap to Rogers is slightly concertinaed up as well. Hill now really has only got one more place to overtake. I don't think he's close now. He can absolutely send it. He's going to get it here.
Yeah, I think time's run out for Braden Hill to progress any further. They are down the short chute towards the complex of Paddock. And the complex of corners there, the final stages of this Fulbeck lap is where they are now, shooting out the timekeepers and heading across the line. Then Ollie Goodyear takes a fine wheel, and did Braden Hill made it? Sorry, no he didn't. The timing screen had a bit of a glitch there for a second. Ryan Mills, just to confirm, was second behind Ollie Goodyear. Braden Hill was third, Adam Rogers fourth. There was Sam Wyatt fifth, Pedro Oliveira is in sixth, Marcus King. Got to be happy with that, the young lad, with seventh, starting from the front. Didn't go back too far. Tommy Lee Davis eighth, Paul Ozan makes it up to ninth. And Ethan Wyatt's got to be said, Ethan Wyatt, not that far from behind his brother there. And Ethan, in his first weekend of running in the seniors. So a cracking top 10 spot for him. We'll round that off. We've got a cart off at timekeepers by the looks of that, Nick.
That's not good.
On the final lap, just shooting into the barrier. And I'm not sure who that is. Can you see that with your better eyes?
No, because there's no angle which the number points towards me.
Thought so. Oops.
Oh,
sorry.
Keep amazing, I haven't trodden my wire so far today, but you have.
This is underneath my foot. So we've got 2 more heats to go before we go to our lunch break. The first one coming up is the second heat for senior TKMs, and then we round off this morning's coverage with the 4th heat for Rotax 177s.
Double Dash Motorsport, talking about the previous race. Great racing between 2 drivers you can tell respect. Yes, that was the previous one, not the... Well, there's plenty of respect in this one, in fairness. So far, there's been quite a lot of respect. So it's senior TKM now, is it? 2 to go. Senior TKM is one of them. And it is in pole. Jason Lovett. Second is Ryan Layton. Row 2 is Charlie King and Will Cregan. Row 3 is Steve King and Mitchell Ball. Row 4, Callan Lamont and Matt Cardwell. Row 5, Alexander Lehman and Gordon Smith. Row 6 is Matthew Temple, Purcell and James King. So there's 3 Kings. Charlie King, Steve King and James King in this one. Row 7 is Tom Johnson and Leo Crabtree. Matthew Horton and Chris Whiteside are row 8. Row 9 is Moy Nicholas Biles and Louis Bevan. Row 10, Ben Watson and Matt Slight. Row 11 is James Workman and James Hull. Joseph Booth and Joseph Jacks. Joseph Booth and Joseph Jacks in 12, and on his own, on the last row, it's Ollie Milner. I think he started in pole last time, so that's kind of the way it goes. Up on the front, one at the back. So out they roll for the start of the senior TKM. And you can tell they start because the smoke haze has come back. It's often quite a slower run, so some of these carts aren't self-starting. They need to be dropped and go, and they don't always start first time. Though the advantage of the warm days is much easier to start a push cart on a warm day than a cold day.
Yes, it is.
Here we are. We'll wait for Joe to come back and make a meaningful statement, and it was. Yes, they do.
Yes, it is. Yes, they are. Some of them have got clutches, though, haven't they?
Yeah,
in
these
electric
cheating.
starters. Yeah.
Cheating that is. You need to suffer.
Sorry?
You need to suffer.
I need to suffer.
Oh,
yes, these boys don't know whether they're born. Mm-hmm. Have we ever seen anybody seize up on that bike straight? No. Yes, exactly. 21st century technology, isn't it? Here they come then. Coming back towards us for the start of this TKM second heat. And a pall of smoke.
I think you start about 15th. You've got 3 months taken off your life.
Yes, well, I've got a lot of years off my life.
17 and 26, they're going off in grid order.
Jason Lovett and Charlie King. Charlie King, the championship leader. And into that second chicane. They stay line astern.
Someone skipped it. Who was that? That was a 32, I think, who skipped it.
Is that Charlie King up into the lead?
Oh, my Lord.
Look at that. We've got a bit of a car park at the outside.
Four of them have gone. 61, 30, 65 and 91.
The gravel trap at the Weldon hairpin has done its job, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's just no one has hit that barrier on the outside. It's checked the progress of that. Charlie King is in the lead, as we expected him to be. It's Will Cregeen in second, Mitchell Ball up to third. Then we've got Crabtree, Lovett, Johnson, Cardwell, Smith, Watson and Whiteside. Hopefully Ben Watson will have a better race than having dominated from the lead, and then that problem with the chain it was, wasn't it? Now Ben Watson is Charlie King's teammate, and they're just camped below us. That's their camp.
Oh, their camp, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
that's why everyone's got up, because they've been sitting down doing various things. They got to watch the actual team event.
Yeah.
So we have Matthew Houghton, Ryan Layton, Matthew John Purcell and Steve King as our leader involved in that first couple. A couple have got go again, a couple haven't, but they're obviously the two have got go with Matthew Houghton and Matthew John Purcell are way off the overall lead of the pack. Charlie King, on the other hand, pulling out a decent little lead, and now it's Mitchell Ball in second, Will Cregeen in third, and it's like a third-fourth battle between the 84 and the 44, Leo Carrick in the 44, but they haven't given on Mitchell Ball. The thing about Mitchell, do you always feel that Mitchell can become better during the course of an event? Frank's been stung by something, everybody, so if the camera work gets a bit iffy on the other thing, he's been stung by something. On the other thing, he's been stung by something.
What, like, no, he doesn't mean at the bar, does he?
No, I mean, no, he hasn't been stung for some he's been stung by something stinging.
Okay. Where's Frank from?
Texas.
He'd be used to getting stung by things. Much more dangerous than a wasp or something from here.
Well,
still
possibly.
Unpleasant, Frank. Still showing a steady hand.
I think he's filming sitting down.
So back to the soap opera that is on the track rather than off the track. We've got Charlie King and Mitchell Ball. Mitchell has pulled out a bit of a gap to Leo Crabtree. Just checking on the progress of Louis Bevan, who's now up to 9th, and Louis started in 18th.
A warning for the number 15, that's Gordon Smith.
He's way down.
Perhaps he called that first lap kerfuffle.
Gordon Smith, number 15, down to 11th there, gets a warning flag this time by. Charlie King completes 4 laps. But not quite at half distance yet, so still a lot of race. The gap to Mitchell Ball from Charlie King's about a second, isn't it? 9/10.
Yeah, there's no real, it's more third and fourth. There's no real closeness in that top field at the moment at
Look
all.
who's just put in the fastest lap there, Ben Watson.
Trying to make up for his problems, yeah.
Charlie King's teammate, isn't he? He's with the Klassen outfit. Both of these carters there. That's the cart in the last in that picture there. Ben Watson making great progress. We'll keep an eye on him. Let's keep an eye on Ben.
In 6th at the moment.
He deserves a bit of coverage after that retirement. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race, and he's in 6th. He's in the
grey cart. He's the back cart there. He's that grey cart. The second of the grey carts, I think, on the 95, yeah.
Number 95.
With the black helmet,
yeah.
that's it. That's Watson looking to get the... Obviously, his teammate in front of him, given the fact they are identically painted.
Yeah,
but we have white helmet versus black helmet. Ben Watson sitting a bit lower in the car, or just being a bit smaller.
And they're also in the same team as Charlie King, our leader and championship leader, who's way ahead. But
I'm predicting a move at Caravan.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking Ben Watson, and you were spot on. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit more cautious with the teammate, isn't he? And he's just give the indication to Tom Johnson. Come on, then, let's catch Will Cregeen, who's up in 4th. So let's see if they can. They're already on his bumper, though, aren't they? Look at that. Already chasing him down. So Will Cregeen's on the red and white cart there. Ben Watson and Tom Johnson, the black and white carts behind them. And
almost in another place, but no.
Yeah, got the tin opener out, didn't he? Didn't quite use it. Might be Caravan again for this one. Into the second chicane.
Oh, well, that's new.
Yeah, into the second chicane. That's tricky. into the button bend, the left-hander towards Caravan, the hairpin. And then now Ben Watson has got a bit of daylight between himself and Leo Crabtree. So now Ben will get his head down. Meanwhile, at the front, Charlie King completes 7 laps. The gap to Mitchell Ball has gone out to 1.4. So Charlie King is going to consolidate that championship lead with these points. Still another heat and the final to come, of course. So still plenty of points holding it. Louis Bevan in 8th spot. Louis not. He's got a tough gaggle of carts ahead of him to chase down. Joseph Jakes, Tom Johnson just ahead. So Ben Watson breaking away now from this little gaggle of Will Cregeen and Tom Johnson in 5th and 6th. He is closing that gap to Leo Crabtree, but with just on 90 seconds remaining, I'm not sure what that was.
Oh, so, look at that.
Look at that.
He got a punt,
that's what he did, yeah.
I'm not happy about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was a punt or just he overbraked, but he missed the chicane.
Yeah,
and
he's let the person who's ahead of him, which is one of the grey carts, and then
the place back.
I think he just punted that one.
Yeah,
he got a little bit of a
it
tap
looks as if he was at 90 degrees to the direction of travel, wasn't it?
So Watson now not making the progress I thought to move up.
Yeah, I mean, Crabtree's no slouch, is he? I mean, Crabtree's a hard driver to catch. He is catching him, and he's
getting there.
Say that,
it's going to be on the cusp of whether it's 2 laps or one more at the end of this.
It is. We'll keep an eye on Charlie King, who's just
out of the second chicane. He should get another 2 laps. 26 seconds. Yeah, I'm sure he'll do the rest of his lap in 26 seconds. Was it 46 is the fast one or 45 is the fast one here? 47 for these guys.
Yeah, Charlie King into the paddock complex while we continue watching Ben Watson chase down Crabtree. Let's see how much time is. 10 seconds. It's going to be inside. Yep, another 2 laps then. So this is great. This is great news for Ben Watson. Not so great news for Leo Crabtree, who's very, very aware that Ben Watson is now literally on his bumper. And Ben Watson, we know how quick he is. We know where his favourite overtakes are, which is pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, well, is there a place where I can get past? Yeah, I'll go past there.
Anywhere. Any braking area, any acceleration zone is pretty much in the textbook for Ben Watson. Here he comes in, out the second chicane. This is a favourite one of his. Through button bend, gets momentum. But Crabtree's he's a wily driver. He's got a box of experience to call upon as well.
Here's my box of experience.
Here they come. Charlie King then takes the 1 lap to go board. These two here, Leo Crabtree, Ben Watson, will take the 1 lap to go board as they come underneath us. And Crabtree showing a little bit of defensive line there.
Yeah, King and Ball have broken away, enjoying nice, relaxing last laps. Not so for Leo Crabtree, who's got the constantly variable lines and ideas of Ben Watson behind him. The 95 cart's going to try it on the outside into chicane 2. Not a good one normally. And I think if I was that close, and he's lost in space, I think if I was that close, I would have waited and gone for the traditional caravan corner dive. But I think he's now too far back to do that.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of momentum there. Yeah.
So that was a little bit of a mistake by Watson. He was close enough to have done the caravan corner, but he thought he could get around the outside of the second chicane. That's not happened for anybody. No one's managed to do that.
Here they come then. Charlie King takes the win. And that is Mitchell Ball in second. And then Leo Crabtree hangs on to that third for the ever more advancing Ben Watson. It was Tom Johnson who finished 5th, Will Cregeen 6th, Joseph Jakes 7th, Louis Bevan 8th, 9th is Joseph Booth, Matt Cardwell is in 10th, Ollie Milner 11th, Gordon Smith 12th, and then we've got James Hull 13th, Matt Slade 14th, Molly Nicholas Biles finishes in 15th, Chris Whiteside 16th, and then you've got Matthew Horton on the number 7, 17th, Jason Lovett 18th, 19th with James Workman, and then we had Matthew Temple Purcell. It was Ryan Layton, Steve King and Alexander Lehman who we lost there at the Weldon hairpin on the first time through, Nick.
And there's a whole batch of people who've gone to rescue their carts. So it's been a long, long walk to the very tail end of the circuit before they could do that. So coming up to the last race before lunch.
Rotax 177's back out for their fourth heat.
Of 5.
Yeah.
Obviously each driver only takes part in 3 of those.
Just quickly scanning down. Harry Wainwright starting in 8th. Tim Darlow, winner of his first heat, is in the middle of the grid on 16th. So Neil Hemming starting on the pole position for this 177 grid. Adrian Smith alongside. Oliver Moss and Dan Millwood on row 2. Jason Bear, Ryan Taylor-Truman on row 3. Nick Skelton and Harry Wainwright are on row 4. And then we've got Tyler Fossey, Aidan Hammond on row 5. Mike Edwards, Sean Smith start on row 6. Row 7 is Thomas Storer and Scott Clee. Then we've got Steve Stewart and Tim Darlow on row 8. Oliver Smith, Danny Andrew on row 9. James Frost, Harrison Crook on row 10. Richard Evans, Will Milner on row 11. Dan Fleckney, Brendan Smith on row 12. Rhys Llewellyn, Joshua Pickford on row 13. And then rounding off the 28-card field, it's Billy Clark and Alex Jones starting at the very back.
More important is Frank all right now? After his stinging incident.
Yeah, where's he been stung, by the way?
Well, that's more of an important question.
Yeah.
Somewhere important on the tower, yes. Well done. Thanks, Paul. He's been stung on the tower, yes.
Yeah, here's us showing a lot of compassion and worry. And
yeah, like we care. Sorry, we do care. We do care.
You know,
care very deeply
in the community. And Paul's just ridiculing Frank for
he's been stung on his zooming finger.
Oh, really?
That explains a lot.
Right.
His zooming finger.
Pesky wasps.
For those who don't know, when you operate the camera, there is a ring which goes around the back of the lens. Well, you've got the lens, the body, and then there's a ring, and you actually move that ring around. It's not like a button which you'd use on your own handy cam. It's proper, very professional. They rotate a ring for the zoom, and now there's a sting on the zoom ring.
It's uncomfortable.
But he's a trooper. He's got water and sandwiches, so he's fine.
He's got water and sandwiges, so he's fine. We've got water, we've got no sandwiches.
No, you've got biscuits, though.
Got an abundance of biscuits. Right, we are into the final heat before the lunch break, and maybe we can get some sandwiches.
You have to go fast.
I know.
Do you want me to do this one?
The last, I've done the grid.
I mean, do you want me to do the race so you can get in the queue?
Oh, I don't know. No, mate.
Oh, is that bad? You think it's that bad if I do the race? I'd ruin the whole thing, would I?
Yeah, pointless. I'm not missing the race.
Sorry, pointless. Oh, in the queue, right? I think they pointless me doing it.
Well, there is that. Yes, yeah. I'm sure the fans would love that, Nick.
I've got the fan. I have the whole fan.
Really
I'm hogging the fan.
Here we go. They are out of timekeepers and heading towards the start line. We get them underway. And we're about 10 wide there going towards the Weldon hairpin from this perspective. We actually are 3 or 4 wide going into the braking area. It gets very busy.
Oh, there we go.
I'm not quite sure who that was. I'm not quite sure what Nick's doing. I think that was in relation to the card going off.
Of course it was.
But we'll use our imagination.
What else would it be?
I don't know, mate.
We'll see it again, shall we? So, I'll do it. Oh.
Who is that? Who is it? Oh, look, he come together yet. That's what did it.
Oh, it's 50-something. It's Jason Bear, I think, 51.
That's a shame. It's come wheel to wheel. Quite a bit of wheel banging going on in that first turn. That's what karting is like. As we complete the first lap, then let's have a rundown.
22 in the lead of Dan Millwood.
Ryan Taylor-Truman second. Harry Wainwright is through in third. Nick Skelton, Adrian Smith, Oliver Moss, Mike Edwards, Tyler Fossey, Thomas Storer, and Steve Stewart riding off the top 10.
Leader dropped down to fourth. And I didn't see him make much of a mistake there.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Mugged by 3 people. Some of them are facing the wrong way.
So it's Taylor-Truman, Harry Wainwright, and Nick Skelton now.
Possibly in that order.
Look at that. There is one there. There was a trend. Wainwright down the inside of Caravan.
Yeah, but hang on a second. Who's coming up the inside?
Oh, he's not going to be in
the yellow and red. No,
yeah. Taylor-Truman hangs on to that second place.
That was Skelton in the yellow and red. And the 9 cart's been pulled off. That is Oliver Smith. Again, more people are just pulling off today than we've seen.
it's now Harry Wainwright, who he's a young driver in the senior class. He moved up to the senior class early because of his height, and he moved from juniors to seniors, and then he continued growing and moved from 162s to 177s, the heavier category.
How much does does the cart weigh before you add the driver?
You have to weigh 80 kilograms.
The cart does.
The driver has to weigh 80 kilograms before you can move up to 177.
But what is the cart weight? I'm saying, what is the most you can weigh as a driver and still make the weight?
Oh, I think it's about 130 kilograms or something, the cart, isn't it?
Gone? Okay.
So as Wainwright comes across the line then, it's a 3-car battle for the lead for sure. Taylor Truman, Skelton staying with him. There's nothing in it, but Wainwright, fastest cart on the track at the moment. The rest of the field have gone through. We've had a couple of incidents on the opening laps, but now things beginning to settle. And the question is, can Taylor Truman come back at Harry Wainwright? Here they come out of the second chicane, down towards the button bend. Through that and down the inside. No, not for Nick Skelton. He had a look on that yellow card, didn't he? But they come down the short chute towards the Paddock complex, into the left and then the right. Keep the lock on through the second right-hander, and then that sweeping left to finish the lap. It's 4 laps completed then for our leaders. The rest of the field coming through behind him. But we'll stay with this lead battle because I think anything can happen now. We're just under a minute away from the half distance mark, so plenty of racing time here. As out of the Weldon hairpin, Wainwright just pulls a little bit of a gap. But you couldn't really say that was a gap at all because these three are absolutely together. Now then, Skelton had a look at Caravan last time by, and he does the same, and this time he makes it happen with momentum out of Button and into Caravan. Now it's Skelton's turn to have a go at Harry Wainwright. Let's see what they can do. And if anything, Taylor Truman has dropped away from the rear bumper of Nick Skelton. So Skelton moves right onto the rear bumper of Harry Wainwright in the lead. It's the red and yellow livery against the white livery, predominantly white livery of Wainwright. Again, I think you were right, Nick, saving weight from a sticker kit. Not quite sure how much a sticker kit weighs, but it's what, half a kilo or something.
Yeah, half one. It's a lot of plastic on these more. You're covering every single surface. Oh, and there's a chance on the lead. Skelton there takes the lead up the inside of Wainwright, but Wainwright's going to fight it back. But he's not seen anyone go around the outside of these corners here.
That's Skelton's favourite passing place, isn't it? He does this every time. Momentum through this left-hander here. And then when the cart goes out to take the optimum line, he dives down the inside, last of the late breakers. He really was last of the late breakers as well. But now that he's ahead, he's moving away. He's moving away from Harry Wainwright, and Harry Wainwright is dropping back. Not so much dropping back, I should say, than Taylor Truman is coming back towards Harry Wainwright.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good move by Skelton. He's broken the gap. He's broken the gap.
How good is that?
He's very clever. Joe's made coffee.
That didn't even move from his seat.
No. So yes, it's Ryan Taylor Truman now looking to pick up that second place on the tail of the white cart of Harry Wainwright, and we're being waved through the
missing the chicane out again. So incident at the first chicane. We've seen this many times. We wave drivers by, and if anything, that hasn't affected this lead battle at all. Wainwright in the blue helmet there. The yellow helmet behind him is Ryan Taylor Truman. This is a battle for second and third place as Nick Skelton has cleared them and has disappeared. We're inside the final 2 minutes, Nick, so time running out, and I think these three have kind of stagnated a little now that they've got to where they are.
Made the break. I think Taylor Truman was kind of lining up for a move into this corner last lap and then lost a bit of momentum by that wave by effectively from chicane 1. So he's now just easing back up again. There's still 3 or 4 laps to go. I wouldn't put it past him. He's got in close, whether he can just get close enough to make that move into Caravan Corner. Wainwright knows it's coming, and nope, too far back for Truman that time. So they are certainly, both of them, no match in Nick Skelton's pace as he pulls away. Down they come into the first chicane. Now the idea is to get as close as possible on the exit of this to give yourself options coming into the Weldon hairpin. He's as close as he can be, and he pops out, and it's a sort of it was a half-hearted block from Wainwright. Weldon has the wrong line for the chicane. He's going to back out. Oh, he does. Only one person gets through the second chicane at Fulbeck in one piece. He's done that, and the swap's been done, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Wainwright can't get trailer to him back again.
Yeah, Wainwright likes this spot as well. Not quite enough there at Caravan. He just really had to follow him around the outside of Weldon there, didn't he? He couldn't do anything about it. He just had to follow him all the way around the outside.
I think Wainwright's doing that thing where he hasn't quite got enough horsepower. He's kind of bouncing on, trying to get closer and closer and closer. Coming on to what will be, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, still 2 laps. So time for Wainwright to come back. He's
getting stretched very slightly.
Taylor Truman's not dropping him away, is he? Dropping off it now, as I say that, coming out the Weldon hairpin. Yeah, Wainwright's head goes down, trying to just maximise that top speed. Nick Skelton, that's the cart that just flashed through underneath, that's the leader. This is Ryan Taylor Truman and Harry Wainwright battling for second and third. We are on the penultimate lap, so it'll be the 1 lap to go board very shortly shown to our leader, who comes through the final turn now. Here comes second and third. Crosses the line. Oh, look at that. Riley Taylor Truman absolutely on the edge of breaking now.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling the pressure from Wainwright. He has got a little bit more basic speed at this point of the race. He's got a couple of tenths. He can't afford to make a mistake, that's for sure. He's got a safety gap now, so he won't have to be looking over his shoulder going into Caravan Corner for the last time. Dust raised on the exit of the second chicane.
And this is all settled in, hasn't it? By the time we got the final lap, first, second and third are sorted. As we look further ahead there, just on the track, there he is, the yellow liveried cart. Just coming out the final turn.
There he is.
There's our leader crossing the line now. In that bright yellow cart, we've got Nick Skelton, Ryan Taylor Truman second, Harry Wainwright third, Thomas Storr 9 seconds behind in fourth, with Sean Smith right there with him. In fifth, Oliver Moss sixth, Harrison Crook seventh, eighth is Mike Edwards, Scott Clean ninth. And what a day Tim Darlow's having. 10th place from 16th on the grid. He's having an absolute cracker of a day here at Fulbeck. So this is round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC, bringing it to you from Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. We have now got a very short lunch break. We'll go to our Paddock Show.
It's half hour,
about half an hour, yeah. So we'll be back shortly. Hope you enjoy the Paddock Show. We'll be back soon.
And welcome to round 5 of the NKC from Fulbeck. And the only one thing to talk about, and that's the heat, Joe.
I am not complaining because the British autumn is just around the corner. So this weekend in September here at Fulbeck has certainly taken us by surprise, Nick. It's absolutely beautiful. Yes, it's hot, but it's hot for everyone. So the challenge is there. And considering the NKC is all about those 2 sets of Max's tyres, well, 2 rounds to go, round 5 of 6, those tyres are going to be stretched, and this heat's not going to help, is it?
No, because also Fulbeck quite a rough circuit, I think you'd call it, wouldn't it? It's got a kind of an abrasive surface, and we add to that probably 40 to 50 degrees centigrade track temperature. Those poor little Max's tyres.
Yeah, and it's, you know what, you're not going to be wanting to get to the final round at Clare next month with both sets of tyres absolutely worn out. So again, it's you know what, we talk about tyre management quite a lot, don't we? in all forms of motorsport, and perhaps none more so than in the NKC, which is all about managing those tyres. But you know what? That's not going to detract in any way, shape or form for the competitive racing we're going to see here this weekend.
And of course, all the championships are still up for grabs.
Absolutely. You know what? If you can remember last year's 162 championship, the actual winner, the 162 champion, Simon Keeble, he went into the final round in 5th place. So now, with the penultimate round upon us, now's the time to consolidate those points and put yourself in a really, really strong position by being in that top 5 to 10 going into Clay Pigeon.
Well, it's far too hot for me to be outside, but Joe, you go and talk to people at the paddock. You like the warmth.
Yeah, we've had a lovely, we're going to do a lovely paddock walk, Nick, and I'm going to top up the tan.
Fabulous.
So one of the drivers that have been missing from the NKC, I am glad to see, has returned for the penultimate round here at Fulbeck. He's got his shirt off for us as well, because it's very, very warm this weekend. We'll hear us talking about just how hot it is. Steve Gilly, great to have you back, mate. How are you?
Good to be back, feeling great, yeah. A little bit hot, struggling because of the weather, but we're on good pace. 7 weeks off on the sofa must have helped somehow.
Well, you've lost weight for it, I've got to say. You were telling me.
Everything's baggy, cart's now heavy. Done a little bit of training on the upper side of things while my ankle was broken.
That's where I want to come to. So tell the viewers then, you weren't just slumming it, were you, for 7 weeks? It was killing you, wasn't it? So what happened? How did it work? What happened exactly?
I was at work, stood down on a dump truck onto a rock. Ankle went fully underneath me. At that time was 15 stone. So 15 stone, pure sheer weight, boom, off the ankle, and yeah, snap. So 7 weeks off, cold ice therapy, heat treatment, physiotherapy, exercising every day, every night. I didn't leave it alone, to be honest with you, but I had nothing else to do for 7 weeks. And look, it's got me here. So I had to get a little bit of a feel on the first day. Felt a little bit strange, but other than that, no pain.
It's your left foot, yeah? So that's your braking foot, isn't it?
It's the braking foot, yeah. Don't really use it that much, so.
Well, I mean, you do have to have feel in the brakes on the, brakes on the rear axle. So, you're doing yourself an injustice there, mate.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah. We ride it. It is used quite a lot, to be honest. But no impact whatsoever on my driving, to be honest. Straight on the pace. Setup's been pretty good. I think it's just the heat slowing us down, to be honest. But
yeah, I mean, the forecast is for it to be hot like this tomorrow. The thing is, Steve, everybody's in the heat. That's what makes the playing field level. Here I am, wiping sweat out my eye. I'm even hot and I'm not even driving. So, I mean, great to have you back. It must be absolutely delighted to be back.
Yeah, I love it. I've missed it, to be honest. I hated not being off. It wasn't very nice watching it on TV where I should have been. So I like my name to be out there. I like to show what I can do. So here I am and back. Let's hope the time stay up for tomorrow.
Now I'm just looking at the cart. Did that 7 weeks give you a chance to, go over the cart with a fine tooth comb?
No. The cart got left until I turned up here on Friday night. I moved house in that 7 weeks as well. I had to pay for movers, so everything went in a trailer. Wow. And it got brought here.
Doesn't rain but it pours, does it? You moved house and you broke an ankle.
Yeah, Thursday night I got here, sorry. So I had a late Thursday night, early Friday morning, and that's it. Straight on the ball.
Well, will you be happy with tomorrow afternoon then, after, coming back with your ankle and stuff?
I'm looking at 2 top 10 finishes in the A final for the rest of the year. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Great to have you back, mate. Cheers.
Cheers. Take care.
Aidan Hamadiers on the number 76 in 177. Now, Aidan, you've only missed one round, you were telling me, so...
Yeah. Mansell, missed that one round. I was on holiday, so I was enjoying myself either way, so it's all good. But back here now today. It's been an interesting day, just trying to find some just seconds, because I'm really falling behind here. Not my strongest track, not been here a lot. We were last at Wilton Mill, enjoyed that. But yeah, that was a good little session for me at Wilton Mill. It's my home track, Wilton Mill. But this is a sort of home track, an hour and a half away from me. But Wilton Mill's the closer one. That's a good round.
So here we are, 5th round of 6. Yeah. And those tyres must be getting worn by now.
Yeah, they are.
So how are they going to cope with the heat?
Apparently it's going to rain around 2 o'clock tomorrow. So hopefully that might help with the wet weather tyres. But yeah, with the dries, they're going to get shredded. It's going to be.
Is Fulbeck like that? Does it take a lot out of the tyre?
Yeah, a little bit. Not as bad as some other tracks, but it's a hefty track.
Right.
But it's good. It's a fun track. It really is.
Yeah.
It's a fun track, and I'm here with Attack Motorsport. They're doing a brilliant job looking after me. With Max over there.
Max is a bit of a character, your team boss, isn't he?
He is. The team is a character. The character is a bit of a team. They like to give me a load of stick, but you know that's part of the fun, isn't it?
They do.
It's part of the fun.
That's what you pay them for.
Exactly.
Give us a little bit of a summary about how the 2023 season has been for you.
I'm not allowed to swear, so
No, don't swear.
all right. It's been okay. I'm not really this year. I'm not really.
They call it character building.
Character building. That's it. A lot of character and charisma. It's not been my best year, but you know what? I'm just taking this as a fun year.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a little break. I think next year, just do something a bit more fun, and then I'm going to come back to it. Maybe the year after, lose some weight. My goal is to be in the 162 and join that, be proper competitive, and get out there a couple more weekends than what I'm doing now.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'2".
Yeah. You're already to the disadvantage.
I think I'm like a couple kg over, so I'm it doesn't help. Definitely doesn't help. But I'm not really taking it too competitive this year. I'm just having fun with it. Give me a couple of years and I'll come back and I'll be doing it a lot more competitive. A lot of money as well, so I'm going to have to save up a bit for that.
There's no cheap form of motorsport.
But yeah.
Aidan, it's great to have you. I look forward to the rest of your weekend. And you know what? You look like you're having fun, which is what it's all about.
Exactly that. As long as I've always got a smile on my face, enjoying it. That's what it's about, really.
And a big character being evolved every day.
Exactly that.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Great stuff. One of the regulars in our NKC Championship 162 Rotax class, Scott Lowther, a man who also always has a smile on his face. Scott, you've just come in.
Yeah.
We're talking about the heat this weekend. It's uncharacteristic for September in the UK,
incredible.
where it looks like hard work out there.
Really hard work, like really, really hard work. Like you come in and just, even like you can take your top off, your suit off, and you're just dripping. It's like running off you. And out there, it's just constantly it's roasting.
If it was easy, I'd be doing it.
I mean,
Fulbeck as a track, is it the sort of track you like?
It's all right. I don't love it. It's not my favourite track, but it's got a few different bits in. It's hard braking corners, tight corners, faster straights, fast. Yeah, it's all right. It's good. It's good.
2 more rounds to go in the 2023 Championship.
Yeah.
You've had, I'll describe it as a roller coaster of a season. Give us a little bit of background on so far.
Yeah, it was all right. I know Rower, obviously, it's not my home really, but I class it as my home circuit because I've been there that many times. Rower went pretty well, had a all right few heats. Last heat, the last round at Wilton, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
Like, first race took off on like the 6th corner, so I went from I think we were sat in 8th or something, got took out, and I'll come back on mid-pack to the back. Next race, I finished it, so it was all right. Race after that, the second from last corner on the first lap, someone come over the back of me, pulled off my exhaust, snapped my coil. That was out then, so there was one DNF in the first race was pretty bad. Then went out in the final, and my chain guard flew off on the second lap. So that was a weekend to forget that one.
I think they call it, in this sport, they call it character building. You know what, we talk about, especially in the the pro motorsport that I kind of frequent the paddocks of, it's all about winning a championship. It's all about winning the race, but it's not necessarily about being first, is it?
No.
I had some of my best races for 20th place.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, I would love to be fighting at the front. I would love to be every weekend coming off and battling for first and winning. But unfortunately, I'm not. I don't get the time in the seat. I don't get out enough. I enjoy it when I'm out, but it's just, so I'd come off, I just love having a bit of a battle around, whether I'm battling for first or I'm battling for last. As long as I'm here having a race with people, that's what I'm here for, and I enjoy it.
And the setup here, Scott, is you and your dad.
Me and my dad.
Prepping the cart. I mean, quality time, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is. We've done it I think my dad bought me my first kart when I was 12 or something, and we've been doing it just like me and my dad ever since.
Yeah.
So, it's just come off just like me and my dad. It's a nice week. It's a nice just weekend away, especially when the weather's a bit too warm, but it's nice. It's fun.
Tell us a little bit about the cart. It's got running DHR colours, so it's an OTK.
Yes.
I take it. Is that a Norris cart, a Lando Norris cart? It's not, is it?
No. So this is an EOS cart.
Right.
Just like Tony cart.
Yeah.
But I bought the chassis off someone who raced for DHR, hence why it's got the stickers on. And then this is just my sticker kit I had made to stick on, and then obviously had my engine rebuilt by the Hunters up there. So yeah.
There's only, I think we've only got 3 Venator runners. You and James Wood and another chap. It's a new engine, isn't it? The Venator racing engines thing have only really come about this year. Seems to have a lot of waft, as they say.
Yeah, it does. To be honest, it flies. It's just driver.
No, you don't put yourself down. The thing is, Scott, as you've alluded to, it's all about enjoying the racing, isn't it?
It is, and that's the main thing. I mean, if you're coming away and you're not enjoying it, is there any point doing it? Whether you're first or what, if you're coming away and you're hating it, it's not very fun, is it? So, no, that's the main thing we're here for.
And you're still smiling and laughing, even after the season you've just described. So, you know what? It's exactly the reasons I raced, and I wish you very well this weekend, mate.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, mate.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
So Marcus King, first season in certainly a national championship. He's on the 26 with LRG. Let's grab a word with Marcus now, because last weekend you were top step of the podium at Rara, weren't you, my man?
I was. Had a nice fight at Rara for first place. Came down to the last couple of laps, but really enjoyed that. It was my first win.
Was that on a different tyre though? Would you have been on Mojo's up there?
That was still on Max's.
Oh, right. Well, so even better. Wow, how did you do that? This is your first season, full season, isn't it?
Yeah, I started in October in senior Rotax.
Yes.
And just once Rara was my first time.
Yeah.
And when I was in it, it's very good.
Does that motivate you then to get to see what it's like? I mean, the NKC for you this week, this season, I should say. You've been there or thereabouts on many occasions, haven't you? You've been running the top 5 and stuff.
Yeah, I think my best result was on the Saturday at Mansell. Came 5th there. I was really good, yeah.
Yeah.
But I need to learn how to sort of fight my way through.
I was going to ask you that very question, Marcus. What exactly then do you need to learn going and looking forward to 2024?
So in the dry, I've got the pace. So it's just about sort of getting in those big grids and then just trying to get my way through the pack, and then also some wet practice. That would be nice.
I suppose it's learning how to stay out of trouble as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very true.
Have you noticed that you can sort of spot an accident about to happen?
Some accidents happen right in front of me, and so I can't go anywhere. But I mean, that's just all learning.
Now, you're with Louis' team, Louis Large's team, LRG, but you are very much spanned by your dad, and you both seem, you all always have smiles on your face, so you obviously enjoy your racing together.
Yeah, was with Louis from the start.
Yeah.
He helps us just, get on our feet, and then teaches me and my dad how to actually work the thing. But he's really useful.
I mean, that must have been a massive benefit. All that experience that you kind of it's like having a library of information there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, especially the track walks.
Right.
Those going track walks in the morning, and that really helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what will Marcus King be happy with come Sunday afternoon?
Don't know.
I know Dad's hoping that the cart will be straight and you can just wheel it off to Clay, but what will Marcus be happy with? Where do you want to be?
Top 20 in the A final. Yeah.
Top 10, mate.
Top 10.
That's the spirit. Thanks, Marcus. Good luck, mate. Enjoy the rest of certainly the rest of this weekend, and we'll see you out this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here at DGS Motorsport in the paddock at Fulbeck. Two youngsters here in the junior Rotax class. Tell us who you are and what number are you?
I'm Alex Timmington, number 18.
And
Luke Sawyer's number 32.
Right, Luke, I'll start with you. How's your season going? Where are you in the championship? Before we do that, I'm really sorry. I must apologise for this football top. It's just not on, is it? Sorry, go on.
10th, but we haven't had the best of luck over the year, so we should be higher, but we'll take it being in top 10.
All right.
So yeah.
And how's yours going?
Had quite a lot of bad luck. It's my first proper year racing. Last year, I've only been doing it for about a year now, and I started last July. So
last July, you're barely just off your novice plates, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So what's it like then, racing in a team where you're socialising, if anything, here with the people who you're racing with?
Yeah, well, it's good because like you get to like work together on track and like talk to each other off track and like get to know like setups for the weekend and like improve all the time. So it's good.
And do you share information about setups?
Yeah, you do. You get a lot of help with it. And
Give the viewers an idea of when. I know what you mean when we say share information, but what information can you glean from each other?
like you can share different racing lines to see if, because like everybody might be slower in one bit, and then if everybody's fast in another bit, you can like put it all together and everybody can be fast.
And you being the more experienced driver, do you find that the people without that experience that you've got, they're sort of picking your brains all the time?
Yeah, well, it's good to like help them and like because you want your teammates up in the grid. So if you're battling other teams and other drivers, it helps you out like to work with them and try and push with them. So it's good.
And working with a team, you have more information that you can sort of go with as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, you have a lot more than if you're just on your own.
Right then, last question. Where do you want to finish tomorrow?
Top 25.
Right, that's fair dues. And yourself?
First.
Hey, best of luck, lads. You're not going to have any luck with a football team like that, though, is he? I mean, sorry, I do apologise. Manchester United, man, what can I do?
Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you had a nice, pleasant lunch. Still stiflingly hot here at Fulbeck. My heart goes out to all of our competitors and everybody, and especially our cameraman, Jude and Frank out there in the heat of battle, quite literally. And Frank's been stung on the finger by something.
I know, he doesn't know what it is. And it's his Zoom finger
It's
as
like
well.
being in the tropics.
It's like being in the tropics.
We're about to get underway then. We've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 5 heats before we get going with our B finals. And we're pretty much taking the coverage all the way through to the checkered flag this afternoon. I've no idea when that will be. The checkered flag on the meeting, I mean.
$5, apparently.
Well, yes.
No,
Well,
but it's not
yes.
going to happen because it's all
No.
ups and downs and ins and outs.
Yes, exactly. Roundy round. Right then, Junior Rotax for their
Roundy
fourth.
round.
It's all roundy rounded, in and out. Especially here at full.
Sounds very rude.
In and out of she kids. It's Jill Everton, the Paul Ozan driver. Paul Ozan, Jay's mentor over the course of the season. Josh Delacarter is alongside him. Jamie Salter and Reece Green. Alex Dole, Finley Underwood are on row 3. And then we've got Archie Hardiman, Luke Sawyers, Amy Peacock, Taylor Dixon. Amy Peacock had a cracking second meet.
Very quick.
Callum Scribbins, Maxton Smith, Ollie Morris, Alfie McBain, Mitchell Mulvey, Alex Timmins, Billy Vogt, Freddie Moore, Billy Edgecombe, Louis Rees, Rafi Celentano, George Cale, Lewin Hughes, Adam Catling, Alex Fraser, Presley Walker. Here we go. Just got time to mention Levi Earl and Jasmine Taylor with Daniel Hinds and Curtis Latimer rounding them off. About 12 wide, it looks like, into the Weldon hairpin. It's not quite that, though. And round the outside, it's got number 11.
Reece Green, third to first.
Yeah, brilliant. Third to first in that run down to the Weldon hairpin.
We've got some off-tracking there.
Got plenty of carts just kicking up the dust on the outside of the Weldon hairpin.
One that was right off but got back on again. Oh, we've got a big accident going into the hairpin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts are off. Can we get a shot of that?
Yeah, the chicanes here
The
at
chicane,
Fulbeck. Second chicane is where we've had when somebody goes in and
no one's hurt. It's just
Yeah,
there's some bank balances hurt, to be honest.
Yes, the chicanes tend to get blocked up
Now,
very,
what are
very
they going to
quickly.
do? They're going to run them through this one. Can they run them through it?
Well, we've got everyone away. There's just one cart to clear up. I think we're getting that one underway. I think we'll probably send them
Yeah,
past
there's one
the second
cart to
chicane.
go. This is very quick. Excellent work by the marshal. Fantastic work by the marshalling team
Fantastic
here.
work.
They've got 47 seconds to get their back and going again. They've done it.
Oh, and they're through. Oh, and they've got a cart there just picking away just in time for the field to get out of there.
Wow.
And that's really stirred things up with
Well done.
wheel banging going on with 2 KR Sport liveried carts. I think they're KR Sport.
Well,
or
one
Cosmic.
of them was our leader.
Yeah, and now we're side by side towards the Paddock complex.
So
That never works, does it, Nick, going into there?
Ewan Hughes, George Kay, Dan Haynes, Alvin McBain and Alex Timmins were involved in that first lap incident.
Right, that's all cleared now, so the second chicane is well and truly cleared. It was very Macau-esque, wasn't it? Macau Formula 3, the way that we block the track here.
You might know the sun's come out.
Yes, and the intensity in the heat will go up before that
Before it
forecasted rain.
4 o'clock.
Yes, so Reece Green leading, Josh Delacarter was in second.
No, that's a bumpy ride for someone in the midfield there.
Going off on the outside of the Weldon hairpin. Right, things are beginning to settle down, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we've got a train of carts from first all the way down to 12th or something. And here they come out of caravan towards the Paddock complex. Once again, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper. Through the right-hand sections now, and then back to the timekeeper's left-hander. Let's see who it is this time. It's still Green, Delacarter, Finley Underwood, Jill Everton, Jamie Salter, Callum Scribbins, Luke Sawyers, Amy Peacock in 8th, Mitchell Mulvey and Alex Dole is the driver who rounds off the top 10. Still no change at the Weldon hairpin.
Top 3 together. It's a snake of equidistant cars. We can actually see them. We can visibly see them as they come out the second chicane. And there's a little bit of an action there as the 37 of Salter has lost. Scribbins has got past Salter in this one.
It's almost the whole field.
Yeah, Scribbins is that Landon Norris car, which is the yellowy, green, and blue car. He's just got past Salter in the 37. And apart from that, they're all kind of picking off their own sort of one by one, aren't they?
Well, carts to look out for, and we'll see. We'll just monitor their progress. Levi Earl on the number 10, Alex Fraser on the 55. They start 25th, 27th.
Second and third getting very close now, and Underwood goes up the inside of the Carter. Made it look simple after kind of waiting a while to do it.
Yeah, now he gives the signal. Now that I'm ahead of you, let's work together.
Okay.
And catch the guy in the lead.
Yeah, that's...
let's catch Reese Green in the lead. Billy Edgecombe, fastest lap of the race that time by on the 4th lap. He's gone through in 9th spot. Nice fan.
Yeah, have you changed that? I haven't touched it. Have not touched it.
It's not going to be anywhere near Paul. Somebody must have fiddled with it.
Yeah,
Anyways.
The only thing that distracts us from a kart race is trying to reposition the fan to get some
we're
air on.
in here. Yes. I look like I'm wearing Lycra. It's not. It's a black T-shirt. There's the leader, though. Reese Green still leading from the number 12, Finlay Underwood. It's number 11 and number 12 leading. And Underwood looking very, very, very racy indeed as he's caught very quickly Reese Green coming up onto his rear bumper. Billy Edgecombe now up to 7th after posting that fastest lap. And the two karts at the front coming very, very close together. Here they come. And it'll be out of timekeepers. And Finlay Underwood dropping away, if anything, as they get towards the braking area for the first chicane. Still Reese Green hanging on to that lead. Here they come down to the Weldon hairpin. Very fast entry. Got to get the car to turn. And if anything, it's calmed down, hasn't it, Nick? That gap has sort of is increased slightly, and it looks like Underwood needs to do a little bit more before he can challenge.
Yeah, Delicata's been dropped off by these two, and Scrivens is another gap behind. There's kind of a train of karts all got half-second gaps. As everyone settles in after their lunchtime, their first run. But first and second are getting a little bit closer. Underwood making his intentions on green more open as they come down the start finish. They'll dive into the number 1 chicane.
Yeah, it's hard to pull away from this because I think something's going to happen any moment now. Behind him in 3rd place, Josh Delicata is quite lonely. But behind Delicata, there's a gap of about 1.8 seconds. Then Scrivens, Mulvey, Edgecombe, Sawyer, Salter, Taylor Dixon 9th. Levi Earl up from 27th to 10th.
That's the big one, isn't it? He has had one very bad one, so I don't think he'll be that far. I don't think he'll be that near the front.
He's on the DGS Motorsport kart with the Venator racing engine, which he's trying for the first time this week, and he seems to be able to make his way through the field. I'm not going to say with ease because it's not.
And he last up last time.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah, he's took a heat win. Another driver to look for, Alex Fraser. He's our current 2022 Minimax champion, and Jasmine Taylor up from 28th, just behind Alex Fraser, following him through. These two drivers up to 12th and 13th now. So the faster drivers starting at the back, making their way through without any sort of major incident. Billy Vogt down in 18th. He's just put in the fastest lap.
Edgecombe's got past Scrivens, I think. But I think a couple have got past Scrivens, because Edgecombe now definitely is behind Delicata in 4th. I think Scrivens may have dropped to 5th. He may Mulvey.
Yeah, Delicata 3rd actually, Nick. It's Scrivens. Let's see. Yeah, Billy Edgecombe. And Mitchell Mulvey went through again.
Yeah, I thought two of them got Scrivens.
How many times have we seen that where a move is made and then the sneaky bystander, I should say, goes through as well?
I think Edgecombe's had 3 sort of middling starts, hasn't he? He's obviously had like an 11th, a 16th, and a 22nd. He's come through in each one, so it'll be interesting to see where he is overall on the grid. Half a minute to go, so they're going to get 2 more.
Yeah, certainly at the front, Reese Green pulled out 6/10.
Oh, what a great move. Superb move up the inside there. We've not seen one of those for a while.
That's very rare we see that. Who was it, Nick?
We'll find out now. It's teammate on teammate, just got the momentum. He swept through.
Is that Levi Earl?
That was Dixon and Sawyers, I think. That's behind Scrivens. That was Dixon taking Earl. There is Edgecombe again.
Earl's down in 10th. Yeah, I think I thought I saw the number 10
Dixon and
there.
Sawyers. Sorry, Dixon and Sawyers it was. Not Earl, Dixon and Sawyers. Yeah. Right, 1, 2. Right,
here come
3,
the leaders.
4. So Edgecombe now getting close to the Carter. That's slightly behind him. I think it's third and fourth now, which is the big battle. As Edgecombe looks to move forward. And he's right behind me to come over in front of us now.
Got one more lap to do it, Nick. The 1 lap to go board is out.
There's a lot of aggressive curbing being taken by Delicati. They look over his shoulder. Edgecombe up the inside. This traditional move. Can you over and under it? No. And Delicati kind of gives best read, isn't he?
Well, he had to, because Edgecombe had gone alongside him on the brake, so he really just had to make space for him and not cause himself too much disadvantage by losing momentum.
Edgecombe certainly moved forward in every heat. He's going to be near the front of the grid for the main final.
Yeah, I think so.
Others I just don't know, but certainly Edgecombe looking good.
So we're getting the checkered flag unfurled and ready for the race leader, Reece Green, who crosses the line now, just in front of us. And it's Finlay Underwood who finishes second. Josh Delicata finishes behind Billy Edgecombe in third. Billy Edgecombe third, I should say. Josh Delicata finishes fourth behind Billy Edgecombe. Mitchell Mulvey finished fifth. Taylor Dixon sixth. Callum Scriven seventh. Luke Sawyers eighth. Ninth was Levi Earl. Cracking drive from Levi Earl there up to ninth. Maxim Smith was 10th. Jimmy Salter 11th, and an equally cracking drive from Jasmine Taylor, who eventually took Alex Fraser for 12th. Alex Fraser finishes 13th, Presley Walker 14th. And then we have Curtis Latimer, Ollie Morris, Billy Vogt, Adam Catling, Louis Rees, Alex Dole, Rafi Celentano, Archie Hardiman, Amy Peacock was 23rd. Then we have Lewin Hughes, George Kay, Alfie McBain. We lost Alex Timmons on lap 8. We lost Daniel Haynes on Alex Timmons on lap 11 when he went out. Daniel Haynes we lost on lap 8, and Jay Leverton on lap 4. Not quite sure what happened to Jay there. So next heat already on the starting blocks down there with Sarah Darlow, and we'll be getting our next heat very much underway. Senior Rotax for their fourth heat. Matt Lewin on the pole, Harry Barker alongside, Alexander Mozoyan and Alex Jackson are on row 2. Ethan White and Lewis Ball are on row 3. Kyle Dunford and Bobby Rosier are on row 4. Sam Elliott, Christopher Harris on row 5. Paul Azan, John Hobbs are on row 6. Kieran Gifford, Josh Morris are on row 7. Row 8 is Ollie Varney and Aidan Pomeroy, with Reece Pope and Alex Warnaby on row 9. And then we've got Luke Evans, Grace Lee Davis, Ben Forgetty, Ben Harper, Charlie Walsh on row 12 with James Wood. Liam Deedman and Braden Hill are on row 13. George Sanders, Marcus King are on row 14. Sam Wyatt and Adam Rogers start on row 15. And Ryan Mills is the driver that rounds off the 31 kart field. We've got some quick lads at the back, and we've got some interesting racing, no doubt. We'll keep an eye on the likes of Ryan Mills, Adam Rogers, Charlie Walsh, James Wood, as they try to progress through the field as orderly as they can. So we are in the midst here of the penultimate round of the Junction 6 NKC. The 2023 championship has got a round and a half to go, really. We're about halfway through this one. So just to remind everybody that we're back out with the Junction 6 NKC at Clay Pigeon down in Dorset.
Can't wait.
21st, 22nd of October.
Pretty cooler, thankfully. Well, it seemed to be cool. I like the hottest
It should
October
be
ever.
21st, 22nd of October. I mean, it's almost bonfire night. Mind you, there's been some very, very warm Halloweens the last few years. I remember walking around with a lantern, either a pumpkin or a turnip, with my kids, and it was freezing cold, and yet now I'm walking around with my grandkids, and it's quite
global
warm.
warming,
It's
yeah.
not t-shirt weather, but it's
global
certainly not
warming.
freezing. Yeah. So I think we're just waiting for probably a few tyre barriers to be replaced and put back to where they should be. We've got a couple of carts coming back on trolleys, just waiting for that to be recovered, and then Sarah will get the go-ahead to get things underway.
Oh yeah,
in the
the
collecting
rescue
area.
cart.
Yeah, it's a bit of anywhere out on the track. There's quite a long walk back to the paddock. It's all on one end of very long runway circuit. But old school track, this, isn't it, Nick? It's like, you know, I remember my first kart track was Felton, which is kind of very similar in design, where it's two long straights truncated by a hairpin at the top, a hairpin at the bottom, and a few chicanes. Whereas
my first kart tracks were the old Buckmore Park, which is before the 2 extensions.
Right, I don't even remember that.
So you just drove at full speed towards a solid cliff face of chalk.
Oh, right, okay, it's interesting.
And then occasionally you would you went straight, right, back. Yeah, it was up, down, hairpin, that sort of thing. And the track where I injured myself in Tilbury, I just genuinely can't remember how that track went. I just remember how you fall out of it.
Tilbury was quite a simple.
It was a small place. Small track, yeah.
Wasn't it? Tilbury.
Yeah.
Tilbury.
If it was still there, I could have shown you where my arm fell out. Not my arm fell out, my shoulder fell out, but, it's gone. Didn't survive the Tilbury expansion.
So we have got the karts on track doing their warm-up lap, getting some heat into those slick tyres, enjoying the sunshine. We have got a bit of rain forecast for 4 o'clock. Whether that comes or not remains to be seen, but every single app.
Well, I've just waterproofed something else. Every time you waterproof something, you guarantee it's more likely it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
If you didn't waterproof it, you'd be going.
Well, every single weather app that I've looked at says rain between 4 and 5 o'clock. Quite heavy rain. So here we go then. We're out of the timekeeper's corner and heading towards the starter.
Oh, a bit quick this one. They're going to take it. Look a bit fast.
Yes, he likes it. We are side by side towards the Weldon hairpin.
There's a real squeeze on there by Llewellyn leading the 30 was. Matt Llewellyn decided he was going to make a position and make a point about where he is placing his kart. You're not coming past in the first corner. And there's people often facing the wrong way, as often happens on the exit of the Weldon hairpin. And there's a more action and bumping and boring on the entry to the second chicane, but everyone's got going, so it's more kind of a massive concertina effect upsetting several people, and I think actually no one is out of the race.
I saw Adam Rogers and Marcus King, as well as several others involved in that second chicane. Contretemps, that's it.
My guess is the timing screen is going to go all funny now as it changes everyone's position.
Well, it's Matt Lewin leading, Harry Barker second, Lewis Paul third, Kyle Dunford, Alex Jackson, Bobby Rosier, Ethan Wyatt, Sam Elliott, Paul Ozan leading not leading, he's just behind Sam Elliott. So the Masters race coming together in 8th, 9th and 10th with Sam Elliott, Paul Ozan and John Hobbs.
Contact warning for car 12, which is James Wood, who was in the middle of that melee into the second chicane. But away they go, first and second nailed together. In fact, first, second and third are a cigarette paper apart, and is it going to be the oh no, terrible result there for Matt Llewellyn. He's only just going to hold the third there.
Harry, how many times have we seen that? Somebody going down the side of someone in a caravan, and then, like I say, the bystander following through. So Harry Barker and Lewis Paul ahead of Matt Lewin by the looks of this. Can you just clarify that?
I think so, yeah.
The line? Yes, it was Harry Barker, Lewis Paul, Matt Lewin, Kyle Dunford, Bobby Rosier, Alex Jackson, Ethan Wyatt, Paul Ozan.
Oh, we got a problem for the 87. Harry Barker from the lead has had a problem.
No way.
Well, I think they know what the problem is.
Is that a chain?
It's what they bounce both the chicane, but it happens. It's where they are. There's obviously an angle to the curbs here, and they hit the curbs hard to get the maximum velocity through the chicane, and that's it. You run, and then you. Oh, I've got no power. I shall freewheel down to the end.
That chicane cost Louis Large the potential of going into the last round of the championship, and kind of his championship just felt like it was ebbing away for Louis. So it's a Fulbeck feature, isn't it? You've got to watch those curbs in the chicanes. You really have. But to be quick, you've got to clobber them like we've just seen those drivers do.
But it's where you clobber them. If you get half an inch wrong and you clobber it with your chain and your sprocket rather than your wheel and your tyre.
I love that Weldon hairpin. It's so fast, and you just feel the car.
Beautiful move on the entry there. That was Bobby Rosier taking Matt Llewellyn on the entry to the second chicane.
It's mega fast out of there. Just momentum.
This is a quick track.
Yeah,
it's a quick average speed. I mean, they stop them with those two chicanes, but even those aren't. Apart from that, basically you apply full throttle now. All the way for. I mean, do they have dab throttle? They can just do that full speed. I think that left-hander timekeepers.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Here they come then. 4 laps completed. Lewis Paul now the leader. Bobby Rosier, as we saw, moving up to second and now pulling away from Matt Lewin, who is definitely the cork in the bottle at the moment. Matt Lewin hanging on to third. He's quite entitled to, and it's up to the drivers behind, and the driver behind him is Kyle Dunford. Just behind Dunford is Alex Jackson, and then we've got Ethan Wyatt, John Hobbs. Remember, Ethan Wyatt, the driver Another 65 driver, and there's the move.
Yeah.
There's the move. Matt Lewin falling foul of that textbook move at Caravan from Kyle Dunford. I was going to mention Ethan Wyatt. He's moved up from the junior Rotax class to the senior Rotax class with joining his brother Sam. Sam moved up into seniors at the start of the season, and here it is. It really is a textbook from Kyle Dunford. Just seeing the replay here, and just diving down the inside. That's purely on the bricks, isn't it?
Bit of a line, bit of a risk. I mean, Matt Lewin I think he's finessed his pole position well. He got the pole out of the hat, and he's keeping himself rolling, and he's still rolling in fourth.
There's the all-plate holder, Kieran Gifford, just making his way up onto the rear of Ethan Wyatt. And it's Ethan Wyatt who's now just behind Matt Lewin. We know how quick Gifford is. Gifford with Jib Tech, Carl Bryant's team, who's out in the 177s as well as looking after the data and set up advice and general logistics of running a customer team. I'm not quite sure what I could hear.
There was a sudden squeal of tyres with none of the cars near us. We all looked around. Anyway, so
this is the battle for the lead,
and it's changed already.
It has. Bobby Rosier, it is. And he comes back at him.
Under him. Can he? He's looking left, looking right, and backs out. So Rosier takes the lead from Louis Ball.
Yeah, once you've got the lead there, Lewis Ball had nothing to do there because he's on the disadvantaged line going towards the complex at the paddock, or the paddock complex, I should say.
I don't think he's giving up though. With the advantage of the slipstream now, to give him a couple of tenths of a second a lap, especially in the high-speed nature of this track. It was soaring at the wheel then from the Rosier machine, but it's really whether Louis can keep himself in contact to make a move, perhaps where he was taking himself into Caravan Corner.
Yeah, but already Bobby Rosier just pulling out a bit of a comfortable margin, enough to keep Lewis Ball behind him, and Lewis Ball, if anything, dropping off the back now. It's about 2 or 3 kart lengths now already. Cal Dunford is behind Lewis Ball in that bright orange livery, and it's Kieran Gifford now behind him, as Kieran Gifford has cleared Ethan Wyatt. Here they come into that first chicane then. As Bobby Rosier with coming up to, we're not far away from 90 seconds on the clock.
No.
So we are getting towards the time when time has run out, if you're going to mount a challenge. I think Bobby Rosier should have this in the bag now.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's easing this one away. He's come through the field nicely. I don't think Louis Ball's that bothered with second either, to be honest. I think he wants to make an argument about it. We all know the big points are available for the final coming later.
Yeah, there's still points to be had though at this in the heat, and everybody wants to win a heat and maximise the championship points, especially now, penultimate round. Time running out for mounting any kind of challenge on the championship as much as a race. We've got a bit of an incident at the first chicane.
It's all gone through the chicane there.
Yeah.
Everyone's got going again. Some cones are slightly injured, but apart from that, it's all right.
Yeah, sometimes you have to decide to go straight on rather than join in with the melee. Now there's the O plate. No, it's not. It's the 66.
That's Carl Dunford.
Kyle Dunford, isn't it?
66, yeah.
So Kieran Gifford has gotten by Kyle Dunford, and Kyle Dunford now has got Ethan Wyatt breathing down his neck. So
2 laps to go.
Ethan's first weekend, they missed the chicane because we're still tidying it up after it's been dismantled somewhat.
Previous races decided to redesign the chicane.
So here we go. Ethan Wyatt it is in his first weekend in the senior class, and showing a great pace. 2 brothers, their dad, Sam and Ethan Wyatt, and Andy, the dad, looking after the operation. Dad's in it. Dad's an aeronautical engineer, so his attention to detail is pretty high level, you know.
Should be an issue, really.
And he's happy that his 2 kids are in the same class now, because he gets to only have 1 collecting area to be at a certain time. So let's see now. Ethan is going to be coming under pressure from John Hobbs, who we've seen this afternoon, we've seen all day, have great pace. He's been putting in some very fast laps down through the day. And that is
that a swap for second and third, or was that a lap down?
I think it was a challenge from
Gifford. Yeah, Gifford's fighting with Ball, that's what it is. Gifford and Ball right together, Gifford on the outside. He's got him.
Yes.
So Gifford, the O-plate, picks up second place.
Yeah, Lewis Ball just slid wide, didn't he, at Caravan? Checkered flag flies then for a very, very strong win for Bobby Rosier. And it was Kieran Gifford that came through. Now, where did Kieran start? He started in 13th. So his mid-pack start nets him a second place. He'd be happy with that.
Lots of points.
Lewis Ball third, Cal Dunford fourth, Ethan Wyatt fifth, John Hobbs sixth. Paul Ozan and John Hobbs had battled all race there for the top honours in Masters, but it goes the way of John Hobbs with that sixth place overall. Paul Ozan came fifth in the championship in 2022. He finished seventh, Matt Lewin eighth, Ollie Varney ninth, Charlie Walsh for ST Racing 10th, and James Wood recovering after that little bit of a wrist slap for whatever that was, finishes in 11th. Sam Elliott 12th. Sam couldn't quite have a race with his brother. Sorry, not Sam Elliott, Sam Wyatt, isn't it? Who's not in this one, I think. No, he is. 15th, even further back. Luke Evans 13th on the number 3. Ryan Mills 14th. Sam Wyatt 15th. Ben Harper 16th. Alexander Mazoyan 17th. 18th, Christopher Harris. Aidan Pomeroy 19th. And Braden Hill. Braden Hill didn't really feature coming through the field there. 26th. To 20th for Braden. I wonder if he was involved. I wonder if he was involved in that first lap.
Yeah, kerfuffle, yeah.
Kerfuffle, yeah.
Catch up a space first before he even begin to go into pit.
Yeah, because he was 14 seconds behind. Yeah, he's a chunk of time behind. That's probably why. And look at that. Fastest lap of the race to Braden Hill, down in 20th. 42.7. So
obviously on a comeback.
It's how the cookie crumbles, isn't it?
Had a problem in that first lap somewhere. There were a couple of issues in the first lap. A couple of people went off at the exit of the World and Hairpin. He had 6 in the second chicane, so there's a good chance he was slightly involved.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it's unavoidable, isn't it?
Mm. Well, if 3 carts go off in front of you and you can't go left, right or centre, what do you do?
Yeah, no. Sometimes you haven't got a choice. That's exactly what I mean, yeah. We have got the 5th heat for the Rotax 177, so this is the 5th and final heat. So after this, we've certainly had enough of the heats for our other classes. Senior Rotax have just finalised their grid. Junior Rotax before them just finalised their grid. So we're going to finalise the grid here for Rotax 177s. I have no idea what the grid's going to look like, Nick, and neither of you, because I know you.
No.
We have no idea.
It'll be,
so we wait
some cars
with excitement.
Some carts from another cart and some other carts.
Right, Danny Andrew on the pole, Ben Hitch alongside, Matt Ogden and Paul Moran are on row 2. Row 3, James Ross, Scott Smith. Then we've got Dave Nolan, Richard Evans, Joshua Pickford, Alex Thomas, Alex Jones and Zach Bolton start 11th and 12th. Row 7 is Cole Edwards and Jason Bear. And then we've got Brendan Smith, Harrison Crook, Michael Mallet, Tyler Kelsey, Dan Fleckley, Tyler Fossey, Charlie Jowers and Dan Millward. And then we've got Stephen Horner, winner of his first heat, on row 12 with Lawrence Hill. Neil Hemming and Matt Zanetti are on row 13, Adrian Smith and Seb Bulbin. So just looking at Stephen Horner there on the 66, Steve will be desperate to stay out of trouble here and get a good points haul, get himself into the A final, which that heat win would have gone massively towards assisting in that. So the thing that he doesn't want is a non-finish, because he's had a non-finish and a win. So if he's still on the verge of a B final even after winning a heat. So and unfortunately he's starting at the back on this one. There's nothing you can do about that. Nice pace, nice slow pace coming on to the start, and that's lovely start of this race.
There they go.
Paul Van Danny Andrew.
A bit stretched out actually in the mid pack. So there's a few people who've missed it. It looks like one of those. Often you see with IndyCar do restart.
Yes,
and
yeah.
The top 6 are great, and then the people are thinking, why did you not get close to it? It's always going to happen. And there was certainly a case in the back of this pack that there was a kind of a bit of a delay. The car off at the exit of the World and Hairpin, but it looks like a mechanical rather than anything else.
Danny Andrews leading up for sure. That's a strong start from Danny. He got off, he controlled the pace very, very well at the line, and then he was the one who controlled when to go. and he went, and he gave himself a massive advantage. That was a class start.
Been pulled though, and he has leapt away.
Let's have a look at the top 10 then as they come across the line for the first time. It's Dan Andrew, Ben Hitch, Scott Smith, Paul Moran, Richard Evans, Matt Ogden 6th, James Frost, Alex Thomas, Josh Pickford, and then Cole Edwards it was that rounded off that top 10. Zach Bolton just there in 12th, Harrison Crook in 11th.
So, in all these races that started quite calmly really for the events at Fulbeck, which on the whole have been quite frenetic. This is a calm start. Andrew from Hitch, but certainly second and third. I want to also Scott Smith might try and lob it up the inside quite soon. Nope, decided this time around Caravan Corner. A couple of carts had a problem in the first lap.
Stephen Horner.
Jowers, yeah.
Stephen Horner and Jowers. So Stephen looking like another B final start for him. That's unfortunate after that heat win. A win and 2 non-finishes for Stephen. That's unfortunate.
That's kind of the definition of inconsistency, isn't it, really?
No change in the top 4 for sure. As they come out of the Weldon hairpin, head down the kink, through the kink, and then into the second chicane.
A bit of movement on the entry into the second chicane from Danny Andrews' kart as he just slid it slightly on the entry, but now running through Caravan Corner. They're all being very, very polite, aren't they? It's all just let's go processional.
It's because they want to maximise their points on. When you stand there, Nick,
yeah, the
temperature here just goes through the roof.
I'm sorry, I've done it. Is that better now?
Yeah, you're just shielding.
That wasn't why I was standing up, by the way. It's because I'm getting a bit of a soreness in the thigh because I'm old.
Bypassing the first chicane, not sure what the incident is, but we go straight on towards the hairpin at Weldon. We're out of that already and heading down towards the second chicane. Still Danny Andrew leading this 177 pack. And you're right, Nick, everybody's sort of behaving themselves, aren't they? It's, commendable driving standards. I know we've had a few incidents, but sometimes karting will do
challenge
that.
for fourth, that's come to Nout. And Paul Moran in the brightly covered 777 kart continues in fourth place. Now, he's got yellow and red and blue, and I think he can drive a rainbow by the looks of it.
Well, hello to Helen, who's not here, who will be at home at the pub.
Yes,
probably
making
on a Sunday afternoon
from the pub.
Yeah. No Sunday dinner in this weather, eh, Helen?
Paul's in there.
Paul's just dropped another place, Helen. So there's no
Helen's replaced that.
There's no lamb for him. It'll be chicken.
Yeah.
When he gets home, dropping places like that. Paul.
On camera, yeah. I mean, you're going to place, don't do it on camera.
Mind you, in fairness too, it is Richard Evans who's fourth. Sorry, who was fourth in the championship. I think it's Richard Evans, isn't it, on that number? On that blue and white car?
Yeah.
He's not happy, is he? Pushing out to his corner. He needs a bit more waft. Got a couple of cars.
115's broken down.
Yeah, going slowly. That's Tyler Fossey. Just pulling off, so he'll not cause too much consternation.
There'll be a yellow.
The marshals will
There's
clear.
been so many carts that have broken down today. I keep saying it, but we never have that normally.
I was talking to Aidan Hammond in the lunch break, and he was saying he's had a lot of problems with his motor. And I said, is it down to the heat? And he says, that's the only thing I can think of. Because, we've not done anything different. He's tried 2 different engines.
Is he Rotax or TKM?
He's Rotax.
That's odd because it's water cooled.
I know. But if the water's running hot and you can't cool it.
I suppose if you've got all the vents open, that's it, isn't it? You can't get any more. But these Rotaxes are used to running in southern Italy, so it shouldn't be a...
Yeah, I know this is what I mean. I mean, just across the road there at PFI this weekend is the European Championships, and you've got all the works teams there from all, Tony Cart and Dan Holland and Strawberry are there, and they're used to running in temperatures very similar to this. I mean, we're 28 degrees here today, if not more. It certainly felt more. So here's the battle for second that we're watching. Ben Hitch on the number 3, third in the championship in 2022. Remember, for Ben, and he hasn't pulled away at all from Scott Smith.
No, Smith's looking like he's getting a little racier now. Settling down, more than half the race gone, and Smith I think is lining up for a potential move, not this time round. There's 2 obvious overtaking spots on this track, Joe, and you can either risk it all at Caravan, or I think what he's going to probably try and do is tow himself a little bit closer coming into the Weldon hairpin down these 2 straights where he will get a slipstream effect, but you have to get the braking for the first chicane correct as well, and then come right out on the tail of Hitch and then just dive round for the Weldon hairpin. Is he close enough? No. I think not, no.
No, he's coming back at him. And behind that white liveried cart is Richard Evans on the number 4, who's slowly closing that gap. Yeah, he's pulled away from Paul Moran.
Yeah.
I mean, very slowly. I mean, 2 minutes remaining, just over 2 minutes.
It's really, I think, it's pretty obvious that I think Smith. Well, I'm not sure. As I say, Smith could go faster than Hitch. It might just be he's benefiting from it's easier to follow and to lead.
Maybe, but you know, there's a reason why he's carrying that number 3. He's a front-running carter in the NKC, so you know he'll be doing. Scott Smith doing a great job. Just lost a little bit of ground there. He's very soon. If he's not careful, he's very soon going to be falling back into the clutches of Richard Evans, who's carrying the number 4. So you know he's sandwiched between 2 seeded drivers from last year's championship.
Oh, he's got.
He
lost
went
a lot of
wide. Yeah,
momentum
Ben
there.
Hitch went
he's
wide.
Lost loads in it.
Oh, goodness.
And it just wasn't a part of the track in which Smith could gain anything. So Smith lost space, and suddenly he's now got to fight Richard Evans behind him. So Smith's the white cart in the middle, and you know he's under huge pressure. Evans
time,
under absolutely no fault of his own.
Cost him time, cost him massive amount of time. He had to back out of it, and that's allowed Richard Evans, Paul Moran and Matt Ogden to join in.
It doesn't matter what form of motorsport you're in, from virtual racing to radio control to kart to Formula 1, losing time to someone else's mistake is so galling.
Yeah. And now look at this. Scott Smith has got Richard Evans challenging. So Scott Smith, who was himself challenging Ben Hitch in that blue and red cart ahead of him. Smith in the white cart, and then the blue and white cart behind him is Richard Evans, who's now challenging. He's going to have to defend, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a no new position to be in, but you know, interesting, once we get rolling again, he hasn't got the basic kart speed to catch Ben Hitch. Ben's again gapping him by just enough.
We're getting towards the last lap board. It's not now. It's going to be next time by. As Danny Andrew continues to lead this race. 1.5 seconds is the gap to our leader, just in front of this pack here. But this is where the action is. That's Ben Hitch on the number 3, Scott Smith in the white cart. Then we've got Richard Evans on the number 4. They've pulled the gap back to Paul Moran, Matt Ogden and Josh Pickford. So the drivers know, Nick, the drivers know exactly that they've got one more lap after this one. So Richard Evans will be wanting to make a move.
And he's made it.
Is.
Oh, that was a very blocky block pass, that one.
Tin opener was out, wasn't it?
Not sure that was, I think, to be honest, if that was a final of an O plate, I think Scott Smith would have said, no, you're not doing that. To be honest, I think, so Ben Hitch said, you're not doing that, because it was like, really? Really?
So Richard Evans ahead of Scott Smith now onto the final lap. It's Danny Andrew just ahead of this pack, who we have kind of neglected because he's just disappeared into the front by about 1.5 seconds. I think we've lost Paul Moran at the first chicane.
Okay.
Yeah, the 777 numbered cart.
That's bad luck.
The white yellow livery. Here we go though. Smith coming back at Evans. Time running out as the leader's already about to appear out of timekeepers. There he is. And he takes the heat win. Danny Andrew it is. Takes the win in good style. Ben Hitch second. Richard Evans third. Scott Smith fourth. Matt Ogden fifth. Josh Pickford sixth. Harrison Crooks seventh. And then we've got James Frost. Alex Thomas ninth. Alex Jones rounds off the top 10. Matt Zanetti 11th. 12th for Zach Bolton. Started where he finished. He'd be happy with that, surely. Jason Bear, Cole Edwards, Lawrence Hilton, Seb Bulben, Neil Hemming, Michael Mallet, Tyler Kelsey, Dave Nolan finishes in 20th spot. We lost Tyler Fossey on lap 4, and we lost Charlie Jowes and Stephen Horner at the very start.
Just had an update from our not particularly local weatherman, but not far away, the Thrapston weather.
Oh yes.
Which, for those who don't know, is about
that's
40
south of
miles
here, isn't it?
south of here.
Yeah.
Massive storm.
Oh, and that's the storm that's coming.
Possibly.
Can you
Massive
tell him to
storm
send
and weather.
Tell him to show us some footage. Tell him to send us a little video, just to see how heavy it is.
No.
Why?
Okay, I will tell him that Joe wants to see a video.
Yes. Tell Eve can WhatsApp me something. I've got a message from him.
Well, you can tell him you want to see a video.
Okay.
Then. Thrapston correspondent being very careful to tell everybody about the rain.
Huge drops of rain, he said. Big storm just hitting us now. Torrential rain and high winds. Be careful, it will stop the racing. Huge drops of rain. That heavy then, eh?
Very high winds. That's not too much of a problem because Frank's we have braced Frank's podium. We said there's no way Frank was going to have a problem unless a hurricane came through.
Where was that, sorry?
When we said to Frank, there's no problem with that podium unless a hurricane comes through.
Yes, we might. Yes, Frank, it
platform.
might be. Yeah, well, he's used to hurricanes. He's from America.
I think he's more concerned about lightning, to be honest.
Yes.
If we do get lightning, obviously we'll pull our platform cameraman down because he's quite valuable to us. We haven't got enough replacements. Yeah, we have been almost like John got something like this. There's been a lot of almost like. So what we are very, 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 very much expecting rain. The problem is that, as you know, if you live in the UK, summer thunderstorms are quite fickle little things, and Village A can be deluged, and then Village B, that's 2 miles away, might get a light spitting, and that's it. So, whilst rain is coming, the volume, intensity, and associated winds are unknown.
It always rains
at Fulbeck.
So, everybody, it's the final. I'm not going to say the final. I'm going to say the last of the heats coming next.
No, there's two more.
We've got Minimax.
Oh, don't say
the last of the heats coming
can't.
next. The last of the heats coming next. Minimax, followed by Senior TKM.
Honestly, you're going to have to work out a different delivery that doesn't make me think you're making mistakes. I'm desperate to correct you.
Well, I said final. I was tripping
It's the
myself up
final
with that
heat.
one.
Yeah, so that's it. I'm literally at this point now.
Right, then. Minimax. Got Lucy Lovell, who gets a chance for her to start on the pole position.
But she's actually last.
Where is she?
I think she may have decided not to.
What, number 16? Oh, that's just the way they come off. Lucy Lovell, Max Carlton on the front row, Eddie Stewart, Kaziri, Zauri Vizarek on row 2, Jensen Cox and Leo Basterfield on row 3, Daniel Hartley and Ben Adrian are on row 4. Then Sonny Morgan and Seb Coe, the two championship protagonists, starting right at the back. Well, she was involved in that instance, wasn't she? So we have got 10 cars.
We've got 10, I think. Oh, we've got 10. But I don't think Lovell's, not sure if Lovell's there.
I'm not sure. She's certainly not at the
front.
front.
No, she's at the back, yeah.
She's choosing to start at the back. Here we go.
Don't blame her.
Here we go.
Oh, Stewart got a ram up the backside from the person behind him, which would have been Daniel Hartley. That would have hurt.
Yes.
He did make a quite slow start, Eddie, but he may get into second anyway.
No, it was Leo Basterfield that hit Eddie Stewart up the backside. Yeah. Stewart gets away in second, yeah. I'm not sure why, because that was... that
wasn't how they lined up, because Stewart... No, because that's dead. It was Hartley behind him.
Yes. No, it wasn't.
It's two behind him.
It was
the guy in the row behind. No, it was the guy in the row behind it. Well, we'll replay it later. But I'm right.
Yep. So we've got... Who's that in the lead in the black?
Matt Carter.
We're going to have to sort your plastic bag out, Nick.
There's many things we'll have to do, but that's not the biggest.
Here we go then, lap 1. Last and final heat of the afternoon for Minimax. Max Carlton lead, Eddie Stewart in second. Leo Basterfield looking very racing indeed, moving down the inside of Eddie Stewart and makes the move for second. Eddie Stewart going with him though.
Oh.
Basterfield side by side with Carlton now as they head through the kink into the second chicane. Basterfield has gone into the lead. Carlton second. And then Eddie Stewart, he's kind of tripping over Carlton there for a moment. Vizarek, it was in 4th place. Daniel Hartley 5th. Seb Corking 6th. Sonny Morgan 7th. Corking's job of just staying and finishing ahead of Sonny Morgan. He's in line with the mission statement he came here to do.
Carlton's gone. So Basterfield's just gone.
Yeah, Basterfield
second.
Basterfield getting the job done. Eddie Stewart following him through. And Eddie looking like he didn't have... I know what you mean with Eddie. He seemed to be off the pace in that previous heat, but now he's got the pace to stay in that second place. Who's that challenging? Now it's the 63 of Daniel Hartley. We know how quick he is. Daniel has shown great pace here at Fulbeck this weekend. And it looks, if anything, as if Eddie is going to have to be very careful of a challenge coming soon. Still plenty of time left, just under 6 minutes. So this Minimax class, I know whether or not Minimax survives into next year as these kids move up the age group and move on to the junior Rotax class. Whether or not Minimax will survive is doubtful, really. Minimax as a class in this configuration is very much non-existent. There's a change for second, Nick. Daniel Hartley through on Eddie Stewart.
Now, he may or may not have thumped Eddie at the backside, but now he's past him anyway. Eddie
he
up
could-
the backside.
He's
Eddie up the
certainly going
backside.
to. The way that he thumped him up the backside, he's risking a dropped nose, isn't he?
Yeah, I think his nose is a bit down,
Yeah,
but
his
it
nose
could
is
be
very low.
So he hit him quite hard.
Yeah, I saw that. It was just edging away at the start, wasn't it? And he just didn't get his foot in.
No, he didn't pick up.
Didn't pick up or something.
1 and 2. That's right, 2 and 3. One's way away. Bassiford, who's small enough to get himself so far below the steering wheel that there's no way he can. He's not a foot from seeing anything.
He's not affecting any airflow whatsoever. He's got his elbows tucked in behind the fairing. His shoulders are tucked in behind the fairing.
He should be riding Moto 3.
Yes, he certainly took advantage, hasn't he, of the drivers behind him, taking their time to come through the field. Basterfield leading through the second chicane already into Button Bend and towards the Caravan chicane. We're looking at this battle now with Max Carlton, with Seb Corking right behind. Sonny Morgan had a sneak peek down the inside of Seb Corking, and Zari Vizarek trying to follow Sonny through. These four now circulating together with half distance just ticked by.
They've absolutely dropped the back threes. Whether the back three had another issue, which was Lovell, Ben Adrian and Jensen Cox, I don't know, but they've just fallen right on the field. 6 seconds back, those three, and quite close together. There's all sorts of action there. 3 are wide. This is never going to work. 3 wide into the second chicane.
Sonny Morgan, discretion being the better part of valour. Into the second chicane, Seb Corking on
they're
the...
going to hang out. Is that poor old, that's poor old Max Carlton being hung out to dry there. And everyone's going to take Max, and Max drops from first to 7th over the course of a couple of laps.
He's fighting back, though.
He got away from Kazari, but Kazari still went past.
Yeah.
So, well, never mind Max. It's not always all day, and he's been bullied a little bit out of that one.
Well, that could have been naughty, that, because Corking found himself on the outside of the left-hand bit of the second chicane. But thankfully, they all gave each other enough room to get through there. And
is it like a legal requirement of the NKC that Sonny Morgan and Sebastian Corking should be together on the track at every single race?
Seems to be. They're having a cracking season, aren't they?
And go,
Sonny Morgan down the inside of Corking.
And he took him off.
Not that. He didn't take him off.
He
Nick,
ticked
just
him off.
Ran out.
We got that again.
Ran out of space, really. They went side by side around the corner.
No, a bit too late. He is off.
And Seb Seb should have backed out, and he had Sonny Morgan down his inside.
I'm not saying he's going to get a penalty.
He ended up running out the track.
I pointed out last time we had an argument about this, I was right.
No, you weren't.
He admitted I was.
Who, the actual driver did?
Yeah.
So hopefully Seb will regain his composure and come back at Sonny Morgan as going around the outside of that corner. Looked like Basterfield lost his, certainly slid wide at the entry. But things have settled down now. Daniel Hartley on the 63 in second, not making any real impression on that lead of Leo Basterfield, which sits at 1.6 seconds.
Yeah. Basterfield really has made a great start at the front of this race and just gone, and then they left it at that. Hartley from Stewart, from Morgan, from Kazari, Vizarek. So Vizarek's got past Corking in that off-track incident, which I'm sure Corking will be less than happy about, but looks like the cart's okay. And he's got Max Carlton in the all-black cart behind him. And I think the 52 of Corking kind of wondered what's going wrong with this
Well, he's pulled away from Carlton now.
Yeah.
And he's sort of charging back after that cart in front of him, which is Vizarek.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, he's sitting there going, he's feeling aggrieved whether it was his fault or not, because that's what racing drivers do.
He's not even thinking about that now. He's thinking about catching that cart in front, which is
about that.
Oh, he is. He should be.
No, he holds on to things. I've heard apparently holds the grudge for up to 7 months.
So completing 9 laps now. Basterfield gap still at 1.6 seconds to Hartley. Hartley's got 2.5 seconds to Eddie Stewart, who's got 2 seconds to Sonny Morgan. And then we've got these two here. Zari Vizarek and Seb Corking beginning to come together now. We're inside of the last half a minute before the last lap board is considered. And whether Leo Basterfield will get round in time to click by another lap.
I don't think so.
I'm not really sure he's going to do that.
11, 10, exciting this. He might do actually, he might just make it.
We look towards the timekeeper's bend.
3, 2, 1. Yes, made by a second.
Second on the board.
1.04 seconds he made it by.
So 2 more laps, which is a good thing for Seb Corking because he's in a bit of a recovery drive. He wants to get past Vizarek. And
Ben Adrian's also in recovery drive. He's just got past Max Carlson behind him. That's the red and white and the black. And up the inside.
Corking sporting his brand new helmet design there.
Red Bull one, isn't it?
It's not quite a Red Bull one, but it's certainly the colours of. But he's got the German stripes down the middle because his favourite racing driver is a Vettel. He's influenced by his dad, Graham. You know. I've tried to talk sense into them. They're not seeing it.
What, they sure will be fans of Jim Clark?
Well, they're not that old, actually. Good choice. Good human being, Sebastian Vettel. And Seb excited for his bringing his helmet out for its first run.
I suppose it's not used to both Sebastian then.
Well, he's like, I think so. Well, Graham named Seb after Seb Vettel.
Oh,
he?
wow.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
So Sebastian Corking is named after Sebastian Vettel.
So there's Jensen in this?
Probably.
No, Jensen Cox is in there.
Yeah, Jensen's in there, yeah.
Which is impressive because Jensen wasn't a name. It was invented by Jensen's dad.
Ari Barker.
It's not even spelled like Jensen, the motor manufacturer.
Ari Barker is named after Ari Vatanen.
There you go.
Ari Barker's not in this race. But you saw that in the Paddock Show, didn't you?
Yeah.
So, Corking has gotten by as Basterfield takes a very, very strong win there. Leo Basterfield on the Cosmic wins by 1.6 seconds, 4.5 seconds behind them. Eddie Stewart will be happy with that third place. Seb Corking comes through in fourth. What happened to Sonny Morgan?
He's just driven through the. He just drove through.
No, before that though.
He must have had a problem.
So Seb Corking came through in fourth. Ben Adrian fifth. Zari Vizarek was sixth. Sonny Morgan seventh.
What was his last lap time? I'll tell you what his last lap time.
Sonny Morgan did a 51-1. Yeah. Max Carlton 12th. Max Carlton 8th. Lucy Lovell 9th. Jensen Cox 10th. Goodness.
Yeah, the rain just I think the weather 40 miles away. It's getting worse.
It's getting worse.
No, he can't see like 200 yards for rain and stuff.
Wow.
So let's hope we don't get that.
We might do.
We're not really on the flight path, are we?
Yes, we are. I showed you the scan, didn't I?
Yeah, but I just wonder whether. Also, if it's done all the rain now, it hasn't got any rain left, is it? Is that how it works? I don't know.
I think so. So it peters out, doesn't it?
There must be a finite amount of water up there, after all.
Hang on.
There's some complaints going on. It's exciting.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Right, I'm going to ask him for a video.
Sound is intermittent. For Frank's
what?
Frank's having a bad day. He's got his Zooms doing it itself and the sound's intermittent and everything's just going horribly wrong for him, basically. I know. Just saw that.
Right, we've got our final heat of the weekend.
You say that because that works now, you see. I don't feel I need to jump in and go, no, it's not that. It's the penultimate one.
It's the last of our heats.
Yes.
Let's see. Frank's trying to get in touch with him.
I know, I've seen him.
I know, another one. James Hull is on the pole for our senior TKM third and final heat. Chris Whiteside is alongside. Joseph Jakes is on the second row with Tom Johnson. And then we've got Gordon Smith, Alexander Lehman on row 3. Row 4 is Leo Crabtree and James King. Then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell and Callan Lamont. Then we've got on row 6 James Workman and Joseph Booth, Louis Bevan and Ollie Milner on row 7, Molly Nicholas Biles and Matt Slater on row 8. Then Ben Watson, Matthew Horton on row 9, Matt Cardwell and Jason Lovett on row 10. Ryan Layton and Charlie King are on row 11. Will Cregeen and Steve King are on row 12, and Mitchell Ball on row 13. So Charlie King, Mitchell Ball starting at the back, as is Ben Watson starting in 17th. So this is going to be a cracker, Nick. This is going to be a cracker.
They normally are.
Got a false start being called out over my shoulder.
We've even started.
Yeah, full start there. We've got the grid at all lined up where we need them to be.
They do like an extra go, don't they, around the TKM?
The TKMs do, yeah, because the engines seem to be on the air-cooled motors. They all look much quicker. The plugs all up very, very easily. So we've got our pole position man, James Hull, just bringing them towards Button Bend. They're still strung out. They'll form up in this next sequence of corners at Paddock and stuff through the Paddock complex. They'll come nicely together. So James Hull, Chris Whiteside. Hard to call this one, Nick, with the drivers who have had some good results so far in the first two heats, starting near the back. And the championship protagonists, in fact. Now we've got a nice grid looking towards the start, and it gets underway. And it's an absolute flat-out blast towards the Weldon hairpin, the 180-degree sweeping hairpin turn. Number 48 of James Hull, who turns in first and comes out of that corner very much in the lead.
Yeah, good start, nice smokiness. Future haze will no doubt be caused by rain and wind, but that's just pure good old-fashioned two-stroke smoke. And a great start for James Hull, but right on his tail is the it's the 42 of Tom Johnson. He's taken the lead already, so Johnson leads.
Johnson from the Klassen camp into the lead. And number 42, he'll be wanting to disappear now. And he's doing a good job, because in 3 or 4 corners he's already pulled out a gap of about 3 kart lengths. He's the top 10. Tom Johnson leads, James Hull second, Joseph Jakes third, Chris Whiteside fourth, Alexander Lehman fifth. Then we've got Gordon Smith, Leo Crabtree, Louis Bevan in eighth. Ninth is Joseph Booth, and rounding off that top 10, Matt Cardwell. So that's the battle for the lead there. And here they come through the kink and into the second chicane. Already getting towards the final stages of the lap through the caravan hairpin now, and there's a change for second as Joseph Jakes gets that done. He's the Carlin Motorsport mechanic. Remember, we spoke to him in our Paddock Show at the All Plate. He explained looking after a Formula 4 race team. This is his weekend off. Heading across the line, 2 laps completed. Into Weldon and heading already off towards that second chicane. Tom Johnson now got Joseph Jakes behind him, and Jakes, we know how quick he is. We've got yellow flags at the second chicane as somebody's come into contact with the tyres. I think that's going to sort itself out. Somebody pointing the wrong way.
Someone completely the wrong direction. I think that will sort itself out. Yeah, absolutely.
And the first 3 karts breaking away now from the rest of the field. That rest of the field being led around by the number 45 of Joseph Booth, who's just jumped up the order. We've got Ollie Milner, James King and Gordon Smith dropping down the order. Call me detective, I'd say that those were the 2 or 3 that were involved. Ollie Milner, James King and Gordon Smith at that incident at the second chicane. We're just retidying the tyres, so we've gone straight through the second chicane that time by. But the battle for the lead's becoming very much that, with Tom Johnson and Joseph Jakes beginning to come together. And Tom Johnson has realised just how close Joseph Jakes is, and he's responded a little bit. Not enough though, because Jake's right on his bumper coming out that first chicane. He's going to need to be very, very wary on the turn-in. He's our leader. Looks comfortable though, doesn't he, Nick?
Yeah,
he's not defending at all at this point.
It's that kind of middle period of the race where you're thinking, well, things are okay, but not the greatest of acceleration out of the second chicane. And so right on his tail now is Jax, and he makes the classic move The problem with the caravan move is not a lot you can do. If you open the door enough for it to happen, there's not much you can do. And the over and under won't work because you run out of space going into the paddock complex. It's kind of a zero risk, unless what we see occasionally happens is the overtaker pushes the leader so far wide that position 3 goes past both of them.
That's right, opportunist move.
So anyway, we had a lovely conversation there about pronunciations, and the answer is our leader is Joseph Jakes from Tom Johnson. And I tell you what, if he stays in the lead, I'll get it wrong before the end.
You definitely
because I can read.
I know.
And I can also read what QU should sound like.
No, I know. Mr. Villeneuve would have us.
So Joseph Jakes from Tom Johnson, Joseph Bull from James Hull. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Leo Crabtree, Louis Bevan, Alexander Lehman, Mitchell Ball down in 9th.
It's not over that yet, though, is it?
No.
They still look like they
Charlie
could,
King a long way down, isn't he? 15th.
Well, he started way down. He started in 22nd, so he's done all right to get back up to 15th.
Well, I demand he's at least 6th.
Yeah, where is Mitchell Ball? Mitchell Ball's done a better job.
9th, yeah.
Started 25th. However, Charlie King, if you remember, we spoke to Charlie King at Wilton Mill for the All Plate. I think it was Wilton Mill. He's a very, very pragmatic. He's got a very pragmatic attitude to this series. He's also leading the British Championships in TKM, and he's wanting to win them both. But he's very, very. He's not going to make some silly move and risk scoring no points. So he's got a very pragmatic approach to how he goes about the racing. So
Louis Bevan's had a bad lap, unfortunately, our reigning champion. He's dropped right down.
Mitchell Ball up to 7th from 25th.
Bevan out.
Now there's a complete contrast.
So big names doing well, big names doing averagely, and big names doing badly. Bevan out.
Do we know why?
Nope, he's just not going round anymore, so he's had a mechanical of some sort.
Right, okay.
Charlie Cap 13th, but Mitchell Bob 7th. So 20 places made up. Right. Joseph Jacks still leads. That wasn't deliberate.
Now you don't know what to say, do you?
No, I'm literally confused. Joseph Jakes. So 1, 2 and 3 in the frame together.
And once Joseph Jakes has gone through, Tom Johnson has not dropped away. What we usually see is the overtake happening. And I've just got the feeling that Tom Johnson is just waiting. He's just waiting. It's a bit like a NASCAR race where you don't want to be late into the last lap. And Joseph Booth, he's not far behind, is he?
Now they've got some good running here. Now looking at the outside. Booth actually was closer. No, Booth made some space up there coming into the paddock complex. I think we're getting the impression through paddock. Jakes is actually the slowest of the 3, and he actually stretches out a little bit more during the more free-flowing sections, looking to protect himself from that top 3.
Oh, and there's a move looking down the inside. That was a battle for 4th and 5th.
It wasn't happening.
Yeah, James Hull and Leo Crabtree. Driver of the day, Leo Crabtree, at the last round at Wilton Mill. Last round of the type championship, that is. Great battle for first place with these 3. And Joseph Booth having got by Tom Johnson for that 2nd place now as they come round. It was just let's wait and see.
Are they going to get an extra lap as well? It's even closer, but yes, they get an extra lap.
2 seconds.
Everyone's getting their extra laps today.
So
the track length of Fulbeck just allowing itself to just click those extra few seconds for your laps. So you can see 2 laps to go now on the timing board.
So 2 laps for Joseph Booth to have a challenge at Joseph Jakes. The 2 Joes, spelled differently though. Joseph Jakes spelled with an F. Joseph
and a
Booth,
silent K.
Just there. Oh, and there's the move. Oh, and gone with him as Tom Johnson. So Jakes has gone from 1st to 3rd at Caravan. Just how you described it, Nick.
And lost a lot of time.
Exactly as you described it. Hung out to dry. Here comes. Let's have a look at it again. And there it is, the textbook description that Nick gave. Last minute lunge down the inside, doors open, there he goes. And third place kart latches onto the bumper of that kart making the overtake. Jake's hung out to dry, nowhere to go. Has to drop in third place. Onto the final lap.
And probably quite annoyed, I expect.
Can Jakes return the compliment? They go side by side into the second of the chicanes. They come out defensive from Booth.
Jakes I'm sure he's going to throw it.
Oh no, because he's right there on the inside. He slides wide because he was too defensive. And Tom Johnson's come through in the lead. Joseph Jakes is second, but down the inside, are they going to come together? They don't. They don't come together at all out of the paddock complex, and it's a flat-out race to the line, side by side through timekeepers. How's it panned out? It's Tom Johnson for the Klassen Racing team. Takes a very classy win there. Let's have a look where it happened. And there, Booth slid very wide indeed because he went down the inside and he just couldn't make the turn. The inside's dirtier, it's slipperier, and Booth just went wide, and that's what Tom Johnson was waiting for because he had the more optimum line on the grippier inside.
And that's the end of our heats.
Yes, what a way to finish the heats here at round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC. We get straight into our B finals. The first one, the Junior Rotax B final.
We haven't got the grid for.
Which we haven't got the grid for. So
I think it's because they're still being done. They're just taken away from me.
I think so, yeah.
Can I just say, for any major kart track owners in the Sunderland area who are watching this stream, the grass really is that brown.
Yes, that's not us. That's not us, Mr. Hunter.
Hello?
Right, we've just been told that we're going for a delay whilst we sort out the results to give
delay.
Us a 15-minute delay.
That's useful with the rain coming, isn't it?
Yes.
Yay! I'll say it on air and then you can say off air. Can Jude put the plastic bag over the camera, please? So, are we going to just have a little break, or do you want to free chat for the next 15 minutes?
We've got lots to talk about, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about. We mentioned a well-known track owner in Warden in Sunderland, who has a great desire to see green grass.
He likes green grass.
And there's nothing we can do about it because the grass is brown.
He likes
brown.
freshly shorn green grass as well.
Because we're going to be there on November the
11th and 12th.
11th and 12th for the Autumn Cup meeting. Now, I'm telling everyone who's watching to put it in a diary because I know a lot of you. It's hard to watch kart racing on the final decent Sunday weather of the year, but we're talking about November. There's nothing else to see, so we are going to entertain you for 2 days in November with kart racing, and it's 2 separate meetings. So each day is a separate meeting. So there's finals every day, and then there's an overall championship for the Autumn Cup.
Well, it's 2 race meetings in one, so it's a full race meeting with heats and finals on day 1. On the Saturday. On the Sunday, heats and finals, and then the results from both days are amalgamated to the awarding of the Autumn Cup. And it's a Warden Kart Club thing.
So that's the entertainment we're giving you for free in November. But the important thing to remember is because of the tie-in between ourselves and Joe specifically, the NKC and Warden Law, we have a very special arrangement regarding the Rotax 177 class.
Well, Rotax 177 have kind of ceased to exist anywhere. They don't run in the British Championship, and the NKC has effectively become the 177 National British Championship. You know, you could say that quite easily. So what we've proposed to do is we're going to run a 177 class on the NKC Maxxis tyre. That's the regulation tyre that you have to run in the NKC. And we've also got this fabulous prize that the NKC are going to award the winner of the Autumn Cup in the 177 class on the Maxxis tyre, a free entry into the 2023 NKC Championship. That's worth a couple of £100 at least, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a proper prize, worth something.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that a lot of the 177 runners listening and watching this broadcast who are part of the NKC will make that haul all the way up to Warden Law, which is in the northeast of England. The grass will be very green.
Very green. We're guaranteeing green grass.
It will be cut. It's one of the. I know I'm biased, but it is one of the best tracks in the country.
Yes.
There's not very many tracks, if any, at all, other than perhaps the one over the road at PFI, that are better facilities wise, and from a driver's perspective, it's one of the most physical and challenging tracks to drive on and race on. It's very, very fast. I can't think of a slow bit. It's maybe one tiny slow bit. It's very fast. Some very fast sections that you're gonna love. If you haven't been there, then do have a look at it. We have some great racing there, and that's part of the Karting Live TV schedule for 2023.
And I'm looking forward to it because we're going to see some different classes we don't see on the NKC.
Yeah, we are. We're going to see Pro Karts. We're going to see Bambinos. We're going to see the Inters. We're going to see Cadets, the Honda Cadets. I'm not sure we're going to be looking at KZs. I think not. We saw KZs at the Oplet, didn't we? And they're great to watch. But yeah, I mean, Pro Karts, always great racing. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a change for the Karting Live TV viewers, but or keeping it sort of in the family. We look forward to seeing people making the trek up there. If you're outside of the 177 class, the regulation tyre is the Mojo, which is the standard tyre for all of our other classes. But yeah, I mean, the Karting Live TV schedule going forward in 2023. Before that, though, Nick, we've got the final round of the Junction 6 NKC.
21st and 22nd of
October.
We're definitely broadcasting 22nd. I haven't heard about 21st. Probably not, but we're just the 22nd.
No. It's a practice day. You know what, Nick? Looking at the championships. Here we are at the penultimate round. We're about to go into the finals. We've already scored points.
Hold you for a second?
You can.
Hello to you. Dakota Whitehouse said hello from Ohio. So I'm saying hello to Dakota.
Hello, Ohio.
Ohio.
I've been to Ohio.
Cleveland is in Ohio.
I've been to Columbus.
Oh, right.
We went to Mid-Ohio.
Yeah. Now we're looking. Oh, my Lord.
Before we talk about that, I'm going to talk about Ohio. Tell us about the karting scene in Ohio, if you can.
Yes, Dakota, tell us. Yes,
tell us about the karting scene, because it's a great. We've been to Mid-Ohio with the American Le Mans series. Did you ever go there?
No, I didn't. I only joined the American. The only American Le Mans series only American Le Mans series I did was Petit, which we're all Joe and I are personally going to in a couple of weeks.
We will be there the weekend before the final round at Clay Pigeon.
That's right. We'll be at Petit,
Road Atlanta.
But that's obviously nothing to do with karting at all.
That's endurance sport car racing.
It's quite an interesting few weeks actually. Outside of it, I mean, we've got a bit of time to fill. So, and all this is available to watch. Next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you're on the RC Racing TV part of the panel, we are covering alternative fueled-based cars because we're covering a hydrogen RC powered, hydrogen fuel cell powered RC race, and that we're taking part in Las Vegas. So it's a Las Vegas hydrogen fuel powered show. And that is on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So if you're in the middle of the week looking for something different, it will be quite late, obviously, if it's Vegas time. So it won't actually start till about 5 or 6. So that's something you can watch on the channel, on the RC Racing TV channel.
Right, we've got the junior. That wasn't quite a 15-minute break. We've managed to get things in order.
But we haven't got a grid, which is a bit slightly confusing.
Well, we have. We've got Alfie McBain, Freddie Theobald, Lewin Hughes, and Rafi Celentano out there. Adam Catling, Curtis Latimer, Riley Thatcher, George Kay, Alex Timmons.
Our pole man just spun at the second chicane.
Oh, goodness. We've got some very ominous-looking skies behind us, which we'll come to in a moment.
I might get washed away, probably, Jude.
We've got. I've got 17 karts have qualified for this B final. Only 10 have come out.
Yeah, no, it's possible someone. Oh no, you're right. Only 10 have come out. I thought it may be impossible that someone hadn't tripped the timing, but here we come. There's actually, and they're away. Top 4 qualifier member into the A final.
Yeah, so we'll be focusing on that 4th, 5th place battle, obviously, and they get underway there. And slashing brains there from the number 7 of Adam Catling. He's climbing the number 7 because he came 7th in the championship last year in 2022.
Therefore, this must have been a bad day.
Yes, he must have had a bad day.
Rafi Celentano, we know, lost a lot of places in this thing, his second heat, when he had to wait after making a mistake at the second chicane.
Oh, there's a very, very textbook move there, and exactly how Nick described it. And I think that is an orange and white cart. And you get a glimpse of the black skies that are appearing over the horizon.
Yeah.
Here we go then. It's Curtis Latimer on the 56 who made that beautiful move into Caravan in that very textbook fashion. Into the Dan Weldon hairpin. And the number 7 of Adam Catling trying all he can. Now behind these three,
you've got fourth place is the 114 of Ewan Hughes.
Ewan Hughes got a massive gap to 5th.
So yeah, at the moment he's decided to make it very unexciting at the gap between 4 and 5. But there's plenty of time to go.
Yeah,
top 4.
These are the 4 qualifiers, aren't they?
At the moment, yep. Santana in the all white bodywork in 3rd.
They're going to go through and put even more mileage on their tyres. Can you see that? Can you see that?
I don't want to see it.
No, can you see that?
There is some very, very ominous weather coming our way. It's quite a way away though.
Yeah.
It's a good 20 minutes away from anything happening, perhaps even half an hour, which would time in fact around 4. We're currently at 3:05 local time.
Yeah. Latimer.
Now, obviously, if it does rain, it's going to make this a really, really interesting event. We're right on the tip now of some quite important rain. How long has it got? We've got for half an hour? An hour.
It's coming any minute.
Any minute for about an hour. If the rain is as heavy as it could be, because this is summer storms, then they're going to have to stop racing. But it looks like a massive deluge for a short amount of time, which is interesting. And then, with the ambient temperatures, we'll have a very quickly drying track. So we could get a couple of really exciting finals out of this, but we have got a B final underway, and it's still these 4 who are all bumping up. A nice, comfortable gap between 4th and 5th, Ewan Hughes and Ollie Morris. Now, Morris is 1.3 seconds behind Hughes, and his top 4 have broken away, which is lovely for them.
Yeah,
and not so much for us trying to create excitement.
Well, yes, but the excitement is that if these 4 lads, they are all lads, aren't they?
Well,
yeah, if these 4 lads are clever, they'll realise that they're in the 4 qualifying positions. It's just whether or not you want to start on the back row or the penultimate row of the grid for the year final. Lovely view that coming out of the paddock complex and through timekeepers. Very, very fast left-hander to end the lap.
There's a little bit of sideways action as they break these carts. Of course, carts only break on the rear axle, and the rear axle is solid, which means they tend to snap nicely when you're applying heavy braking.
Well, you lock the rear wheels, don't you? It's like putting your handbrake on, an old-fashioned handbrake. That's with a lever pull.
An electric handbrake that's useless.
That's going to be absolutely obsolete, that comment of mine, very, very soon, isn't it?
A lot of those.
Not almost now.
Well, we talked about gearbox cars. What's a gearbox?
Yeah, very much. Yeah. So there's it's 8 minutes and 1 lap for the B finals, which is exactly the same amount of time for the heats. And these 4 are the qualifiers: Latimer, Catling, Salentano, and Hughes. The carts behind them, just dropping off the back: Ollie Morris, Freddie Theobald, Alfie McBain, George Kay, Alex Timmins, Riley Thatcher. They're having a great time lapping here the Fulbeck circuit, old school airfield circuit, been around
forever,
since the 60s, I think.
Well, no, the airfield was in the Second World War.
Well, yes, the airfield has, but karting, I mean.
And that's certainly when they laid the entry road.
That certainly is when they laid the entry road, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know whether these 4 have had an arrangement. They've written down, right, we're not going to challenge each other because we're all bumping.
Let's wait and see for the last 90 seconds and see if they want to, swap around those grid positions.
Ollie Morris was a second and a half behind these last time round. This time round is a second and a half.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's off. I think it was
Salentano.
Was it Salentano in the white?
Cart, so he's now giving himself some pressure. Let's drop back the next 2. Let's drop back to 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's a change.
Salentano's gone.
Yeah.
Salentano's gone. He hasn't just pulled. He's dropped back down to 7th or 8th.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there to Rafi Salentano, but he just stopped up, I think, coming out of the
and he delayed Ewan Hughes, but it wasn't a problem because Ollie Morris just joined up, but still you got the top 4 with a big gap. There they go, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the 5th place man now, who is Freddie Theobald, is 1.5 seconds behind the third and the fourth.
So Ewan Hughes in third has got quite. He's comfortably third, isn't he? So, well, he's not actually, because Ollie Morris is only half a second, but they've got 1.5 over Freddie Theobald.
So neither of them have the chance that massive incentive of the picture from Gasberry, which you do like to point out that the picture from Gasberry is available to all.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Gasbury, sorry.
Yes, Gasbury.
Gasbury and James Jakes have a kind of like a chat with each other.
Yeah. The winner of the B final gets a beautiful picture in all the social media stuff that the Junction 6 NKC puts out.
Very close viewers of the screens at home will notice the light is changing dramatically. I don't want to build up this chance of massive rain, but there's a chance of massive rain.
Yes, there is. And I'm just looking at the satellite, Nick.
Is it getting better?
It's quite imminent.
What we don't know is how long and how hard.
Yes.
Anyway. Paul. Paul has the same filthy mind as me. Top four nailed together and all bumping up. That's Curtis Latimer, Adam Catling, Ewan Hughes and Ollie Morris, and they've got a lovely 2.1 second gap between the person who's not bumping up with Freddie Theobald. Now obviously Ben has a penalty of 5 seconds. That will ruin that whole concept. But these carts having a...
They need to be sensible, don't they?
Well, yeah, because the whole field is broken into two.
Yeah, these four need to be sensible, though. There's no reason.
Four, back six.
There's no difference between starting on the second from back row or the back row. They've had a rotten day. They've qualified in the B final. They want to get through for another race to finish off their weekend.
2 more laps.
Yeah. Great driving from Curtis Latimer there on the brakes, just changing direction, using that rear lock up on the axle. Really late turning from Latimer, but he hangs on to it out of the corner. I think he missed his apex. His driver coach will have something to say about that. Or maybe it's about keeping the axle not winding up, not taking too tight a line, because it is a sweeping hairpin, that one. Oh, there's a change for third.
The inside.
Yeah, Ollie Morris has finally found Ian Hughes.
It's very dark in that car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not even.
It's
the black clouds aren't even. Yeah, black clouds aren't even anywhere near that camera yet. So we're getting towards the checkered flag now. They're into the final lap, and the 4 qualifiers from the B final to the A final will be, if they finish in this order, Curtis Latimer, Adam Catling, Ollie Morris and Ian Hughes. So let's see if they can be sensible and finish in this order. Second chicane, come out of there, short burst into the button bend, sweeping very fast left-hander, and then into the hairpin at Caravan. And then from there towards the Paddock complex to left-right entry, and then keep the lock on through a right-hander, and then accelerate out through the timekeeper's left-hander. And then there's the checkered flag flying. So a B final win for Curtis Latimer. Adam Catling right on his tail there. Ollie Morris third. Ian Hughes is in fourth. It's the end of the weekend for George Key, Rafi Salentano, Riley Thatcher, Freddie Theobald, Alfie McBain and Alex Timmins. Hope to see them back out at the final round of the Junction 6 NKC at Clay Pigeon next month. For now, well done everybody. It's as ever, the Junior Rotax grid is as ever always entertaining. The next B final we've got for everybody is the 177s, and they are already lining up and ready to rock. Mike Edwards is on the pole position, Jason Bear third. Fourth place, Stephen Horner, 2 non-finishes and a heat win for Stephen. Quite both ends of the spectrum being represented there for his results so far today. He will start fourth. Third row, starting fifth, Steve Stewart with Neil Hemming alongside. Fourth row, Oliver Smith and Charlie Jowers. And then we've got Paul Moran. Paul not having a great weekend as well. Helen, I hope your dinner.
He was doing all right. He broke down last heat, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Helen's dinner's going to make up for that, I think. Will Milner is alongside in 10th. Then we've got Adrian Smith and Dan Fleckney on row 6. Dave Nolan and Tyler Fossey are on row 7. Aidan Hammond, who's had engine issues. Aidan, we spoke to in the Paddock Show, told me in the lunch break there the engine problems, that has just been an absolute nightmare for him. He starts 15th. 16th is Billy Clark, and then Gyptex, Carl Bryan starting 17th. He's obviously had a nightmare as well for Carl. So he'll want to make amends with what happens now. So once again, Nick, the first 4 qualify.
Well, hopefully it's more interesting than the last one.
Well, the first 4
they
just went off, didn't
all
they?
be classics.
Yes, I know they can't. That fan is really cooling, but when you're trying to mess with papers.
There you go.
Oh, Stephen Horner's not there, I'm being told. So Stephen Horner calling it a day. So we've got a 16 kart grid, I think, 15 karts.
A couple of those haven't started.
This we come towards the starter, and we will get things underway. And it's a long charge down that straight towards the Dan Weldon hairpin, and it's 3 wide, 3 wide into the hairpin, Nick.
Oh, that's all gone horribly wrong straight away.
Oh yes, it has. Number 93 is that? 83.
83. Get off me. Get off.
Neil
Get
Hemming.
off. Get off.
Neil Hemming.
What happened there then? Let's have a look.
Neil Hemming mounting the number, what looked like the number 9. I haven't got number 9.
How far back was that? That was down about 5th or 6th place. Oh, he went over the curb.
Oh, you know what?
He's
The number
jumped over
9.
the curb.
You know what? The number 9, Oliver Smith, was a victim of circumstance there. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Too much curb.
Oh, that's a shame for the number 9.
So 1 and 2 are away, and that is, they go past, is the 51 and the 21. So Bear and Edwards. And then let's have a look at 3rd and 4th and 5th, because that's where we're more interested. There's 3, 4, 5, and there actually is some closer. Millwood, Stewart and Jowers. And it looks like there's a change there, and Stewart comes up the inside of Jowers. 155 now is past Millwood. Jowers has a little think about it. Can I have it? Says the 31. And no, says the 21. 3-2.
So it's Steve Stewart in that important 4th spot, isn't it?
No, he's 3rd now.
Oh, he's 3rd now, is he?
He may be
So
4th
it's
again
Dan
now.
Millwood.
I think he may have, no. Oh, and there's no pull at all from that Tony kart. He was bouncing like a banshee trying to get everything moving.
So leaders already crossing the line now. 1, 2, 3 and 4. The 22 it is, Dan Millwood in that all-important 4th spot. There's the leader, Jason Bear. Mike Edwards through in 2nd. This is the kart there, the yellow and blue one that we need to focus on, because he's the last of the qualifiers to the A final. And whether or not he can come up and handle any sort of pressure that's going to come from Charlie Jowers, Billy Clark and Dan Fleckney remains to be seen, because they are coming, Nick, aren't they?
They certainly are. They are right on his case. Leader and 2nd are gone. Bear and Edwards. Now, and in fact, Steve Stewart in this 155 trying to break through. But 4th place of Millwood, and now there's a bit of scufflation behind him and for 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now that's going to help him. There's Jowers, Clark flipping them around. They're battling with him, with themselves. They're not battling with him. You've got 1, 2, 3, and then the gaggle of karts come through into 5 to 7 to 9. But again, 4 has 0.8 of a second. Oh, he's shoving out there as the Tony car comes at the inside.
Yeah, was that Billy Clark in the 46?
Yeah, 46, but then he's got the 31 back up him again, which is Charlie Jowers, has it back out. So he's going through the hairpin.
They're not going to do themselves any favours. I know they each want to have a crack at Dan Millwood in that 4th spot, but by tripping over one another, and there's Paul Moran coming on the 777.
He's getting 1, I think, if not 2. He's got 1.
Yeah, he's got, you know what, Paul Moran has got plenty of time to qualify here. He's got...
The problem is a lot of people in this heat shouldn't be here. They've had bad days rather than lack of pace. And you could probably say Paul Moran is one of those. He's currently in 6th now, looking to get through.
I mean, you know, there is a few people. I mean, Carl Bryant and Stephen Horner just called it a day. They'd had enough of whatever today has brought. And I was talking about Stephen Horner being, you know, re-motivated by taking that heat win. He'd be delighted with that. However, it hasn't. It's, you know, qualifying for the B final after 2 non-finishes getting involved in
The
incidents.
second on
There's
field.
Moran down the inside again.
Fifth.
Now the next cart on his list
Is the one that counts.
is the one that counts. So his day might not be over, Helen. Put that dinner back in the oven.
Yeah, no, don't put it in the oven yet.
You put it back is what I mean.
Well, I
keep
can't
it,
really
on,
go reheat
keep it on the heat.
Oh, he's thinking about it. A brightly coloured car of Moran right over the tail of the 22 Dan Millward, who's in the more conservative blue and white and yellow car.
You know what? It only looks like a matter of time before Moran can get by, or will get by, I should say, because he's had the pace to come through this field and just pick them off one by one. They're into the second chicane now. Now this is where he likes to come through, button bend here, the left-hander, and then fire it into that. Get his tin opener out. They've had it coming together,
and that's
everybody jumping up and down on their carts to get their carts to
going
pick
to
up.
lose the place.
Oh, coming together there across the curbs into the Paddock complex, and we've got 4 wide. Moran losing out there to 2 carts. So it is getting intense for that fourth and final qualifying position.
The winner out of all that was Millward, who's now
Yes,
got
it was.
himself a lovely cushion.
Yeah, he has. Let's have a look and see. It's a second, isn't it? But he's now got Dan Fleckney, Billy Clark and Paul Moran all wanting that final qualifying position. But with 3 minutes, Nick, I'm not sure they're going to have to work together to catch him.
I don't think
and then scrap it out.
I don't think the only person I think who's got the ground speed is probably Moran. Fleckney is bridging it.
He is, isn't he?
Millward
he's coming through. 2.5 minutes from him.
Last time round, it was 1.1 seconds in the two of them.
Yeah, that was. I tell you what, all 4 of those drivers involved in that Paddock complex situation are very lucky to come out of that unscathed. It's so tight down there. And here we are. Here we go. Final qualifying position. And Dan Fleckney just comes out of that first chicane, pulls across to the right, and just accelerates down towards the Weldon hairpin. However, the number 22 coming back side by side through the kink and around the outside into the second one.
Well, Moran's having nothing, but Moran's now got into 6th. Millward having nothing, so 4, 5 and 6 running together with 1:56 to go. And that's a change again, is it? No, he's going to back out. He just made sure there's nothing else going to happen. He drove him out the side of the track.
This is made up for that junior Rotax Speed final for you, I hope, Nick.
Yeah,
because this is fantastic stuff. And this is all about where the action is.
There's Moran.
Moran down the inside into the first chicane, not quite enough on the brakes though.
He needs to wait.
They're side by side again. They're side by side coming at that first chicane. Fleckney has an excellent exit speed, and Fleckney now dropping off the back of Millward into the second chicane. Out of the second chicane. Look at the exit speed from Fleckney. He really knows how to drive through.
He's going to try again now. He's going to try again.
Oh, he does. Down the inside.
And they're
coming together.
And there we go. Moran through.
Paul Moran takes advantage.
Let's see that one again.
Fleckney, he dove down the inside. His tin opener didn't work as it didn't punch a hole where he needed it to be. And
he's right there.
Yeah, he rode up the back of Millward.
Moran said, thank you very much.
And Millward got away the first incident, not so much that time. So Helen, yes, get that oven back in the
chicken back in the oven.
Yes, chicken back in the oven. It's not needed quite yet. As Paul Moran takes up the cudgels of that fourth and final qualifying place into the second chicane. The clock is ticking. Whether or not we'll get another. It's getting darker as well.
It's getting very, very dark. I mean, and it's raining. It is raining. I can see the rain on the tent.
Yeah,
there's rain on that tent.
So we've got rain. We've certainly got rain at the Paddock complex.
It's not super hard at the moment. It's just spitting.
No, it's enough to make driving on slicks a little bit tricky though.
They'll be all right for his last laps. Oh, and the 51 has pulled off. Jason Bear has pulled off.
Oh my goodness!
So he's not going to qualify.
Jason Bear, who was in second place.
Yep.
So
this now is the Moran battle. He's now back on the battle for fourth. It's Moran in fourth with...
No, third.
So Millward, the Millward battle. Millward is now battling with Adrian Smith. No, he's not. He's got the 44 behind him. It's Dave Nolan. Dave Nolan is now battling.
Surely Dan Millward will not let this fourth place slip again.
Well, he's got this one and one more, and the rain's not. Ooh, that was thunder. from a distance away.
Yeah, so we've got the rain that we anticipated and was forecast is about to
The
arrive.
track's really warm. It's not going to affect them in this lap at all.
Not in this lap now, but
People who are in the collecting area are going to get worried.
yes, we might have
Okay,
to.
1 lap to go. And it's all up for grabs.
Paul Moran locking up that rear wheel and causing a bit of
Millwood
tyre smoke there.
and Nolan.
This is the battle for fourth. The blue and yellow kart and the red and black kart is in fifth and challenging the 22. Canny down towards the second chicane. There they go. A little bit late change of camera there as we get towards the caravan turn. Opportunities beginning to run out for Dave Nolan.
Yeah,
Who just can't quite get onto that rear bumper of Dan Millward.
Millwood's managed to get this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's done it as they come through. Timekeepers.
Yeah,
Mike
big wave for
Edwards.
Mike Edwards. I've got my picture in the paintings. It's not really committed to rain at all, has it, really?
Not yet, but what looks like heavy rain. The rain is definitely arriving on the roof of those awnings. So Mike Edwards takes the B final win. Steve Stewart takes second. Third is Paul Moran. Fourth and final qualifier is Dan Millward. After so many opportunities to people trying to take it off him. Behind them, the weekend is over for Dave Nolan, Dan Fleckney, Adrian Smith, Tyler Fossey, Aidan Hammond 9th. 10th was a retiring Jason Bear there right on the penultimate lap. That was so cruel. Billy Clark finished on lap 7. Charlie Jowers on lap 7. Will Milner on lap 7. Neil Hemming on lap 7. And Oliver Smith went out at the start. The last of our B finals coming next. And that is going to be for senior Rotax. And we've got, how many qualifiers? We've got 13 qualifiers for that B final. And the grid is going to look like this. Ollie Goodyear will start on the pole. Harry Barker starts alongside. Matthew Lambert and Scott Lowther are the second row of the grid. Aidan Pomeroy and Alex Jackson, row 3. Josh Morris and James Becker are on row 4. Ben Ficchetti and Grace Lee Davis is on row 5. Row 6 is Adam Cern and Rob Statham, and Liam Deedman is the 13th and final qualifier. We've got the slippery surface flag being shown at the start, and well, Nick, we can see why, because it's raining. So the rain that we thought was coming has eventually arrived, and that's going to create a very, very tricky track surface. So we'll wait and see what sort of effect this is going to have on this B final. It's going to be a bit of a lottery then, isn't it? Because it always is when you consider karts slipping and sliding their way around on this pace lap. We're going to get this one underway, I think. Nick's just popped outside to amend some technicals. And
I am a human piece of rain, and it is raining a lot.
So it is proper raining.
Yes, look.
Yeah, no, I know. I saw your T-shirt.
It's very big drops, not massive intensity. There is no way this race is going to go the whole way on slicks.
Well, we're starting them on slicks. We've got some slippery flag, the yellow and red flags being shown all the way around the track. We've got the field coming through. They're at the final turn. We should get this underway as they come back into our sight. And we will get this underway. We slow them down and we give them the green flag. And away we go. So we've got 9 out of the 13 qualifiers have chosen to take part in this B final. A very, very tentative first lap there through the Weldon hairpin. Slipping and sliding around, and we've got spinners going through 180 there. It's very tricky. It's like driving on ice. These are slick tyres, treadless tyres. However, they only work when the track is dry. When the track goes in the slightest bit of wetness, then they become absolutely impossible to drive on. And you can see the drivers turning in, the karts not turning into the corner, the karts spinning their wheels and going sideways. It really is going to be a bit of a lottery. And as they come into the paddock complex, it'll look like we go into slow motion, I can assure you. We go into rain affected slow motion, and here come the leaders.
Oh!
We're sliding his way through. Ollie Goodyear it is. Harry Barker. Harry Barker is the chap that I was seeing is
named after Harry Barker, and he needs to be. He needs to be.
They're going to come in very handy.
Everyone's off the track. I think coming in the top 4 here is about just effectively driving in the middle, keeping it on the island, which has been failed by someone just down there who went very, very
in the
wild.
middle, Nick, drive around the outside, mate.
Well, yeah, I can see the rain now. The rain's coming down much heavier. I can see it on the cameras. I can see it outside.
Yeah, if it's going to be as torrential as been reported further south of here geographically, then it is going to be a very, very, very wet track. But we'll see if we can get this senior Rotax B final. We've got somebody off and just not quite skirting the barriers. I think it was about third place.
Third place, yeah. So
there's
Goodyear,
a change of lead.
Why is Goodyear in this? He won a heat. 2 heats.
Stephen Horner won a heat in
No, I think I heard that Goodyear got excluded from the heat.
All right, okay.
I'm pretty sure that. No, I'm pretty sure he did. He got excluded for a technical reason. Because he's been doing well in all the heats. He's now leading this one, and he was. It's not now. It's the 87 that's leading. So it's Harry Barker from Ollie Goodyear. And then behind him, it's the black cart. Has the rain stopped again?
No, still falling. I mean, the track doesn't look wet, but it's certainly slippery. You can see where the
you've
carts.
got water sitting on, 2 days of gunk.
Yes.
Or 3 days of gunk. They were here on Friday, weren't they?
I mean, look at that.
That's it. There's no steering at all.
Then it grips on the concrete.
Which reminds me of our nighttime run around Wilton Mill.
Yes, very much.
So, effectively now, this is not a test of anything apart from innate
pure luck,
skill and guesswork, and working out. This is when if you were a local to Fulbeck, you would have such a massive advantage. It wouldn't be true, because you would know where the grip is. Everyone slowed down. What's the lap times like?
1 minute 8.
And what were they doing before? 47s.
Yes.
That's the fastest one. Got 110s, most of them. Okay, so the battle here now for second. I think that's changed actually.
Harry Barker.
Second, third change.
You know what? His namesake will be proud of it. He's the only car doing a 1 minute 8.
Well, let's see what it is this time. I think he got slower.
On a track, that's 1 minute.
Here it comes
7.
now. He's going across the line now. Still leading. Barker does a 1:08 again.
1 minute 8.3.
Then we've got. They're all picking up it. Lambert's got Goodyear, and then Ficchetti now is ahead of Lowther. So Ficchetti's in fourth in the 24 cart.
It's going to be local knowledge of where the grip is here. I mean, Scott Lowther's from Cumbria, so he's not going to be a stranger, is he? The number 50. He's not going to be a stranger to the wetness.
No.
Rowra being his own track, he's quite used to wet weather. However, if you watch Harry Barker and where he positions that cart in the lead, you'll see he knows where the grip is.
Adam Senna's joined in the fun. He's down in 10th.
Yeah. Under 4 minutes now of slipping and sliding our way around this track.
There's a bit of extra time being given by Sarah. There's a bit of extra time by Sarah being given for the next heat because they can then decide what they're going to do without tyres. Very expensive wet weather. That's this.
Very expensive
wet weather.
Yeah, wet weather run. It's whether or not. I mean, this rain has not really. It certainly wouldn't call torrential. It's a bit of a summer shower, really. It's
so
not torrential,
far,
is it?
Yeah, it's not come down in the level we thought it would. I'm looking behind me, and I think the worst of it, and this is famous last words, is going to the far. Where would that be? That'd be the east of us, isn't it? I think it's going. We're getting like the edge of it. I think we're quite lucky here at the moment.
Yeah, it's east.
Yeah, it's the east of us is getting more of it. Is it still falling?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. The track hardly looks wet at all, but it's easy for me to say sat here. And we're already through. Look at that, Nick. That we're skirting the edge of it. It's further north.
Yeah,
of
we've
us.
managed to avoid this. We've had a near miss. We've been quite lucky, haven't we?
I think we are. I think this is as bad as it's going to be. I think we've gotten really lucky here. And if you look further north of us,
yeah, we've missed that. There's a red band which I see what went over our friend John's house.
Yes.
There we go. And he's just missed it. So far. We got a bit. It was enough to slightly upset people, but let's get back on the race now rather than the. And coming towards us is the black cart. Now, who is that? What number? That's 95. It's Matthew Lambert in second. Ollie Goodyear. Okay, let this one go through and we'll take the next one, which is the 4th place car. 4th and 5th battle, that's what we need. 2 minutes ago, 4th and 5th battle. And that is Ben Fouquet and Scott Lowther. Fouquet, I think, is in the orange and blue. Oh, Lowther up the inside there, finding a bit of local grip, but no, as they come into the hairpin, that's not happening. It's very dark. I mean, you don't need wet weather tyres, you need headlamps.
Yeah, it has come over. Now, Scott, this is not his local track, but he's quite used to racing in the wet. You know what? Is there anyone in the UK who's not used to racing in the wet?
No.
Of course not. So the final qualifying position is that orange cart there, Ben Fouquet. And Scott Lowther, who just gives it a boot full of wheel spin there and just sort of oversteers. Oh, look at that, they come back together.
They're looking at
But
different,
no,
they're all having very different concepts of where the line is.
Oh, and Fouquet puts a wheel on the grass. He had no control over that. Look at the difference in line there for Lowther. It didn't make any difference whatsoever there. So maybe the track is transitioning back.
Matthew Lambert did a 105 just that time round. 104 we've had now from Josh Morris. So yeah, people are finding the grip coming back again.
And there they go into the Weldon hairpin, and Lowther all the way around the outside. Fouquet tried it as well, all the way around the outside. So very, very even, these two. Inside the final minute then of this, the Senior Rotax B final. Out of the second chicane. Scrabbling for grip to get the traction, isn't it? Round the outside of Button Bend. Switches back.
Ooh, what was mostly facing the wrong direction. Up the inside is gone. No, yes, no,
Can he get the traction?
No.
Just couldn't get the traction. Could not get the traction.
Josh
Morris,
is the fastest kart on the track, it's important to say. And they've got 2 more laps. Barker, 107. Morris is the quickest guy, and he's the third of those 3.
Incredible how Lowther got a sniff of that 4th place. Actually poked his nose ahead, but then when they had to get back on the throttle, he just went backwards, didn't he? Fouquet had the grip, he had the traction, and now they're back together. And Josh Morris is joining in. Look at that side by side coming out of the chicane. Oh, don't bend, don't spoil it, mate. Don't push him off.
That was a good move.
Look at that. That was a good move. You know what? Helpless. Completely helpless to that happening. He was just sliding, and Scott will be...
I'm not sure that's how Ben will see. Who's actually gone through that? Was Matthew Lambert just went through the...
Yeah, went through the chicane.
I think he's dropped third now. It's a Goodyear second, I think.
So
fighting, soaring at the wheel.
Morris ahead of Fouquet as well.
Fouquet's dropped down 1.
Lowther's loving that, isn't he?
Morris.
Broadside. All the way around the outside of Caravan. I think the track's coming back, Nick. I think this rain has stopped.
Nothing yet. They put a couple of seconds better. It's still quite unpleasant because you're running on goo. Yeah. What would you put on next heat? Oh dear.
You might have saw the flash of lightning on the TV screens there, everybody at home. And here comes the thunder.
So there is a storm within a mile of us. Within a mile of us, don't we? So.
As we get towards the final moments of this B final, and whether or not Scott Lowther can keep it on the road and keep Josh Morris behind. He's finding grip from somewhere and beginning to progress.
He's got a few corners to do it on, hasn't he?
Pretty sure we haven't got any rain falling though, Nick.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We've got a brolly down there.
She'd be happy with that. But her friend next to her and the boy, I haven't bothered anything, so it's not heavy. Whatever it is, they go right. They've got a few corners to go. Oh, who's that coming back towards them? That is Lambert struggling. So Lambert, that's 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Lambert's having a struggle.
Yeah.
And they go to this one. No, that's not working.
Right, Harry Barker takes the win in true Harry Vatanen style.
Absolutely.
Here comes second place, Ollie Goodyear. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. It's Matthew Lambert and Scott Lowther.
Lambert's got it. Lowther's got it. But has Fouquet got it?
I'm not sure what's happening there because our timing screens have frozen.
Here
we go. Harry Barker, Ollie Goodyear, Matthew Lambert, Scott Lowther, Josh Morris.
That was internet from the track to Alpha, then back to us.
Yes, Ben Fouquet. So the qualifiers, let's start again. The qualifiers, Harry Barker takes the win, Ollie Goodyear second, third is Matthew Lambert, fourth is Scott Lowther. They're the 4 qualifiers that will move through to the A final. The weekend is over for Josh Morris, Ben Ficchetti, Aidan Pomeroy, James Becker and Adam Cerner. And then we lost Rob Statham and Grace Lee Davies very, very early on.
Right. So is it still raining? We've got a walking weatherman. Is it still raining? It's definitely raining still.
Right, okay. We've got thunder and lightning, raining, track conditions changing.
Frank's got his coat on.
Frank's got his coat on. Right, I'm just going to pop outside me.
What, for a rain check?
Yeah, just I want to see it.
Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Go on.
You know.
It's fine. So coming up next is, what's next? Is it Minimax or TKM first? It is Minimax is the next one, so they've got the chance to think about what they're going to tyre-wise. Now, if we look to the right, there's a wall of rain just missing us. Is there a wall of rain out there now? Oh, now it's really coming down now. Lashing down is the official. Oh, absolutely chucking it down. Yeah, we haven't missed it. We've got it chucking it down, as they say. And there's a camera gone. Camera's very wet. No. Oh, right. All the cameras getting very wet. Yeah, this. Okay, so we do have a lot of rain at the moment. You can probably see on the cameras. I'm not sure how much we're going to be able to show you at this point because there's an awful lot of rain. Can we?
Yeah, we're going to get the Minimax out there, Nick, while we try and get some of this. It really is torrential. I mean, there it is on your screens, everybody. That is how wet it is. But we've managed to get the Minimax runners onto wet tyres.
Yeah,
which is the safe
can I
option.
just say to both our cameramen, I completely understand, and I don't know how long they're going to run. Can I ask both the cameramen to protect the camera more than get a shot? So if you can just protect the camera rather than getting a shot, that'd be great. I can't see they're going to run in this for any length of time.
They will.
So,
it's not Formula One.
What, they're going to run in this?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So yes, we'll just. Yeah, we're going to call it. So I don't know what you want to do, Frank. About I think you're doing well there, Frank, with it keeping it dry. So just okay, red flag, and if you can just. I'm sorry, Jude. I realise you're exposed down there, but if you want to take cover with the camera, that's fine, or just cover the camera, or just look after the camera. It's about the camera, really.
I thought it was going to blow by, didn't you?
Yeah, we got.
That's how bad the conditions
We'll
are.
leave
Right
camera 2 up, and Frank, do you want to get down? If you can, do you want to get down off that thing? Just as long as the camera's not going to fall off and try and stay dry. Okay, well we'll carry on talking in here because we've got a picture of rain and we've got a picture of red flags and we can have a chat. But we don't think it's going to last a long time. But as you can see, it's quite heavy.
Yeah, very heavy, isn't it? It's quite substantial. We've managed to get the Minimax runners onto the wet tyres. However, it's a paddleboard they need, not wet tyres.
This is the second time it's happened this year. I got caught in a massive thunderstorm with our broadcast. Happened we did run at Bicester Heritage as well.
Yes, we did. I remember that. So, like you said, Nick, it's going to blow through, and we did have this forecast.
Yeah.
It gives us another opportunity to tell you about what's coming next. The final round of the Junction 6 NKC for 2023 is in a month's time, 21st, 22nd of October, and we go down to Dorset at Clay Pigeon. Another classic UK track to finish what has been an exceptionally competitive championship in 2023. Looking forward to 2024. We kick off the NKC Championship at Clay Pigeon. So we end this one at Clay Pigeon. We reconvene at Clay. Might as well just stay there.
Yeah, for 6 months. No, we can't. We've got 2 other events. already?
I know, I'm going to tell you about that.
Oh, yeah.
So round 1, Clay Pigeon in April, 20th, 21st of April. We then come back here to Fulbeck on the 1st and 2nd of June for round 2. Round 3 is Wilton Mill, where we've been twice this year with round 4 and our all plate. Well, we're back there on the 29th and 30th of June. We go back up to Cumbria, Rowra, who has become a good friend of the NKC, 20th and 21st of July for round 4. Back to Three Sisters on the 21st, 22nd of September. So this time next year we'll be out on the northwest part of the UK at Three Sisters. Fabulous track there. And we kicked this year off, didn't we, at Three Sisters? It was a great event. But we'll come back here next year at the end of the summer. And then we round off the 2024 championship with round 6 at Forest Edge, a track that I've never been to.
Never been to. Down in, it's
south coast of England, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit up, I think. Well, yeah, it's sort of farmed away, isn't it? I think a bit further south.
Just north of Portsmouth.
It's in by Forest Edge. I assume it's on the edge of the New Forest.
Might be.
I think it probably is. Rain is easing off, as you can probably see.
Yeah.
But easing off and stopping is often, and then of course it is currently going to clear a little bit because it is reasonably stopped because it's rivers.
Well, it was coming down in sort of biblical
road. Weather much nicer from where it's coming. Oh, hello, Jude. What happened to the plastic bag?
Jude's been swimming.
You better talk, I better sort it out.
Yeah, Jude's been swimming. We've got more Karting Live TV broadcasts coming before the end of the 2023 season. We're obviously bringing you the final round of the Junction 6 NKC in October. Then in November we go to my home circuit, Gordon Law, where we are bringing you full live coverage of a 2-day Autumn Cup meeting there. We're going to be live streaming both the days, both full race days. On the Saturday, full race day on the Sunday with heats and finals, and then an amalgamation of the results bringing us the winners of the Autumn Cup. Got a nice little tie-in with the NKC with the 177 class, the Rotax Senior 177 class, running on the Maxxis tyre, which is what we run in NKC. So if you're watching this and you fancy a run out in November, then pop yourself up onto the entry list, and if you're a 177 runner, that is. Pop yourself onto the entry list and come up to Warden Law for a 2-day race meeting. And big prize. And a big thanks to Ollie and Chris for offering the winner of the 177 Autumn Cup the free entry to the 2024 NKC Championship. So that's a one well worth battling it out for. Plus, Warden Law is one of the best tracks in the country, so why wouldn't you? Quite frankly, why wouldn't you? The grass is going to be green, just like my mate Matt loves it. The grass here is getting some well-deserved water. That's why the grass is brown here in Lincolnshire. We've had some very dry weather the past couple of weeks here in England. However, some much needed rain for that grass has descended upon us. It's dying off a little bit, I can tell you. You can probably see in the picture it's still raining. Not as heavy and not as big a drops as it was, so we might be able to get things running. Of course, we need a track inspection to see where the puddles are lying. I'm not sure about the drainage here at Fulbeck. That's a new one on me. But and the sky behind us is brighter. I can tell you that. So the restart is coming. If you look on the TV screens, it's the sky to the left is what's coming. The sky to the right is what's been. And that's a big black weather front that has gone across. Dark clouds, black clouds, and that downpour not doing us any favours whatsoever. Bringing about the delay that we are now in. So the NKC Minimax Championship came into this round looking like this. It was Seb Corking and Sonny Morgan at the top of the championship table, only 2 points separating them. That's going to be different now, and I haven't had a chance to look at the points table since today's heats have been applied, because we've got drop rounds to consider, etc, etc. Zauri Vezarek is in third place on 693. Just to give you an idea, Seb Corkin on 7.08, Sonny Morgan on 7.06, Viserek on 6.93, Eddie Stewart on 6.83, and then Daniel Parsons, who's not here this weekend. He's on 6.76, and then Leo Basterfield, who is, and took the win in the third heat. He's on 6.72, so still very much all to play for. And we mentioned Sonny Morgan needing to sort of finish in front of Seb Corkin. Seb Corkin needing to finish in front of Sonny Morgan, but they've both got to be very wary of where Viserek and Eddie Stewart are going to finish. And now Leo Basterfield coming into contention with that point score of 50 points coming into play for that third and final heat. The other championships that we came into this weekend on, looking towards our next set of finals, senior TKM for instance, that is very much in the possession of Charlie King at the moment, but not quite a firm grip because there's only 2 points in it. In fact, there's only 2 points between second and third as well. Charlie King on 6.87, Louis Bevan on 6.85, Mitchell Ball on 6.83, Ben Watson on 6.66, Joseph Booth on 6.59, Callan Lemont on 6.59, and Ollie Milner in 7th on 6.51. So again, I'm not sure how today's heats have applied to the championship, but again, TKM, in fact, all of our championships are absolutely down to the wire. And this one, the penultimate round here of Fulbeck, just actually sort of adding to it and just adding a bit of already very richness to it. Have we clicked past 4 o'clock, by the way? No, we haven't, because the coffee kicks in at 4. Sorry? I know. Do you want to just press the red button instead? Click the... hang on. If we click that like that, and then click that, it'll stop. So I'm just overhearing the discussions going on with the officials about where the standing water is and whether or not the decision to be made about getting things back underway. So we can see from our camera, our locked off camera there, that's the entrance to the paddock complex. We've got sort of a wet line on the inside, on the racing line, but a very, very
wet line,
big puddle on the wet line, yes.
The lake line.
Is that a nice digestive that you've got?
Yeah, thank you.
Nibbling
Not
on.
for you to press record.
So Nick, I've gone over the what's coming next, so we don't need to chat about that.
Okay. What shall we talk about then?
What have we got? Who's listening? Who's watching?
I don't know. Quite a lot of people actually, surprisingly. People like watching rain.
Which is
Brits.
why I'm asking.
Well, if you're fans of us rather than just karting, because that's what we got to now after this bit of filling. Next weekend, Joe and I are going to Barcelona for the Barcelona 24 Hours, part of the Creventic Endurance Series. And I'll certainly be front of camera. Joe might be front of camera, depending on the rotation.
Yeah, will be, yes. I'll be doing a little bit of this.
So, the 24 Hours of Barcelona from Circuit Catalunya, 57 entries of 5 or 6 classes of sports cars.
Yeah, it's
we'll be there entertaining with our friends from Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans.
And final round of the European Championship. So
including
crowning our championships at the party.
Including third member of the Karting Live commentary team. Yes. Because Johnny Palmer will be there.
I forgot to mention Johnny Palmer in our Karting Live calendar.
Yes, Johnny Palmer, why you mentioned him? Because Johnny Palmer is an ITV BTCC commentator.
Yes. And he's going to be joining us at the Autumn Cup at Warden Law.
He is.
So our 2-day live stream coming to you from Warden Law. Paul loves him, I know that.
No, Paul doesn't, because I'm the producer. Paul has to do camera work.
Ah, really?
In Newcastle, in Sunderland.
Are you waiting to get by, or do you want to say something? Oh, hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, so, oh my God, look, there's Ollie Nitch-Smith there on camera.
That was an interesting bit of information I got from Paul.
What was it?
Our finals have been reduced from 12 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
But we're getting 3 rolling laps.
For all of them?
For every class. That's to tell people. There's Ollie with a brush.
Ollie with a brush. Ollie Nitch-Smith, king of the... That is quite wet.
Yeah, that is very wet. Well, it's not even up to his ankles. It's not that wet.
Where's he
It isn't a
It's
cart.
still raining though. Why is he brushing it?
Because it helps. Helps the drainage.
It's kind of like it's psychological brushing. There's quite a bit that's going on. I think unfortunately you're going to have to go back to where you came from. There's a plastic bag in there.
You need one to wear. You didn't bring a coat. Oh my goodness! Did you not tell them the weather forecast?
They are grown up.
That is true.
There's only so much you can do.
And they have got phones.
Yeah. Hang on.
Well, the good news, Jude, is that the rain is moving away. We just told our cameraman, Jude, who's come in. He's got shorts and a t-shirt on, and it looks like he's, you know when you jump into a pool when you're on holiday in your shorts and t-shirt? It looks like he's just climbed out of a swimming pool.
Realistically, yeah. I mean, if he catches his death of cold, his mum's never going to forgive me.
Yeah, yeah. Thankfully, the ambient temperature is still quite high.
It is quite high, yeah. He's unlikely to catch any.
Oh, it's still doing that.
That was like a three. Your coffee doesn't come in 3 minutes. Yeah, so we have Johnny Palm with us next weekend as well. If you want to have a little bit of fun with us at the wonderful world of Barcelona
and the Barcelona 24 hours.
And then a week after that, I'm doing some commentary from Portugal on electric RC buggy. And the week after that, I'm doing something else, and you're doing something else. And the week after that, it's I'm going to Buggy Land. I'm going to do some commentary in Madrid on the last week.
Quite a jet setter.
Okay, to Madrid to do some commentary on buggies. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the Portugal, I'm doing that down the line. I'm not going around. I'm not going as far as my study.
All right.
And then the week after that, which is the 8th, there's two things that might happen. One of which you don't want to happen.
On the 8th.
What?
What?
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I've got a club meeting at Warden Law.
Is that Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, bad news because it's Saturday. It means you're free.
What's happening on Saturday?
The Irish in Petit Le Mans. But you might be saved because I might be doing an EFRA gig on that day from home, so you might get away with it. And the following weekend,
I'll do it for you. I'll do it with you.
The following weekend, the 13th and the 14th, it's Petit Le Mans.
The final round of the IMSA Sports Car
I
Series.
still think the crown jewel of IMSA. I don't know because Daytona was like they borrowed that from someone else. It's their thing.
Well, no.
Petit.
Well, IMSA was an American Le Mans Series race, wasn't it?
Petit Le Mans, and then the week after that, it's the NKC.
Yes, final round. But I'm a bit sad.
I'm very sad.
I'm excited. I'm excited to I'm not wishing the finals away.
I don't think 6 rounds and an O plate are enough.
No. I mean,
I think we should have 8 rounds and an O plate.
I think everybody out there in the paddock is saying my bank manager would disagree with you.
Fair enough. How about if I said 8 rounds and 3 sets of tyres? How about that?
Sounds good. I don't think it's that.
Apparently they're racing at PFI. We can hear it outside because they've got probably got auto pumps or something, and they got like robot things backing away, you know.
Right. So I'm just listening to the official channel here.
It's virtually stopped. Look.
Yeah, I know. The drivers have been briefed regarding the 10-minute duration and the 3 pace laps, the 3 rolling laps, the sighting laps, let's call them.
Yes.
So we're about to get going with the first of our finals, which is Minimax.
Are they actually going to roll them out, are they?
The intensity is just beginning to build. I've got Seb Corking's mum just below us on the barrier there, and she's going to be where she is positioned is just outside of the final turn.
Yeah,
as they come across the line.
One thing I would say is that I reckon that the main part of the concrete's drying already, even though it's still raining.
Yes. Well, you know the dusty paddock we have because of the heat. Like sludgy, muddy.
Okay, that's it. So it's time to clean that screen, Frank.
So the carts are released onto the track, and we will try and give our cameras a wipe and dry them off slightly. You can see the sky.
Third
breaking.
one's still walking down there, so we might be just doing this with just Frank on this particular final.
We
had to bring Jude in because he was literally being drowned.
He was being drowned.
There's the umbrella.
Frank's brolly. That was used to protect him from the sun.
Looks like it's blown inside out, to be honest.
Yeah. So Frank's fully aware of where these carts are.
But we've got plenty of warm-up laps, so it's fine.
Yeah. So they're just coming through Button Bend at the moment, just off to our right. They'll be coming into our view any moment, and you can see the cracked tarmac gets rid of the water very readily, doesn't it?
Yeah. Steve Richardson, this would be interesting. Come on, Cumbria boys and large LRG Motorsport. Look at that now. Wow. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Frank.
I'm going to say hello to Frank. I think you're a bit quiet compared to now.
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I'm just being quiet.
No, come on now.
Now I can be loud. So that's the first of the sighting laps. Bruce, our clerk of the course, just telling the drivers they've got another 2. And the sort of thing that they do this for is so that the drivers, find out where the grip is on this wet track. It's going to start transitioning, though, very quickly because, like I say, the ambient temperature is still quite high. It's been very, very hot for the last week or so. So there's a lot of heat in that tarmac.
There's a lot of water on Frank's lens still.
Yeah, yes, there is. It will start drying. I'm just going to...
Look at the splooshy.
Yes, you've got to monitor the amount of spray coming off the tyres, and as long as there's spray coming off the tyres, it's still very wet. But I'm pretty sure we might even by the end... Oh, there's a massive puddle on the outside of Caravan as well.
Oof. That must be awful if you're driving behind it, because think how wet you get.
Yeah. Yeah, have we got a microfiber cloth out there for Frank?
I don't know. I think Frank's doing it with his coat or something.
Really? So here we are. It'll be...
Now it looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The water's kind of making it look kind of attractive, and it's got this dark, dusky feel to it. It's not this dark. It's not that dark, actually.
Right, now then, we should be getting them formed up on this one when they come back round towards the Paddock complex.
No, we've got Jude back as well, blimey. Have we, or not? He's not there yet. How's 2 down?
So if you want to talk amongst yourselves about the technicals, I'll keep us going on on what's happening in the race. They are still on their 3rd and final sighting lap now. So when we get towards this section of track now, it'll be our pole position man, Seb Corking. The championship battle continues with these 2 protagonists on the front row of the grid. Sonny Morgan alongside. Behind them, 2 very quick drivers, Leo Basterfield and Daniel Hartley. On row 3 is Ben Adrian and Eddie Stewart. On row 4 is Zauri Viserek with Max Carter alongside. And rounding off the top 10, or the 10 kart field I should say, Jensen Cox and Lucy Lovell. So they're the karts at the back. The 2 championship protagonists are at the front. So this is not just a race for the final honours between Sonny Morgan and Sebastian Corking, our pole man, who leads the field round in a very, very ordered fashion. We should get things underway, and we'll be going racing right now as we still are waiting for our camera up there at the Weldon hairpin to dry out. There's Jude in the background there,
just drying out,
sorting himself out, looking like a drowned rat. It's Corking who leads out of the Weldon hairpin and back towards us.
Yeah, so it looks like a nice lead for Seb, but it's a voyage of discovery for these guys. They've had warm-up laps and now they're actually doing it in anger. Corking leading from the 63 of Hartley, and then Eddie Stewart in 3rd. So not the order of the grid was quite different to the...
No, that's not the order of the grid, Nick. That's the order of the grid. That's how it sorted itself out in the first few corners, with Eddie Stewart going through into 3rd, Daniel Hartley into 2nd. Seb Corking's checked out. Sonny Morgan, what's happened to Sonny? Because he is now 4th. Now he finds his feet and is now pushing on the back of, not literally, pushing on the back of
look at that,
Eddie Stewart. But Ben Adrian wants to bit of this as well, because Ben Adrian's challenging Sonny Morgan back down there in 5th and 4th place. There's Corking off into the lead, all the way around the outside of the Dan Weldon hairpin, and then back out of that corner and then through the kink towards the 2nd chicane. Corking leads. Daniel Hartley is in 2nd. And there's Sonny Morgan challenging, or is he indeed being challenged by Ben Adrian? Sonny Morgan down the inside of Eddie Stewart. Eddie Stewart's going to fall foul of that 2-way move that we've seen so often at Caravan Corner. And Eddie Stewart has to settle into that 5th place and slot in behind Sonny Morgan and Ben Adrian, who goes side by side with Morgan out of the final turn at timekeepers. They slot backwards and forwards. And who is it going to be? Last of the late breakers into the first chicane. It's Ben Adrian. Now Ben, we know how quick Ben is in the dry. He's proving to be quite the driver in the wet as well now. into the second chicane then. Seb Corking, Daniel Hartley not that far away. In these conditions, it's very, very easy to make a mistake. Very slight mistake will cost you dearly in these conditions. So, Seb Corking making it look relatively easy. I'm pretty sure it isn't. He looks over his shoulder. Driver coach Louis Large was telling me he's trying to get that looking over the shoulder out of Seb's muscle memory. Corking leading with his brand new helmet livery as well. He damaged his Vettel homage to Vettel at that nasty looking accident at Mansell Raceway, so he's been waiting to show us his helmet livery, and that's the helmet of the leader that we're talking about. That's Sonny Morgan in fourth. There's the leaders right there, and he's been caught by Daniel Hartley, so we'll stick with this for a while. Well, Seb Corking, like I said, there's that, still paying homage to Seb Vettel, but underneath that yellow, red and black stripe, similar to the sort of helmet designs that Seb Vettel had. I mean, that's why he's named after Sebastian Vettel, isn't he? Graham, his dad, a big Sebastian Vettel fan. I know, I don't understand that either, everybody, but there you go, he is. Corking coming under pressure now, I think, as the track begins to transition. As Corking goes around the outside, and Hartley he went on the conventional line, and I think that was just gripless. So Hartley off into the gravel. That's left Corking unchallenged now. And Corking goes down the outside, but on the middle of the track, on the brakes, Daniel Hartley just finds himself without any grip at all and just slides into the gravel. Quite a harmless off, but not harmless to Daniel, who will be absolutely beside himself. Oh, just a slight, like I say, just a slight mistake in these conditions can cost you dearly, and it's done that very thing to Daniel Hartley. So with Corking out there in the lead of this race by now, quite a considerable margin to what will be Ben Adrian. 5 minutes remaining. Sonny Morgan inherits third place, and then the rest of the field come through. Viserek has gotten ahead of Eddie Stewart, who's now fifth. Max Carlton sixth. Lucy Lovell seventh. Leo Basterfield comes through in eighth. Leo taking the win in the third heat, not having a very good final in this wet condition. So there's Sonny Morgan just coming out the second chicane, and then behind him Viserek, Eddie Stewart there on the 45 with Max Carlton not far behind him. Lucy Lovell is behind him, so that's the 5th, 6th and 7th. Let's see what happens with this. As you can see, traces of this track just drying out rapidly, more rapidly than other places, and it's going to be a transitioning track that we go forward with 4 minutes of this Minimax final left. There's still plenty of time for the track to develop into and out of the first chicane. Still sliding around there. Lucy Lovell just caught the back end of her kart sliding around through the kink towards the second chicane. And Eddie Stewart there in 5th place, Max Carlton in 6th in the black kart, the yellow and blue kart of Eddie Stewart, with Max Carlton now pulling alongside into the second chicane, but Eddie sitting there. Oh, sorry, that was the Button Bend. So through the very fast corner there. I think we're seeing these drivers positioning their karts in different places to what we would normally see, and that's obviously to do with where the grip is on the track. Corking's gone through into the lead, or with the lead I should say. It's got a gap of 3.5 seconds to Ben Adrian. Then we've got a gap of 6.5 seconds to Sonny Morgan, who has 3 seconds, 1.1 seconds on Viserek, and then a further 3 seconds, Eddie Stewart, Max Carlton and Lucy Lovell. Leo Basterfield has dropped back off the back of that 3 by about 3.5 seconds as well. Jensen Cox has completed 6 laps. And Daniel Hartley, well, we saw Daniel unfortunately go off with that slight mistake that cost him dearly. So unfortunate. Eddie Stewart having to defend into Button Bend. He's aware that Max Carlton is there, and he will not want to lose any more places. Young Eddie joined us in the commentary box at Wilton Mill for the O-Plate and did a cracking job. Gives us some great insight as my kind of driver second commentator, my colour commentator. Bit of the, I had my own little Martin Brundle in the form of Eddie Stewart. Gave us some great insight as to what's happening out on track and the considerations that the drivers have to go through. So with getting towards the final 90 seconds very much on the cards, Corking gap out to now 4 seconds for Seb, with Ben Adrian just dropping away slightly, 6.7 seconds. Sonny Morgan dropping back off them. There's that battle for 5th still going on. And Eddie Stewart doing a cracking job in keeping Max Carlton back. Max Carlton just trying, he's trying all he can to get by Eddie Stewart, and Lucy Lovell is there to pick up any pieces that might develop from that as they come out onto the start-finish straight. We're still sorting out our camera at the far end of the track. So for now, we've got these lovely panoramic shots of Fulbeck. Gives you a feel of the track, the sort of the design, the airfield circuit. Up one end of the runway and back down the other. Pretty traditional, old-school track. Let's find our leader, Seb Corking, who is leading by 4.5 seconds now, and Seb there just coming through the final turn. He will get 2 more laps of this final, so we'll stay with Seb now as he takes this to the flag and really does consolidate his championship position, doesn't he? He came into this round leading, and with the results he's had today, especially taking top dollar in the final, 100 points is the haul for the final. Seb Corking consolidating that championship. He's got 2 more laps, and like I say, I'm just, as I said that, Seb went completely sideways over the exit curbs at the second chicane. So he just needs to keep his act together. Easier said than done in these conditions. He's certainly showed everybody how quick he is in these very changeable conditions. He's from the northeast, though. He's from the northeast of England, so he's quite used to changeable weather conditions, to be honest, as is everybody from the UK. So 1 lap to go aboard for Seb Corking. We'll watch Seb go all the way through the first chicane, all the way up to the top of the circuit to the Dan Weldon hairpin, and then he'll go through 180 degrees and then come back towards us. It's still Ben Adrian at just about 4.5 seconds, 4.6 to be exact, behind him, and Seb not holding back. He's still using all of that track, so still not sort of nursing anything, just bringing this kart home, using the curbs at the second chicane. He's into Button Bend for the final time then, final time of the day for Seb Corking as we go into Caravan. Tricky hairpin. Once again, Seb showing just how wet it is still in certain parts. And then the Paddock Complex here at Fulbeck, the final stages of this track, just keeping the lock to the right, and then through the final turn. Through timekeepers, here he comes to be greeted by that welcome sight of the checkered flag, and Seb Corking takes a very, very strong race win. Great results for the youngster to take the first of our finals today, the Minimax win to Seb Corking. In second place, Ben Adrian finished 4.8 seconds behind. A further 9 seconds behind was Sonny Morgan in third place. Sonny will bring all the big guns out at Clay Pigeon and try and claw back some of that championship loss to Seb Corking when we get to Clay Pigeon for the final round. Zauri Viserek, he finished 4th, right on the tail of Sonny Morgan actually. And then it was Lucy Lovell who came out in 5th. Just when we went to the leader to follow him home, Lucy Lovell gets ahead of Max Carlton and Eddie Stewart and takes a very fine 5th place. You'd be happy with that, is Lucy. Eddie Stewart 6th then, Max Carlton 7th. Leo Basterfield was in 8th place. And then we had Jensen Cox 9th, and Daniel Hartley will finish 10th after that retirement into the gravel on lap 4. So the first of our finals in the bag. And second of our finals coming up next, Senior TKM. Now then, on Karting Live TV, on our social sites, we always like to choose the race of the day. And so far, the TKM class has provided us a race of the day, I think at least twice, at least twice. So I'm pretty sure here at Fulbeck, they're going to deliver in similar fashion, I would think. We've got the grid of 24 qualifiers. We'll have a look at that in a moment. The rain has cleared. The clouds have broken. I think that weather front has left us and just moved across to other parts of the UK. We're glad to say. So we will see the track transition. I think we've got all the TKMs on wet tyres now. That's going to save a bit of wear, isn't it, on the Maxxis slicks going forward into. Paul's got some information. We're back to 12 laps. Are we still doing 3 warm-up laps? Only 1 warm-up lap, so back to normal. Right, we feel it's safe enough to go back to normal. So 12 minutes for this TKM final. So let's have a look at the grid then. Mitchell Ball and Charlie King. Wow, what a front row of the grid that's going to be. Mitchell has had a cracking day's racing here at Fulbeck, as has Charlie King. Charlie leading the championship, Mitchell Ball not that far behind him. Second row of the grid is Joseph Booth and Leo Crabtree, with third row looking like Joseph Jakes and Will Cregeen. Matt Cardwell and Tom Johnson are on row 4, with Ben Watson and Louis Bevan on row 5. Row 6 is Ollie Milner and Matt Slate, with Molly Nicholas Biles and Gordon Smith on row 7. Matthew Horton and James Hull are on row 8, with row 9 Matthew Temple Purcell and Jason Lovett. Alexander Lehman and Chris Whiteside are on row 10. And then with row 11, James Workman and Steve King. Ryan Layton and James King are the 24 karts that have completed and have qualified for the TKM final. Got a couple of karts that are slow away out of the collecting area, and one of the karts just pulling to a halt there. We'll try and get that car push started. He's going to be way at the back of the grid, or back of the field, as they make their way around. So with only 1 warm-up lap back to normal, it is. Still waiting to sort out the waterlogged issues with our camera up at the top of the circuit. So for now, we'll be happy with Frank's and our Paddock complex position. So here we go then. Here come the field. We've got a few stragglers. I'll be surprised if they let them go, because we've got a lot of stragglers in there. Yeah, false start there. Grid not quite formed. So we'll give them another sighting lap, no doubt. That's unfortunate for the 55. That's Joseph Jakes just having to push his cart off to the side there, not starting there for Joe. He'll not be happy with that. That's quite unfortunate, really. Jakes should have started on the 5th spot on this grid, so disappointment for him. That's a shame. Joseph Jakes, the mechanic with the Carling Motorsport team, looking after Formula 4s. So looking after young drivers is his day job. Him and his dad here fettling that kart, and just disappointment written all over them. He's not happy, is he? Here we go then, the fielder there. And crossing the line now to start this race, and that absolute drag race down to the first turn. It's Mitchell Ball who slotted in to the lead. Where's Charlie King? Charlie King's down to 4th as they go through the Dan Weldon hairpin. Charlie King fighting his through and back to 2nd place, but already into the 2nd of our chicanes here at Fulbeck. And it's Mitchell Ball very much in the lead. And still very, very slippery conditions with people tripping over left, right and centre really. And there, round the outside at the caravan, is a challenge for Mitchell Ball, side by side into the paddock complex. Let's just see how this pans out. Still slipping and sliding, and there, up the inside of that paddock complex has gone a green helmet of, who is that? Is that Joseph Booth? Let me tell you who that is when they cross the line. It's Charlie King, of course, the green helmet. I should have known that. Charlie King, who else would it be, challenging Mitchell Ball in such fashion. Charlie absolutely all over Mitchell Ball, and they're absolutely just flinging these carts around and sliding them around on these damp conditions. But Charlie King already pulling a gap. Mitchell Ball has got Leo Crabtree right with him on the 44. Then we've got Ollie Milner behind them. Louis Bevan is in 5th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts now breaking away from Ben Watson in 6th, Joseph Booth in 7th. Molly Nicholas Biles has found herself up there in 8th. Matthew Houghton is 9th and 10th. Matthew Temple Purcell rounds off the top 10 here. So as ever, TKM's proving to be a very, very entertaining class of racing. As Charlie King, the gap at the line was about a 10th of a second. It's going to be bigger than that, isn't it? 6/10ths already. Kart's going faster every lap through, so the track is coming back to us. The track is transitioning, and Charlie just moving his kart around on the straight, maybe picking up the damp patches to keep those treaded wet tyres a bit cooler, because they very, very quickly wear out. Once the track is damp to dry, those wet tyres just absolutely disintegrate for you. Mitchell Ball doing a great job. Oh, down the inside has gone Ollie Milner on Crabtree, but Crabtree hangs on to it, and Louis Bevan taking advantage of that loss of momentum for Milner. Has a look down inside. No, didn't quite make it happen. Into the paddock complex. Louis Bevan now all over the bumper of Ollie Milner. And surely Bevan and Milner, having challenged Crabtree and then found himself tripping over, has now dropped back to the clutches of Louis Bevan. There's Charlie King. Let's have a look at the 3rd and 4th place, please, if you would, Paul, as we leave our leader. That red and white cart in the cart, the black cart with the red fairing, that's where the battle was just. Yes, it's Louis Bevan now all over the back of Ollie Milner, who likewise, a short time ago, was all over the back of Leo Crabtree. Crabtree seems to have broken away and broken that gap, splashing on that exit curbing out of the caravan hairpin. So we're going to see these carts out onto the start-finish straight. We are getting towards 8 minutes remaining, so that we've still got the duration of the heat to go in this final. So still a lot of racing, and as I've said before, in these conditions anything can happen, absolutely anything. Where's Louis Bevan gone? Now Louis Bevan, I'll tell you what's happened. Leo Crabtree out of our sight. Leo Crabtree has found himself behind Ollie Milner. I'm not sure what happened there. as I was saying, in these conditions, anything can happen. Something did, and it happened to Leo Crabtree, who's found himself now behind Ollie Milner. Quite confusing that, saying the 62 ahead of the 44. So somewhere around that previous lap, Leo Crabtree has found himself with a problem, and he's now dropped behind Ollie Milner. Leo Crabtree now has Louis Bevan right with him. And who's this joining the party? Ben Watson, Matthew Horton, not that far away from them. So still using the outside wet line there at the Weldon hairpin. That's Charlie King. He hasn't really broke a gap, has he? Still half a second to Mitchell Ball in that second place. So Charlie King being kept in Mitchell Ball's sights. Mitch, who is a big supporter of the NKC with his company Junction 6. Big thanks to all of our supporters. Bottom right hand side of the screen, you'll see our sponsors for the Junction 6 NKC Championship. You know, of course, if it wasn't for all of our support, then that helps. Certainly bringing you the live stream of all of our rounds and the O-plate, as the NKC seems to be going from strength to strength year on year. And we're already looking forward to a very, very strong 2024. You do not want to be missing out on that, so get your entries in nice and early. As soon as the entries open, you need to be very, very quick, because it's a very popular series, is NKC, in all of the classes that we look at. So things beginning to calm down with 5.5 minutes remaining, and we've got the carts there that we're looking at. Leo Crabtree, Louis Bevan. They've got the first, second, third and fourth just ahead of them. First, second and third, I should say. Charlie King, Mitchell Ball, Ollie Milner, Crabtree, Louis Bevan, Matthew Horton, Ben Watson has just dropped behind Matthew Horton. So with this TKM...
How's it going?
Well, we've got just under 5 minutes of the TKM final.
Did it go back to 12 minutes?
Yes, it did. Have we managed to dry off all of our... Because we're getting great pictures now.
Yeah, there was some water and some various things, and I had to go and change some various things, and then we had a sound issue I had to sort out. But that's the joy of, and one advantage of having someone as good as you as a league commentator, is I can leave you alone for a final and a half, and all the people watching you gone, oh, I hope he doesn't come back. and you get a Dunker biscuit.
The coffee maker has made the coffee, so if you want to go, before you come back fully, you want to make yourself a cup of coffee. Because this
any sugar?
Yeah, under there in the blue jar.
Marvellous.
This race has become a high-speed game of chess, Nick.
Excellent, which I definitely need a coffee for that.
Right, yeah. This is where the battle's at, though, as Louis Bevan has gotten by Ollie Milner by the looks of that. Yeah, 62. Now behind the number... Sorry, no. What am I talking about? Ollie Milner, the 62... is now caught right up under the bumper of Mitchell Ball. So that's the battle for second place. Second place of the podium. I do love Mitchell's SCFC helmet, by the way. I'm sure he doesn't realise that. I don't know if his football team runs in red and white, but mine does. Here we go then, out of the first chicane and down towards Jude on the bank just outside the Weldon hairpin. Charlie King in the green helmet there. Oh, and look at that for a move. Fabulous move, tries to switch back to Mitchell Ball, but Ollie Milner, he had a great line through the Weldon hairpin, and he just didn't half go for that move, and it was all to do with Mitchell Ball getting all askew on the brakes into the braking area, and I think sliding wide. That left the door open. Not easy to put yourself through that door when it opens up in these conditions, but Ollie Milner certainly did. And he's now gone put himself on that second step of the podium. So here we go. Getting towards the final stages. We've almost had 10 minutes of racing. And here we go with Ollie Milner looking like the fastest car on the track, actually. Will Cregeen has put in the fastest lap, so he has actually officially the fastest car on the track with the 53.8.
Unfortunately, back in 18th place.
But he's back in 18th place.
And he's 2 seconds faster.
I know. I don't know where he's gotten the pace from.
Has he driven off and put slicks on?
Don't know. Look at this. This is first, second, and third.
Yeah, I mean,
now, Charlie King got into the lead and kind of looked unassailable. But now that Ollie Milner's gotten by Mitchell Ball, Ollie Milner's coming back at him.
How close do you think you are to the crossover, by the way?
54.6, 55 dead for Charlie King, 44.6 for Ollie Milner. So Ollie Milner is lapping quicker.
So they're about 6 seconds off dry time, like 7 seconds off dry time.
Oh yeah, it's still very damp out there.
So they need to get in 2 or 3 for the advantage the slicks might bring. So it won't be this final, it won't be the next final. The final off that lap, make a think about it.
Yeah.
There's still a bit of rain. By the way, you know when you have a nice summer thunderstorm and it frees the air?
It's not, is it?
Nah, it's just muggy now. Yeah.
I can feel it. I can feel the humidity indoors.
But thank you to Frank and thank you to Jude, because honestly, you've done a sterling job in putting up with this weather, and I appreciate it. And we all the Karting Live audience appreciates it as well.
I certainly do, because I would have had nothing to talk about if it wasn't.
Yeah, you'd have filled that.
Sacrificed.
We've done 6 hours of Petit on a rain delay. It's fine.
That was true.
I can never see.
You've got a spare T-shirt, by the way.
Probably not. It's all right. It's going in Paul's car. Do you remember how Frank described Paul's car?
Yes.
So it wouldn't matter really, would it?
Should find one in there.
Yeah. Could find anything. Hermit living there for the last 4 months.
Right then, inside the final minute quite considerably, and Ollie Milner not quite got the pace to catch Charlie King. He certainly got the pace to pull away from Mitchell Ball though. First, second and third there. Charlie King will consolidate and strengthen that championship lead. Not sure how he's doing in the British. He was at one point leading both the British. Going into Wilton Mill, round 4, he was leading the British and the NKC.
It's been I think it's only been a plate meeting at the 672 now.
I'm not sure.
They raced at Wilton Mill last weekend for about a combination of things. I remember seeing a thing about it, but
yeah, that's right. Not sure.
They're doing an O plate and a GB plate and a plate and a half, what it was.
Right, we've got 1 lap to go then. They're on the final lap. We've got back markers who may or may not have an influence on this race. The number 20 keeps well out the way, James King.
I think Milner needs another lap.
Yeah,
he's very close, but he's only got 1 overtaking chance and 1 overtaking only. Constant glance over the shoulder by Charlie King. Everyone looking, of course, very different because all their race suits are covered by the waterproof oversuits. Where are you? I'm looking for you. Where are you? Dark visors have gone and been replaced by clear visors. And there's rain.
It's raining again.
It's rain again.
Oh dear. So the wet tyres are exactly what we need.
How's it raining again?
It's raining again. Into the Paddock complex for the final time. We are in checkered flag, sight of the checkered flag as they slip and slide their way through the final turns. And Charlie King could barely hang on to that lead, but he does indeed take the checkered flag. Look at the gap at the line. 1/10 of a second there between Charlie King and Ollie Milner. A further 3/10 between Ollie Milner and Mitchell Ball. That's your podium, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie King first, Ollie Milner second, Mitchell Ball third. And then in 4th place, just under 5 seconds behind the top 3, was Leo Crabtree in 4th. Matthew Horton in 5th, Louis Bevan in 6th, Ben Watson 7th, Matthew Temple Purcell was 8th, 9th was Matt Slate, and rounding off the top 10 was Matt Cardwell. Outside the top 10, James Hull, Molly Nicholas Biles, Alexander Lehman, Tom Johnson, Ryan Layton, Gordon Smith, Will Cregeen, James King was the final finisher. James Workman we lost on lap 5, Joseph Boo we lost on lap 2, and Chris Whiteside went out on lap 1.
Is that like a brief bit of rain? Can't see rain. Is it raining still? I think it is slightly raining still. It's hard to tell because the whole place is dripping from the massive rain we had before. Brightening up behind us, so it's a weird kind of return to rain.
Right, Nick, what final have we got next?
177A it says. No, that's 26.
Junior Rotax.
I haven't got that.
Paul, could you kindly ask Will, our timekeeper, to give us a grid for the Junior Rotax final? We'll get that in front of us in a moment, everybody.
The Rotax a Junior.
I think there was a lot of... No, I haven't.
No.
That's why I asked for it. Race 25.
Never mind.
27... Is it 27 races?
BB, is this an Assetto Corsa plug-in? No, it's real.
Is this an Assetto Corsa plug-in?
You can't fault some people. Squat Chicane says, man, you guys and girls really rock for bringing us this racing that we can all enjoy this stuff. Thanks, mate. Yeah, we don't really rock. We just enjoy working with the NKC and providing what we can, which is the best possible service to all of you.
Have we got a scene?
When is 177? It's the penultimate race. It's one after this one, Roman Nicole. So you got this, Nicholas. You got this one, which will be about 15 minutes or so, perhaps a bit longer, and then you have 177.
Yeah, 3 finals coming next. Junior Rotax already on the track. Let's have a look at the grid. How this formed up after their heats. Billy Edgecombe and Mason Perrin on the front row of the grid. Finley Underwood, Mitchell Mulvey are on row 2. Row 3 is Tom Holden and Jasmine Taylor. Great result for Jasmine, getting as far up there in the A final. Levi Earl and Callum Scrivens. Levi on the Venator Racing engine for the first time this weekend, and it's put him in 7th on the A final. Melissa Adrian, Presley Walker, row 5. Row 6, Billy Vogt, Taylor Dixon, Levi Goodyear and James Rigby, row 7. We've got Freddie Willock, Reese Green, then Alfie Bushell and Jaden Hewitt. Amy Peacock and Louis Rees are on row 10. Row 11, Jamie Salter and Luke Sawyers, then Alex Fraser and Joshua Delacarta on row 12. Row 13, Will Swales and Archie Hardiman. Row 14, Maxim Smith and Daniel Haynes. Alex Dole and Jill Leverton are on row 15. And then we've got Curtis Latimer, Adam Catley, Ollie Morris and Ian Hughes. The qualifiers from the B final forming all of our grid. 34 cars.
It's slightly raining at the moment, so it's not going to dry out.
Well, I didn't notice as they came through.
Everyone on wets. Everybody was on
yeah.
wets. I was hanging out. All the wets, luckily, you can see it, but they also have green sideboard lettering, whereas the main map suits
good spot.
have white. But
here we go. We are getting underway. This is the Junior Rotax final with that sprint down to the Dan Weldon hairpin.
Edgecombe in the lead. He's got no steering, but he's fine. And right around the outside goes Perrin.
You know why, Nick?
Karting line.
Wet line round the outside for Mason Perrin. Billy Edgecombe didn't have a choice.
Oh.
He had to go with it. Mason Perrin.
Now when's he going to rejoin?
Yes. Oh, that's
Is he going to try and get in? No, he's not going to quite get to second. I think he's going to rejoin in 3rd or 4th.
But that's clever. If he kept his
he
foot
got
in.
squidged out.
If he kept his foot in, he would have incurred the wrath of the stewards. But
Absolutely.
I think he's going to be fine there. He didn't make any advantage whatsoever. He finds himself in 4th.
Yeah, he absolutely did not suffer advantage. So that's fine.
Yeah, that's right. He disadvantaged himself more than anything. But it, again, just shows how slippery the conditions still are.
Now, of course, we don't know who's good in the wet.
No,
it could be a completely different set of people who are good in the dry. Edgecombe seems to be doing a pretty good job. He's straight out and he's pulled the lead at 1.14 seconds on Presley Walker. Callum Scrivens has been there or thereabouts the entire race, but he's already fallen behind. So actually now Mason Perrin's up to 3rd, Scrivens in 4th. At pace, Mason Perrin, the one to watch in the red cart. And we've got Orlando Norris, as you know, that is that stripy one, as you can see, the 133. Nice shots from Jude there. You even see the LN on the side for Orlando Norris. Obviously, Orlando doesn't make of himself in his shed. He's not knocking about. He gets what's called some money for putting his name to them. OTK, aren't
made
they?
up by OTK, yeah. I mean, the OTK made the Alonso car, didn't they? Mason Perrin down the inside. Oh, Presley Walker is that?
Mm-hmm.
And he makes it stick.
Walker's coming back, hoping for a bit of a drive.
Around the outside. He
Just
tried,
about.
didn't he?
He thought about it.
I tell you what, I'm not sure if they wasn't coming together there,
It's
Nick.
pretty tippy-toes around the paddock bend. I think paddock complex is one of the bits where you're trying to do the most turning and accelerating and moving, and it's also the bit, if you know, had a huge lake which was swept away by Ollie earlier.
There's all sorts of consternation going on behind with Mitchell Mulvey and Levi Earl scrapping it out behind them. Look how slippery it is there. The number
I'm liking the fact that you can see the faces.
133.
It's great. You see the little faces because they're all on clear visors. You get a lovely idea. Ooh, the wide eyes are good to see.
Yeah, especially great work from Jude there on getting a good zoom-in shot there. Billy Edgecombe has now got Mason Perrin just behind him.
Presley Walker trying a different line, I noticed. Didn't work. He's about to lose 3rd place to Scrivens, who... I'm not surprised.
Yes, he's going, hang on a minute.
What, you didn't ease me out that far.
Well, I'm not sure he had a choice, really, because...
Finley Underwood, who's currently running in 7th, has been called for a technical defect, and the rain has stopped, by the way. The rain has stopped.
Who's told you that?
That puddle there.
All right.
This is called visual clues.
I can't see.
I know.
You've got a better seat than me.
I have.
Yes.
Nearer the fan.
I've got the fan here. Right, so they've come through then. Billy Edgecombe, Mason Perrin, fastest car on the track at the moment with a 56.6. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. Callum Scrivens in 3rd. Then we've got Presley Walker, Levi Earl now up to 5th. Mitchell Mulvey, Finley Underwood with that mechanical flag in 7th. At the moment, Melissa Adrian up to 8th. James Rigby and Freddie Waylock rounding off that top 10. Still all to drive for. And there, changed around the inside of Caravan. And again, that variation on the line, you've got to go down the inside, but that's not where the grip is. And the driver on the outside, that's where the grip is. Side by side through the paddock complex. Is that Levi Earl? It is indeed, the number 10 coming through the order and crossing the line in what will be 4th place. So these two drivers, Mason Perrin, Levi Earl, in contention for the championship, going into this final round with Billy Edgecombe 3rd in the championship, currently leading this final. However, the gap has come down to just on 0.6 of a second, and we really need to pick up the leaders now, Paul, because Billy Edgecombe is about to become under pressure from Mason Perrin. This is a championship battle, not just a battle for the Fulbeck final. And Mason Perrin on the red cart, that's the driver with the red cart and the red helmet. The driver in front of him on the Lando Norris cart. That Lando Norris cart?
No, it's not.
It's not.
No, it's just a blue and...
yellow and blue, though.
Yellow and blue. Edgecombe.
I think it's a Momentum Motorsport cart, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. Edgecombe, who's looked good the whole way through, but Perrin, who obviously had that, who was in the lead for a brief couple of corners on the first lap and then went off at the second chicane, looking very racy.
Yes, now it's coming down to a battle. 7 minutes on the clock. I think Mason Perrin realises he's got plenty of time to just pick and choose where he finds. You're right about the visors, Nick. It's great to be able to see these drivers' faces as they make their way around this very tricky track.
Perrin is not pushing at the moment because I kind of thought he'd go straight away into Caravan, but no, he sat and followed Edgecombe. Now, I'm not saying Edgecombe couldn't, perhaps might have been running a couple of... He lost 4/10 last time round, Edgecombe to Perrin. Perrin in the fast lap of all. I wonder where Perrin... Yeah, he looks like he's trying different places to get past. Is he going to do it into...
into the first chicane. There was a bit of...
Did Edgecombe know he was there?
It looked worse than it was. They're just moving around on the track to find where the best braking area is. Now into the Weldon hairpin. Both drivers taking the wider, wet line.
Perrin's got it. No,
went down to the apex, though.
Drive from Edgecombe.
Perrin went down to the apex, though. And they seem to be pretty even here. I'm pretty sure if Perrin could get by, he would probably pull away. But at the moment, Billy Edgecombe's got the pace. It's one thing catching a driver, it's another thing completely getting by.
Is it?
And now then.
That was
coming together there twice. They've just a bit of unavoidable.
Well, I'm not sure about the second part.
It's an unavoidable contact in these conditions, Nick. Everybody's trying to keep their foot in. And there's Perrin down the inside. Now he slides wide. Now, and then Edgecombe tries to chop back.
But that was a big clunk on the nose. Has he given a drop-down penalty?
I'm not sure.
No, and then Perrin then looks a little upset about the whole thing, which is rubbish, because basically, it was as you say, 6.5 dozen. There's a big dent in the body. That's not a drop-down penalty. Up the inside now. Perrin's got him. He just eased him off the line, and he couldn't get the drive. And the question is whether in all that he's picked up a 5-second penalty, and that's Edgecombe.
Yeah,
he's got a dent in the thing. I'd be very surprised if you can get clunked like that and not get a penalty. He's got a pretty well stuck-on nose. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate if he does get a nose penalty for that, because it wasn't the nose penalty issue. Thing is about nudging people.
There is one more thing that's happening. The fastest person on the track is Levi Earl in 4th place. So Levi Earl, who was second place to Mason Perrin in the championship, has got the pace at the moment and is running. Oh, the rain's coming right down again.
Yeah, there's your indicator,
Nick.
We
should give up.
So first, second and third now, Mason Perrin, Billy Edgecombe, Levi Earl. They are the three drivers at the top of this championship. Coming towards the checkered flag it's going to give us an absolute showdown going into Clay Pigeon next month. Mason Perrin has checked out. The
There's
battle
Edgecombe.
there is Edgecombe and Levi Earl. Let's stay with
Earl's
that
in
one.
third.
Paul.
Let's stick with third. Let's stick with third. 4 minutes to go. Let's see what in the wet. And you can see the rain. I can't see what cloud this rain's coming from. To be honest, it's very surprising.
And that rain's coming down heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, coming down very heavy. And Levi Earl, the fastest car on the track at the moment. Whether that will be the same once this track gets even wetter, we'll see. Because Billy Edgecombe has proved how good a driver he is in the wet. Mason Perrin is proving it now by eking out that gap. 3.5 minutes remaining. So plenty of time for Earl to overtake Edgecombe. Edgecombe will not want this to happen because Edgecombe wants more championship points. So that's going all the way around the outside. Has gone the number 20, Billy Edgecombe, and that's allowed Levi Earl through down the inside, but they're side by side into the second chicane, and Levi Earl has to let him go through. It was all about different lines there. As the track's getting wetter and wetter, Edgecombe trying different lines. Levi Earl down the inside. They're in a caravan. It's a slippery, slidey process of getting out of the corner. They're side by side for a moment as Levi Earl now punches in front of Edgecombe for that second place. Track getting wetter all the time as the rain continues to fall. And now we see Levi Earl already, before they end the lap, already punching 2 carts. Punching 2 cart lengths away by the time they got to the first chicane. Can Edgecombe come back at him? We'll wait and see. Behind him, Callum Scrivens is still hanging on to that 4th place with Mitchell Mulvey in that 5th. Melissa Adrian still 6th. James Rigby in 7th. Then Taylor Dixon, Freddie Worlock, and it's Billy Vogt who's rounding off the top 10. Now then, where did that splash come from? It's come from Mason Perrin, who found himself sliding off the track. Levi Earl has come through. Levi Earl, Mason Perrin, with a big off in Button Bend, being caught out massively by the weather, and with 2 minutes remaining, we've got a change of lead. A lead that we just moments ago thought was unassailable for Mason Perrin. We've now got Levi Earl taking the lead into the first chicane. Mason Perrin gathering up his composure. This is going to really put the championship in an absolutely outstanding form if Levi Earl can reduce that points gap to Mason Perrin. Second chicane. And it looks like the rain has stopped again. So we keep getting these little dousing of showers that just keeping the track damp and not wet at the moment, damp enough to affect the racing line, and side by side into the paddock complex. Mason Perrin, discretion the better part of valour as they go into the left and right. But Mason Perrin comes back at him in the side by side through the last sequence and almost nose to tail as they come out of timekeepers and cross the line. It's still Levi Earl leading. Mason Perrin, though, is absolutely all over him, and he knows there is very little time on the clock, as does Levi Earl. The DGS driver leading. DGS Motorsport is the team that Levi Earl is with.
This is a great comeback from Earl, isn't it?
It's massive, but it was caused by Mason Perrin sliding off. So the question is, has Perrin got anything whatsoever in the toolbox to come back at Levi Earl? I don't know what you saw there.
9 sides have bent out of shape.
Yeah, it's very, very slippery out there.
It stopped again, by the way.
Yeah, Rory said. It's going to be the last lap to go aboard this time by. Levi Earl seems to be able to stay where he's at, but Mason Perrin's coming back at him. They fan out towards the back chicane, the first chicane I should say, into the left part and into the right part and sideways. Levi Earl snapping sideways. Is that going to allow Perrin? Perrin's on the outside line, Levi Earl on the inside. He does the switch back, but it's bumper to bumper down towards the second chicane. Levi Earl's got the line. Perrin slots in behind. This is going to go right to the flag.
Oh, he lost some time there,
Yeah,
Perrin.
he did. He
At
slid,
the worst
he went
possible time. Look,
sideways.
that's not. He's too far back to make a dive unless it's an absolute crazy one.
Yeah, but Levi can easily come back to him if Levi Earl slides just a slight, metre too wide. Perrin coming down the inside into Paddock, and these two carts coming very close. They're side by side into the right-hand section, and now they've got one corner. Perrin takes the lead as they go into the timekeeper's corner for the final time. That was an outstanding move there for Mason Perrin. Levi Earl could really do nothing, Nick, because he was outside on the outside line.
I thought it was going to be a penalty, but it wasn't. No.
Yes, I know what was it. There he is. He comes in and he slots it down the inside of Earl. Earl's now on the outside of the second right-hand bit of the Paddock complex. But then he's got the momentum to carry that cart ahead of Earl, and he's got it at that all-important place into the final left-hand sweep of timekeepers. What a fantastic move that was.
Yeah,
just to confirm the result. Mason Perrin wins, Levi Earl second, Callum Scrivens third, Billy Edgecombe fourth, Mitchell Mulvey fifth, sixth was Melissa Adrian, James Rigby was seventh, eighth was Taylor Dixon, Billy Vogt ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Jaden Hewitt. So we are.
Well, that was a cracking break.
I thought you were going to read something out there.
I'm rather annoyed that I missed 4 minutes of it trying to prevent something getting wet, which then no longer was going to get wet because the rain stopped.
It was a high-speed game of chess until you popped back, mate.
And then it became a high-speed game of chess.
And then
or
it was
drafts.
No, it wasn't.
Was it drafts?
It was a high-speed fist fight, mate. At the end, yeah, not literally, but.
I think it's RVNT. He thought that Mason might have dropped his nose. I don't think he did.
Well, we call it as it is, and then through scrutineering, that result can change. So the results that we shout out at the end of the race are always provisional because we can't quite see whether people have gotten, because you're talking about a centimetre of difference, which is hardly discernible on out there on the track.
Certainly, Billy Edgecombe got in that coming together, not really his fault. Got a big clunk from the back of Mason. It wasn't like he ran in the back of Mason Perrin. Mason Perrin's car came backwards towards him on the slide. So.
Yeah, that's right.
But if Billy has got a drop and therefore lost 5 seconds, it's real bad luck because it wasn't his doing.
Yeah,
if he did get it, he would drop down to 7th, which would be disappointing, I think.
When you're slipping and sliding around, it's not necessarily deliberate shunting, which is what the nose penalties are for. I mean, you can't really discern what's deliberate shunting or what if you come in and your nose is down and you're being a victim of circumstance, then you've just got to suck it up because one day it'll come back to you. Right, 177s, the final for the senior Rotax 177 class. This is the heavier Rotax category. Minimum weight of 177 kilograms, and on pole position is Harry Wainwright with Nick Skelton alongside. We know how quick these lads are and can be. Behind him, Harrison Crook and Tim Darlow. Tim's had an absolutely outstanding Fulbeck round, hasn't he? He's really had a cracking day with a heat win, etc. Ben Hitch and Matt Zanetti are on row 3. Scott Smith and Danny Andrew are on row 4. Joshua Pickford and Thomas Storer are the drivers on row 5, with row 6 looking at Ryan Taylor-Truman and Lawrence Hilton. Oliver Moss and Scott Clear on row 7. Then we've got Cole Edwards and Zach Bolton on the 8th row of the grid. Zach qualifying 16th. Richard Evans and Sean Smith are on row 9. Row 10 is Matt Ogden and Keith Mason. Row 11, James Frost and Rhys Llewellyn. With row 12, Steve Gilly coming back with a broken ankle, and he's telling me it's all right. It certainly looks all right out there, doesn't it? Tyler Kelsey's alongside him on row 12. Row 13, Alex Thomas and Ian Branfield, with Michael Mallet and Seb Bulton on row 14. And then the 30 kart grid for this A final is Alex Jones and Brendan Smith. Now, I think we might have 4 more drivers have qualified for this. And the 4 drivers are Curtis Latimer, Presley Walker, Louis Rees and Finlay Underwood. They were the qualifiers from the B final. So 34 kart field for this 177A final, Nick.
Yep, and I'll be honest, I'm quite disappointed about the last bit of rain, actually. I think it's going to keep the track wet for both of the remaining 2 finals. I had hoped we're going to have a final where somebody could go on slicks and come from the back and win. Because because I like that sort of thing. Bless you.
Can you remember the yaw plate?
You need to put yourself up to there.
Can you remember the yaw plate we televised for the MSUK?
Yeah.
And hang on.
Our commentator is now sneezing.
Bless me.
Bless you indeed.
And we had Jay Taylor who took the yaw plate a couple of years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On slicks in the wet. And it was purely down to him having driven around Warden Law track since he was like 4. And he knew each and every molecule of tarmac intimately.
Mel Bolton says, come on, Zach. Where is Zach in this one?
He's 16th. He's qualified for the A final. A lot of people haven't been, haven't had the look and stuff.
You got hay fever or something?
No, mate, I've just got it's the humidity, I think. We have got the carts out on track. That's what you can hear in the background. And a 34 cart field hammering up that Fulbeck straight into the Dan Weldon hairpin is quite a sight, I've got to say. And it looks to me, Nick, as though the sort of shiny wet bits are reducing rapidly.
Not rapidly enough. What we were I don't know. It might be something. If I was at the back of the senior Rotax that's going to go off last, I might take a gamble. But I think I would. If I was at the back of the senior Rotax, I would take a gamble.
So I was thinking I might take a gamble on this one.
Really?
If I was at the back, if I was Paul Moran or Mike Edwards.
I think they might be thinking about it, and they got that shower, didn't they? During
Yeah,
the race.
that's the problem, isn't it? However,
and that was psychologically put them off.
And there could well be another shower, Nick. 12 minutes and 1 lap for this.
Doesn't look like it. Look at last arrival, so
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It could go anywhere. Harry Wainwright is the driver that's leading this field round on the number 92 there. On the plain white pods, and there he goes. It's a false start flag being flown.
Extra minute for people to think about whether to put dries on for the Rotax.
Oh yes.
I'm telling you now. I'm definitely, if I'm from row 11 downwards, Ben Harper, Lewis Ball, Max Martin, I'm putting on slip.
The front runners there are definitely on wet on.
I think everyone's on wet. I think it was the only decision you could make as they saw it as they came on.
Yeah, I think so.
See what the lap times are. Because 47, 46 and a half is a dry time, isn't it?
I'm not just looking at that as well. I'm looking at where the drivers are positioning the karts, and they're more on a more conventional lap line through corners. There's very few people needing to drive around the wet line, and that'll start transitioning back to them even more. I'm not sure what was wrong with that start, but I wasn't watching.
I don't know if the rear end was actually anywhere near the front end.
All right.
To be honest, there's a couple of very much late starters. You may have been trying to get back into position. It's very great on what they're doing with the
It was Tim Darlow who attached himself to the rear bit of Harry. Right, I might be wrong. It was the number 72. Oh, it was Harrison Crook who attached himself to Harry Wainwright's bumper, and he does it again. Harrison Crook right there behind Harry Wainwright.
Why they call
it's got another. We've got another false start.
Why?
I don't know. We'd have to ask the starter.
He didn't like it. He didn't like it immediately.
Too fast, maybe. Too fast. It was
fast.
Didn't
like it.
Harry, the pole man, went very early. I've got to say it.
It's getting drier.
It is getting drier. The sun's coming out. That means the water will dissipate. It's been a very hot week, so the heat is in the tarmac still. It's barely been cooled off by that little bit of rain we had.
Little bit of rain.
Well, it was a little bit. Well, it was a lot of rain in a short bit amount of time. Wasn't it?
Little bit of rain. Little bit of rain.
Was that too fast, Matt? Yeah, thought so. Yeah, the pole man accelerating too soon is what the starter's not like.
Jay Thomas, good luck, Alex Thomas and the rest of the team.
Okay.
Alex Thomas in this one? Yes, he is. He's down 26. Should have put on slip.
Here we go. Harry Wainwright, Nick Skelton. Nick Skelton in the bright yellow cart, by the way. Harry Wainwright in the predominantly white cart, the white side pods. Saving a bit of weight, just going far too tall. And then Harrison Crook is the red and blue cart right behind the number 92. Here we go. Now
happy
he's
with
held
it?
himself under control there, and we like this one.
Didn't like it. Didn't like that one either.
No, he's let it go.
Anyway. Didn't like it at the start,
Yeah.
but he's let it go.
Who's that?
I thought that was worse than the second one.
Who's that slot winner number 8? Is that the
127?
No, the number 18.
18.
Yeah, there isn't an 18.
Well,
it's that red and
the leader you're talking
red and
about.
black. No,
Leader's
third place.
92. That's 13. It looks like 19. I don't know. That's
What
really
number's
weird. Is
third
it 92? I don't know.
Oh, we've got an off at.
That's
it's
40.
the number 40.
That's Thomas Storer. I have no idea who's leading.
It's Harry Wainwright is leading.
No, who's that third place car? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm going to find out in a moment when we cross the line.
I think what's happened is an old number has come off.
Right, so it's a triple number that we're looking for. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Frank.
It's 18.
We're going to find out. It's Tim Darlow, of course.
Tim Darlow pinged in.
I thought it was the 18.
Timing glitch.
I said 18. You said we didn't have an 18.
It was a timing glitch, that's why.
Ah, right. That's what the problem is there.
O's at some point.
We'll be getting a few O's from the first chicane.
We've got the race control and we've got the timing, and they're all looking out the window at the first chicane going, oh, and we're not seeing it.
Yeah. It's Harry Wainwright in the lead, though. Nick Skelton, Tim Darlow was the mystery man in third place. And we've seen Tim at the front of this field pretty much all day, as they are ready into caravan for the second time.
Lots of problems at the second chicane. Sorry, there's the 71, the 24, and a succession of karts had an absolute nightmare. So we've got a lot of stragglers now.
We've got 5 karts breaking away. We've got Harry Wainwright, Nick Skelton, Tim Darlow, Harrison Crook and Matt Zanetti. These are the 5 at the front of this field. The sun beginning to come out and blind our cameraman Frank there as he goes. The field goes into the first chicane and then comes out of there. Tim Darlow there on the number 18.
Kart's still way slower than a dry lap time though.
Yeah, 54 seconds. It's getting there though. It's not far away, is it? It's probably the wet tyre that's doing that. We'll probably find the lap times come down. And Wainwright. We're missing that out.
They're missing that out. They're moving the tyres.
We've got an issue.
Repairing the tyres from a previous accident. That's fine. So this lap time won't count because it'll be a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's a good
So
point.
third and fourth where the battle is, and that is Darlow in the 18 under a bit of pressure from Harrison Crook. Then Crook didn't get much drive out down the short street, did he?
No, and look at that. Harrison Crook's not Matt Zanetti, not that far behind him. There's a battle behind them as well of about 4 or 5 karts. Ben Hitch, Oliver Mott, Scott Smith.
The wheel came off.
Oh, wow.
I had one, but the wheel came off. Let's see that one again.
Wow, Harrison Crook, that is. And that's an absolute chimp. Now, that's what happens when you hurriedly change.
Oh, yeah.
When you hurriedly change to wets.
Aren't they on like
that
4
looks like
nuts?
a hub. That looks like a hub.
The hubs come off,
Yeah.
right. They haven't tightened the hub up properly.
That's what invariably happens, Nick.
Right, yeah, the nuts are still on the wheel, but the hub wasn't. Oh, we got the full glove throw as well. You just missed that.
Well, I'm not surprised because that's not what you want to. I mean, he was in massive contention for a podium there. He really was.
Finger trouble.
Challenging.
He's getting his wheel back, so that's okay. No harm, no foul. He won't have damaged the kart in doing that in the wet, sliding across. So those last laps didn't count. They were very quick.
You might damage a brake disc.
That's possible. Was it the brake disc that went off? Yes, it was. Rather than it was. So lovely lead, Harry Wainwright.
Yeah, look at this. Harry Wainwright's just checked out, hasn't he?
Did a 51.7, which is a proper lap.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. Now then, battle for second beginning to hot up, or is it? So you've got Nick Skelton and Tim Darlow. These two know each other really well when it comes to racing. And already into that second chicane. Oh, and that's Harry Wainwright who spun it. Harry Wainwright. He had a 3 second lead and Wainwright has spun it away. That just shows, Nick, how tricky these conditions are still.
I know. I think he was already relaxing into the lead with a 3 second lead. Wainwright, who came into this meeting in 5th. None of the 4 karts in front of him are ahead of him in the championship. It's Scott Smith who's the nearest championship driver, who's our leader. So our championship leader is in 7th at the moment. That's a 38 Scott Smith.
Incredible drama as ever in this 177 final. He's going to have to recover. Now he's got 7.5 minutes. That's effectively the whole 8 minutes and 1 lap as a heat. You've got 7.5 minutes. He had 8 minutes, and right now he's trying to get past Matt Zanetti, who's not going to be easy to pass. Matt Zanetti's no slouch.
And Zanetti's not as fast as Darlow or Skelton. So Zanetti is holding him up. At the same time, the others are getting away. Lost 6.5 seconds of that spin.
I don't know, Zanetti was quicker than the two in front of him
Was
last
it
time by.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't looking fast. Well,
yeah.
I was doing visual stuff. I think you're right, actually. Yeah, it was an optical illusion.
Yeah, so Nick Skelton inherits the lead from Harry Wainwright's spin. Tim Darlow second. But this is Harry Wainwright now, pushing as hard as he can to get past that cart in front of him, the 92. The pole man, an early leader, spins at the second chicane and gives us drama. And the drama continues, because the drama is about whether Harry Wainwright can get by Matt Zanetti. And it's not, you know what, Nick? It's not looking on, is it?
No, it's a Wainwright who was cruising away at the start of the race. Is actually not really on the pace of the others. He was actually a little bit quicker than the leader, but slower than Zanetti. So Zanetti's the fastest man on track. Obviously, he heard me say he was holding people up. I go, no, Nicholas, I'm not holding up. I'm the fastest man on track. Thank you very much.
Yes, there you go, mate. Yeah. I've just noticed Harry Wainwright's fastest lap of the race was a 49.8.
No, that's the skip.
That's the skip the chicane. That's not going to change then, is it?
No.
Damn. You keep an eye on that.
He's back on his
He's
tail
back
again,
on his tail, yeah.
Regrouped.
Into the first chicane is going to be where he has a go. Wainwright's got the momentum down the inside. Into the first chicane. He hangs on to it. Wainwright, very smooth indeed, wasn't he? Looks over his shoulder.
Half a second faster than Darlow and Skelton ahead of him, but he lost a little bit of time in overtaking. But the advantage of a 12-minute final is you've got plenty of time to sort things out, especially when you make a mistake on lap 3.
Well, having just cleared Zanetti, he's now got 5.5 minutes to catch Tim Darlow, who's not going to be that easy to overtake. And then having got by Tim Darlow, if he can, he's then got to catch Nick Skelton and overtake him to get what will he Harry's thinking, that's my first step of the podium there. I deserve that. I qualified on pole. This was mine to get, and it'll get him back in contention going into the final round of clear, won't it?
51.3.
Oh, two leaders coming together. Let's have a look at the leaders, though, Paul. That's it. Good stuff. Thanks, Jude. This is where the action's at, and these Nick is going to be joined by Harry Wainwright.
Yeah, Wainwright was about 3/10 faster that time around, so possibly the cork is Nick Skelton and not Tim Darlow. And Skelton may now be thinking, I better get past this. My watching brief maybe cause me problems.
And let's not forget that with this drying track, these wet tyres are going to start going away. They're going to start disintegrating on themselves. So we might see a bit of tyre wear coming into play as well. And I've just noticed Nick Skelton's cart is sliding around. So he might be that, by the time we've got another 4 minutes of racing here, and what is effectively a dry track on a lot of this track, that's just going to tear these treaded tyres up. You can actually see them. You can see the treads beginning to chunk.
You can see the pounds throwing off the side of them.
20-pound notes. Yeah. How many times has that happened? Going out in the dry heat on a set of wets, and you're just crying as you're going around. All for a bit of Onyx.
It's nice bit of Onyx, isn't it? It's plastic now. You don't even get Onyx anymore.
It's a bit different now, though. This is all about the NKC Championship, which is a very, very worthwhile thing to go after.
Harry Wainwright is gaining about 2/10 a lap, and that's not fast enough.
No, it's not, is it? He's gonna well, once these two start having a go, and I think Tim Darlow's clever enough not to. They know exactly how much time's on the clock, and whether or not they're playing a waiting game.
Missed
the chicane.
Chicane miss and a bit of lappery coming on. Now this, I think, is going to play right into Wainwright's hand, because actually, Wainwright has done a bit of a virtual safety car there, and he's gained loads more on Darlow than he would have normally got. So Darlow kind of hand up, let's not do it.
I think Darlow lifted.
Yeah.
I think Darlow lifted.
Wainwright didn't. And now they've got a man in front of them who is going to start condensing the top three. This has been a fantastic bit of back markery for Wainwright. The blue car.
Oh, the blue car needs to get out of the way.
Get out of the way.
I'm not sure he knows where he's at. The blue flag should come out very shortly.
There he goes, one of them.
And he's not making it very easy for Darlow.
Wainwright there.
Yeah, he's not making it very easy at all.
Yeah,
that's
not driving
22
by the
of Dan
22.
Millward.
Don't know where he thought he was and what he thought he was doing.
He's still stifling. He's still stifling runners behind him. Matt Zanetti being held up by Millward now. The back marker.
Second and third.
But here's the battle for second. Tim Darlow. I did say that it might be one thing catching Tim Darlow. It's going to be a different kettle of fish altogether, though. trying to get by him. Out of the second chicane, into the button bend, the left-hander. That leads very, very quickly into Caravan, the hairpin. Coming out of there, the short shoot, it's a quick blast down towards the Paddock complex. And they space out again. Darlow seems to have a lot of traction there, getting him out of that hairpin. And he put it to good effect.
That Wainwright's cooked his tyres.
Could be.
And in fact, what's happened now is Darlow's moving towards Skelton again after losing a bit of time during the kerfuffle over the let's not go round the roundabout. Now Darlow looking to get closer and closer. 1, 2 and 3, a bit equidistant now, when it was very obviously more likely third was going to come second and second comes first. But now, Darlow, what are we going to get? We're going to get this and 2 more, aren't we?
I think so. Yeah, very much.
Might get this and 3 more, actually.
It's all coming back. It's all coming back to us, isn't it? Skelton now, the gap at the line was 2/10. 5/10 to Wainwright, who dropped off the back, but it's very quickly going to concertina up again. It's the nature of some of these tracks where you have to heavy brake into chicanes and the like, which is what we're about to see now. Look at how equidistant they are.
I'm making a prediction, the next race everyone will be on the slicks.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. First, second and third. Skelton, Darlow, Wainwright.
And about 3 thoughts about how to go around the Weldon hairpin then.
It's that late apex, you see. Just opens the door, gives us a false sense of maybe Tim Darlow's thinking about having a go. They're absolutely flat chat now on these tyres. The tyres are crying no more. They are not liking these dry track conditions. Look how slippery and slidey they are. The tyres are just eating themselves up, chewing themselves up.
You don't want to have a dry track and a sunny day and have wet tyres on, and it wasn't when they started the race, but now it is. Oh, a lot of sliding.
See how slippery Wainwright, just trying to keep his foot in there and maximising the momentum. He got a little bit awry over the curb. They're into the final lap, so it's all to play for now, Nick. Here we go, the bright orange cart of Nick Skelton, the bright red cart of Tim Darlow, and the predominantly white cart of Harry Wainwright are going to battle for the steps of the podium. This is our podium, first, second and third. Into the second chicane, we're almost there. Nick Skelton continues to lead. Tim Darlow second. Harry Wainwright. There's no time left for anybody to do anything about these positions because these drivers, look at that. Nick Skelton hopping out of the seat just to get a little bit more acceleration. They're into the Paddock complex, and if they can hold these carts on the track, they're going to make it to the flag.
Wainwright's thinking about something.
This corner's tricky in these conditions on these tyres.
Ooh.
And there he is, Nick Skelton. What a win, what a race. That was a tremendous race from these 3 drivers. Tremendous race from everybody, actually.
But Wainwright will be sitting there kicking himself for that error on lap 3. Interestingly, they hit 51.3 for the last 4 laps. So basically, they go as fast as wet tyres will let them go.
Yeah, I think so.
So there is a frenzy of tyre change going on in the paddock right now as the senior Rotaxers go hell for leather onto right. Anyway, so Nick Skelton won that one. Tim Darlow second by 0.2 of a second. 3/10 further back was Harry Wainwright. And then at one point, Max made a big gap to Lawrence Hilton. Josh Pickford was 6th, Cole Edwards 7th, Rich Evans 8th, Matt Ogden 9th, Danny Andrew 10th, Thomas Storr was 11th, Ryan Taylor Truman 12th, Oliver Moss 13th, Ben Hitch 14th, Scott Clee 15th, Zach Bolton came quite a way through the field towards the end up to 16th, Paul Moran 17th, to be disappointed with that, but that was, don't forget him, right from the back of the rib pool. That was because he bumped up. 18th was Scott Smith, 19th Mike Edwards, and 20th was Keith Mason. Of those who were in contention for the championship, Scott Smith, our leader, this will be one of his drop rounds because he dropped out with 4 laps to go. Ian Bramfield, I don't think was in the race this weekend. Oliver Smith, likewise. And then you had Scott Clee, who was in 15th. Harry Wainwright we saw coming in 3rd. Taylor Truman, who was in 12th. And Rich Evans, who I can't see on there. And you've got Ben Hitch and Harrison Crook. So, yeah, going to not do an awful lot of the points, apart from perhaps make Harry Wainwright look a bit better. So, all quiet on the Western Front now as we wait for the last heat to go out. It's sunny. It's a lovely day. It's back to being the lovely day it was at the beginning, in between the showers and the storms and my radio getting wet and breaking, and another one's gone. It's very expensive. I get through radios like they're going out of fashion these days. So we wait for this to go on. Okay, so Senior Rotax next. And your pole position man is Sam Wyatt. Samuel Wyatt in pole. Ollie Varney's second. Bobby Rosier and Charlie Walsh are in row 2. Then you've got Ethan Wyatt and Pedro Oliveira. Then you have John Hobbs and Carl Dunford. Row 5 is Braden Hill and Jake Davis. Row 6, James Wood and Adam Rogers. Row 7, Luke Evans and Paul Ozan. Row 8, Kieran Gifford, the O-Plate man, and George Sanders. Row 9, Finley Watson and Jodie Fox. Row 10, it's Ryan Mills and Reece Pope. Row 11 is Louis Ball and Ben Harper. Row 12 is Tommy Lee Davis and Max Martin. Then we've got Alexander Mizorin, on 13 with Chris Harris. And then you've got Matt Lewin and Alex Warnaby in 14. And in row 15 is Sam Elliott and Marcus King. They're rescuing a cart from wherever it may be, and I confidently expect every single cart to trundle past on slicks. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it's one of those situations, isn't it? But I think that's a slick track now. Great to see our current junior Rotax champion on the pole position for senior Rotax, by the way. I think that's a cracking day for the Wyatts. Where's his brother Ethan? Ethan 5th.
Wow.
First time in the seniors.
Let's have a look.
He'll be having
slick. Oh, wait, bother, it's slicks. Everyone's on slicks.
Yeah. We saw the way those lap times were for the 177s. This is going to be a cracker. I mean, Charlie Walsh there for SD Racing there in 4th spot. Bobby Rosier, we know how quick he is. We know how quick Ollie Varney is. We know how quick Sam Wyatt is. Pedro Oliveira, Ethan Wyatt, Carl Dunford, and just looking down the order, James Wood in 11th. Adam Rogers, we know how quick he is. Paul Ozan, the old master. Kieran Gifford on the O-plate down in 15th. They're all going to be coming through. They're all going to be... It's going to be a cracking way to finish the fifth round, I tell you.
And I agree.
Be ready. Do you want to put that back there?
Yeah, there's a bit too excited. You get too excited and start flinging cups everywhere. Okay. So, in the bright, well, it's like an evening sunshine. It's 5:15, so it's early evening sunshine for September.
Afternoon sunshine, isn't it?
Late afternoon sunshine, that's the idea. Here we go. They're going to take that one.
He likes that. Sam Wyatt there, leading into the Dan Weldon hairpin. Who's that down the inside? It's going to cause consternation. It's the 1-1-2-1, is it, John Hobbs?
It was the 11 of Charlie Walsh. Maybe John Hobbs, yeah.
We'll see. It was the 11 of Charlie Walsh. I think you might be right. Let's see who it is leading into Caravan for the first time. It says indeed Sam Wyatt. It's Bobby Rosier very much in second place by the looks of that. And then we've got Charlie Walsh in third. As they come through.
Circumnavigate the track as though it's as dry as a bone, aren't they? We're not seeing anything
we're not seeing any dampness at all.
It is the 49 in second place.
It's Sam Wyatt from Bobby Rosier, Charlie Walsh, Ollie Varney, Ethan Wyatt, 5th still, John Hobbs in 6th, Carl Dunford, James Wood in 8th, he'll be happy with that, Luke Evans, Adam Rogers on the number 7, rounding off the top 10.
Bad luck for Kieran Gifford, our O-plate holder. He's got absolute plumb last after some incidents in the first couple of corners. All gone a bit too wide there.
Oh yeah, Sam Wyatt, Bobby Rosier just waiting for that to happen, wasn't he? Look at these four, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Ethan Wyatt just keeping a watching brief with these seniors.
Yeah,
first time with the seniors this weekend.
There wasn't really room for a drive up the inside from Varney, but he thought about it. And Sammy White said, no, Varney didn't. But now in the lead, Rosier is stretching it. 21 and 11 are behind him.
Here they come out of that first chicane. And Bobby Rosier has pulled out a bit of a gap. He's got a cushion now.
Yeah.
Sam Wyatt just with a bit of a peek over his shoulder there. Charlie Walsh is still there. Ollie Varney's still there. He'll not be able to tell quickly who is who because they're both on yellow and blue liveried carts, the SD Racing livery, and I think that's the Wolf Racing for Ollie Varney. I may be wrong. but very much Charlie Walsh getting onto the rear end of Sam Wyatt. Ethan Wyatt, his brother, still in 5th. It's going to be interesting when these two start racing between one another again. We saw that in juniors, didn't we?
Yeah. Whoa. Slight sideways entry into this first chicane from our leader, but the battle's all about 2nd and 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, Charlie Walsh absolutely hanging it out there on the limit. And out of the Weldon hairpin, Wyatt looking very composed in that 2nd place. He hasn't quite got the pace to hang on to Bobby Rosier. Rosier has got a gap of, well, almost 0.8 of a second last time by. And Charlie Walsh just weighing it up, isn't he, on that number 11. But likewise, Ollie Varney, he's waiting as well. Ethan Wyatt's got a bit of a lonely 5th place. And then the first of the Masters behind him in 6th. Well, it's them there.
Cart 65's got a black and orange flag.
That's Ethan Wyatt.
So he has to come in.
Ethan Wyatt with a technical defect. I'm not quite sure what that is, whether
From
it's a bump or
4th place. So it's the yellow cart in the back. Oh, nice pop out the middle there from
Charlie Walsh.
So it's
Charlie Walsh down the inside. Ethan Wyatt is the purple cart there just in the back of the shot.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what his problem is.
Yeah, I just tried to see when he came by there and I couldn't see anything awry.
I can't see anything awry either.
No, we'll wait and see. Oh, and there's Ollie Varney down the inside of Sam Wyatt as well. Just following Charlie Walsh through. So Charlie Walsh on that yellow and blue ST Racing kart is now chasing after Bobby Rosier, who has a 1.1 second lead. Let's see just how much he was being held up, if anything. We know how quick the Wyatts are.
Well, they are together like you wanted.
Yes, they are. However, Ethan Wyatt has had the mechanical flag, whether or not he's seen that.
I don't see anything mechanically wrong with this car.
Well, it might not be something that's apparent.
That's an exhaust.
Something that the officials have seen. They've got a closer view to us down there. Yeah, black flag for the 65.
But there is nothing wrong with that car, visually.
Well, visually you can't tell, Nick, so don't even go there.
I can go there, I'm a commentator.
You can't, because that man there is...
No, I'm probably wrong. That's fine.
We'll have to wait and see what the crack is.
No,
they part out the back doors, so we'll see after the race. Now then, what's the gap? Gap out of 1.7, so Walsh hasn't got anything to spare. He has got enough to spare to get ahead of Ollie Varney and stay ahead of Ollie Varney, who has Sam Wyatt staying with him. Behind Ethan Wyatt in 5th, who's just had a black flag. He should have seen that last time through.
I don't think the black flag time was up. They took it off again. Now it is definitely up.
No, well, it should have been up the last time through.
Looking back, I think it took it down for some reason. Now it's definitely back up now. Now he may have seen it. He's seen it. He should pull it. He pulled it. He saw it. He saw it. He pulled off.
Yes, he has. Yeah. We'll find out what that was. Poor Ethan. You know what? He should be proud. Whatever he's done, whatever that mechanical problem is, that has brought an end to his weekend. He should be very, very pleased with a 5th place in the year final. That is outstanding, mate. Well done. Absolutely well done. He's going to be giving his brother a bit of a run soon. He was sitting with him quite well there.
So out with a big lead now, Bobby Rosier, 2 seconds, looking quite comfortable. There is a battle here between Walsh and Varney in the very similarly attired karts. They are slightly different, but everyone loves a bit of blue and yellow these days in various different combinations. They even have blue and yellow helmets to make things worse. The 2nd and 3rd is absolutely on it. It is Walsh in the 11, leading Varney, perhaps stretching him slightly. It's Sam Wyatt, the only Wyatt left after the black flag incident. And beautiful contrast of the sun, the clouds, and the glistening puddles that are still here, which haven't evaporated yet.
So coming up to 5.5 minutes of this race still to go. So we're inside the second half of this. And it's calmed down somewhat, hasn't it? With Bobby Rosier at 2.3 seconds and continuing to extend that gap to Charlie Walsh. Charlie, who's now got Ollie Varney coming to him. So half distance, we sometimes see behind these two, we've got Sam Wyatt, Kyle Dunford, James Wood and Adam Rogers, who are in a 4-car battle.
The whole train, basically, once you get past those, there's a second covering
Yeah, actually he's more than 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 6 to 10 in the second and a half.
Yeah.
Look at them go, bang, all the way through.
Cracking racing.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Between Pedro Oliveira there and then Adam Rogers in the 7 actually, now looking to make a move up on the 21. So that's a battle for 6 and 7. Rogers has got that. So Rogers now ahead of Sam Wyatt. And moving forward, this second set of well, basically there's a cart out ahead, then there's all the other carts. So Bobby Rose is gone, and then there's everybody else.
Yes, they're all coming together, aren't they? Yeah, they are coming to Varney and Walsh. So if they're sensible, which they are being, by the way, then we are going to see this battle for second place become like a 12-card battle or something. I noticed Braden Hill on the back of that train.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
In the pink liveried cart.
Fastest lap is our O-plate man, Kieran Giffey, who was dead last at one point and now is 21st in 34 carts. So he's made 13 places in 7 minutes after having a problem on the first lap.
The number 12, James Wood, he's having a cracking race. James just following Kyle Dunford through. He's got Adam Rogers right on his tail on number 7. And we'll just see what the gaps are next time through. Those 2 yellow and blue carts are definitely, that gap is reducing to the bright orange cart behind them.
Yeah, that's just it. The bright orange cart is, of course, the 66 of Carl Dunford.
Inside of 3.5 minutes.
But Dunford's got a battle on his own, because right behind him is now James Wood, and right behind James Wood is John Hobbs, and is Adam Rogers. So those 3 are really going for it. At the same time as trying to it's very artistic, as trying to catch up. 2 and 3. Yeah, you're right. The gap between 3 and 4 is easing back.
Yeah.
With about 4 laps to go.
So there's your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th carts there. And it's Charlie Walsh, Ollie Varney, Kyle Dunford, James Wood, Adam Rogers. You know what? John Hobbs, Sam Wyatt, George Sanders, Braden Hill are not that far off this train as well.
Well,
look at that. John Hobbs coming right under the tail of the number 7, Adam Rogers.
Varney has been caught up by Dunford.
And Adam Rogers and the number 7 there, and John Hobbs, that's the battle for the Masters Championship. So the number 7 is the first of the Masters runners. John Hobbs right behind him. Here they come. 2 minutes remaining, Nick. So there's still a few laps, isn't there? There's still at least 3 laps. Possibly more.
And now 2nd and 3rd are coming. Varney's got the hurry up from looking behind him, seeing a big red nose of Carl Dunford, and they're all racing away. I mean, obviously Bobby Roseview is in a different postcode, but apart from
and Charlie Walsh.
What happened there? Walsh didn't get any drive at all.
I'm not quite sure what happened there, but Charlie Walsh kind of checked up, didn't he? And now he's under pressure. Ollie Varney is right with him. There's absolutely nothing in it. Varney and Dunford, and I can see Dunford really reaping the benefits here. I don't know what's happened to Charlie Walsh there.
Varney's gone through.
His card just did not turn in, and he's going to be absolutely susceptible to the advances of Kyle Dunford any moment now. So what has gone on with Charlie Walsh?
Wrongly pressured his tyres?
I really don't know, Nick, because getting towards the end, at the very end of the race, the last 2 minutes, and your tyres have just gone off a cliff. It looked like for Charlie Walsh, or something happened there at this section of the track here. This is where Charlie Walsh just lost all of that momentum. And he doesn't there. If anything, he pulls away from Carl Dunford.
Yeah, Dunford. Perhaps a slightly damper patch there. Just watching now coming in the foreground now. There's your leader. Here's 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yes, 2nd and 3rd. Who have now, having swapped positions, Varney is pulling away from Walsh, who's pulling away from Dunford.
That's weird, isn't it?
I know. James Wood, if anything, James looks like he's about to have a bash at Carl Dunford.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of pace of these carts is quite ridiculous in this particular race. They really, I mean, it is drying out all the time. They're still, a couple of seconds off dry time.
You forget the human element as well. All it takes is to miss your braking point by a metre or so, and you're going to start losing time. So Rosier has gone through. Penultimate lap for him. Varney 2nd. Charlie Walsh there in 3rd, just coming through the chicane. Heading down towards us now at the Weldon hairpin. So they've got one more lap after this. And Bobby Rosier, that gap has stayed at about 3 seconds now, 2.9 to be exact, for the last couple of laps. And if anything, this is the battle here that might change position. James Wood, has he got anything in the kit to have a go at Dunford? Dunford, we know how quick Dunford is. And James Wood, we know how quick he can be. So cracking racing all the way down this senior Rotax field. Oh, blue flag flying. And that's because the leaders have just gone through to take the final lap to go board. So one more lap. Bobby Rosier clears the back marker. Ollie Varney a distant second place, and he has gotten a massive cushion now from Charlie Walsh. Carl Dunford still has James Wood glued to his rear bumper. Dunford out of the second chicane for the final time. James Wood, time running out. This is where he's going to have a go, but he's not. They're absolutely flat out, aren't they, these boys? Absolutely flat out. So let's get to Bobby Rosier, who's about to come through and take the lead, if not the win. There he goes. Across the line now. The 49, Bobby Rosier. Second place, Ollie Varney. Charlie Walsh comes through for the final step of the senior Rotax podium, and then behind them some great racing all the way down this field. Cal Dunford fourth, James Wood fifth, John Hobbs the first of the Masters finally gets by Adam Rogers on the number 7 to take top Masters honours for 6th overall. Adam Rogers second in the Masters, 7th overall. Then we have Braden Hill in 8th, 9th is Finlay Watson. George Sanders rounds off the top 10, and Paul Lozan third of the Masters, so third on the Masters podium, 17th overall.
Yeah, big loser at Pedro Oliveira. He unfortunately he's parked at Caravan Corner. So that is it for a very exciting and varied meeting. Dry, wet, stopped entirely, damp, mostly sweaty. We've been damp the whole time, either through sweat or through rain.
Yes, we have been damp, haven't we? Yes.
Thank you for being with us all day. My name is Nick Damon. By my side is Joe Bradley. On the buttons and the replays and the fielding of thrown pens is Paul Bateman. We have Jude McCallum on one camera and Frank McKinney on the other. We are back with karting action from the NKC on the from Clay Pigeon on the 22nd of October. If you follow us on RC Racing TV's channel, there is loads of other stuff that's going on. And if you look on the Karting Live TV channel, we've had the paddock walk up there and a few other things intervening. And Joe has this message.
Yes, because we have to announce our Alfano driver of the day.
That is very important, yes. So I will hang on. I'll carry on talking because it might have changed. What's happened there? Give us the SP.
This is not related to the Alfano driver of the day. I've just been given information that Mason Perrin had a push to pass. So it's been given, I think he said, a 10-second penalty.
That'll cost a few points,
so that's going to cost him, but it's going to massively open up the championship going into the final round of Clay Pigeon, Nick, which is great. Which is absolutely great.
So we don't know who's got the car. We are supposed to choose it ourselves. We take advisement from other people within the organising body. So we are back with karting in
October,
5 weeks time. Yeah, 5 weeks time. There's lots more going on. Follow the socials. Follow Joe and Karting Live TV socials and the NKC socials. Lots of bits and bobs. As I said before, we'll have the pit walk will be up this evening. The paddock walk will be up this evening. You can watch obviously all the races back right away. And I think we're going to have to go off there without knowing who won it. But the socials will tell you who won the Alfano driver of the day. Be all over the socials, won't it?
Yes,
Joe?
yes. Some deliberation going on. Because probably we've got several drivers of the day.
Well, it's been such a varied day and such varied things happen. Who knows who's won it? But anyway, thank you all for being with us. It's lovely to see you. Back with the NKC on the 22nd of October.